And good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Clearwater County Interim Council meeting for April 22nd, 2025. All public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any written or verbal information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 41. So at this time, I'll call the meeting to order at 9:01. We have an agenda before us. Just looking at council and wondering if we could move item 6.5 to the end of our, just before reports, if we can adjust that to there. Make that one amendment. I'll make that motion.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Looking for a motion to adopt the agenda as amended. Councillor Ratcliffe. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Looking at the regular council meeting minutes for April 8th, 2025. Any errors or omissions? If not, looking for a motion to adopt those minutes. Thank you. Councillor Gibson adopts those minutes or makes a motion to adopt the minutes. All those in favor? And that's carried. Moving on now to item 4.1. It is a public hearing for Bylaw 25/018 for application 06/25. I will, sorry. 9:15, sorry. I can't do that. I'm ahead of the game. Shucks. All right, can then we move to item 5.1 to amend the Pidherney outline plan? No, can't do that one either. Pardon me? 6.2 we can move to? Okay, we'll move to 6.2. Sorry, that's all right. Item 25/030, application 13/25. And I'll turn it over to who is taking that agenda item. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Clark.
Good morning, Council.
Good morning.
Just a quick update. After the submission of my item, the landowner presented an updated survey sketch, and the proposed parcel has slightly changed a bit from 4.77 to 5.5 acres. So just that one modification of the proposed parcel prior to me going through the item. Okay. Alfred Robin and Taylor Robin currently holds title to Southwest 2437-4, west of the 5th, containing 151.78 acres, located 16.1 kilometers southwest of the hamlet of Condor. The landowners have applied to redesignate 5.5 acres located in the northwest corner of the quarter section from agricultural to country residence agricultural. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicants will then proceed with a subdivision application to create a separate title to the 5.5 acre CRA parcel. The proposed developed 5.5 acre parcel contains residence, barn, and auxiliary buildings. The applicants have indicated existing services include well water, septic field system. The proposed parcel is described as flat with pockets of mature trees in the western portion of the proposed parcel. The proposed area parcel can be accessed from an existing road off of Raid Road 4-1 adjacent to the west property boundary. The survey sketch indicates an older homestead is located on a proposed parcel. The applicants have indicated that the homestead will be demolished at a future date. The balance of the quarter section is described as predominantly cleared rolling pasture land with pockets of partial wooded areas in the west central portions of the quarter section. There is an existing residential subdivision taken out of the southwest portion of the quarter section. Access to the remainder of the quarter section can be also obtained from existing accesses off of Range Road -1 adjacent to the west property boundary. Surrounding land uses in the area is predominantly agriculture with some residential parcels. And the attached package gives you more details on the proposed development. Has council had a chance to go through the policies associated with the application?
I believe so.
The proposed redesignation is to allow for the future subdivision of an existing residential yard site located in the northwest portion of the quarter section. Legal and physical access for the proposed parcel and the balance of the quarter section is off of County Maintain Road. The size complies with the CRA requirements outlined in the land use bylaw. Staff reviewed and considered the impacts on adjacent farming activities and do not anticipate the proposal would negatively impact existing farming operations in the area as the proposed parcel will continue to be used for residential purposes. Should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel would be considered the third title out of the quarter section, which would align with MDP policy 10.2 and 10.210. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, does council have any questions for the development officer? Go ahead, Councilor Cermak.
Do you have a diagram of what the new shape of the parcel looks like? No, that it's moved from 4.7 to 5.5?
Yeah, that's the updated diagram. So what has happened is the northern property boundary has been moved up to the lease road that's going through the property. So prior, the northern property was down. The northern property boundary was down about 30, 40 meters away from that existing road that's in the property. So it makes sense to just enclose that northern section within the proposed parcel.
Okay. So it just moved it north about 40 meters?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Any other questions for the development officer? Go ahead, Councilor Mello.
Thank you, Reeve. Should it not then go all the way to the property line? It looks like that well is gonna be abandoned, which means then that road would be abandoned. So then you're gonna have just a few meters rather than going just to the access road. Wouldn't it make more sense to go all the way to the property line? Because it says abandoned well site. Rather than having a very small road access between.
Until the oil company releases that lease, wouldn't be best to enclose that in.
Well,
It's
they would
still-
just need to have a road right away and road easement with two landowners rather than just one, and then you wouldn't have a teeny tiny little strip.
Yeah, so that road agreement could be, if the landowner wishes to enclose it, that would be a road agreement that would have to take place with the landowner and the leaseholder.
Right. Thank you.
Any further questions, comments? We're looking for a motion to grant first reading and go to a public hearing. Councilor Cermak?
I will make that motion that we can move into first reading and go to a public hearing.
Thank you for the motion, Councilor Cermak. Any other comments or questions? I believe this is straightforward. So, Councilor Northcott?
Good morning. Just a quick question for staff, just a reminder of the purpose of the first reading. If you could just explain what the purpose is for first reading?
Well, first reading is to give the public chance to comment on the proposed subdivision or the proposed land use amendment in this application. So the main purpose of first reading is to present to the council, and then after that, it gives us the chance to advertise this application.
Thanks.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor of first reading? And that motion is carried. Thank you, Mr. Clark. All right, can we then move on to 6.3? 6.3 is first reading for bylaw 25 slash, oh, I don't believe Mr. Bisson is here, so. All right, I guess we can move to item 6.4, because I don't see Mr. Bisson here, so we will move to item 6.4, sorry, consideration first, second, third reading for bylaw 25. We have anybody here for administration here yet? Yeah, they're not here yet, okay. Well, let's just take a 4-minute break until our public hearing. and welcome back from our quick live stream. And so we are now at item 4.1, which is the public hearing. Just get my right script here. Anyways, I will call this public hearing to order at 9:15. And I'll outline the process to be used. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter shall, when told it's their turn, shall identify themselves, their organization, if any, and whether they're in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted. We ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent, and breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. First, the development officer will explain the background of the application. Then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application. At any time, the council members have the opportunity to ask anyone who is present and whom is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues raised previously. So before we go into the background report, let's take a moment to do introductions.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, the counselor for Ward 1.
Good morning, Darrell Wahid, Councillor for Ward 3.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Ward 7 Councillor and Reeve Michelle Swanson.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Ward 4 Councillor.
Good morning, Ward 5 Councillor Neil Ratcliffe.
Good morning, Barbara Gibson, Councillor.
Good morning, Kim Gillam, Manager Planning.
Good morning, Rhonda Serhan, Manager Financial Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CO.
Good morning, Dawson Conley, Development Officer.
I got press this. Good morning, Clayton Obdam. I'm representing Pidherney's here on this.
Thank you. So with that, I'll ask Mr. Conley to outline the background of this application, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Clayton Obdam on behalf of 1598768 Alberta Limited, commonly known as Pidherney's Inc., has made application to amend the land use bylaw to allow for additional storage space for their current operations within the Gateway Industrial Subdivision. The parcel subject to the application is a portion of the balance of Southeast 139 of 7, adjacent to the north property boundary and located north of the existing light industrial subdivision. The subject parcel contains 40 acres and the applicant is proposing to redesignate 10.8 acres adjacent to the north and east property boundaries from the Ag District to the Light Industrial District. If approval is granted, the applicant will be required to apply for and obtain development approval for the storage of materials associated with their business. At the time of first reading, it was noted that the outline plan does not restrict the use or development of the subject land. However, after further review, it has been noted that policy 8.6 states that the remaining part of the north end of the quarter section will be left as ag land. The intent is to use it for agricultural purposes, and the agriculture area will not be used to accommodate overflow storage requirements. The land is located outside of the Rocky Clearwater IDP. Planning considerations, the proposed redesignation is to allow for the storage expansion of Pidherney's Inc., as they require more space for the operation of their business, which aligns with MDP Policy 7.2.1. MDP Policy 14.2.6 requires the subject property to be appropriate for the proposed use. The subject quarter section has gone through an outline plan and has been an active light industrial subdivision for several years. This also complies with Policy 7.2.3. The applicants are not proposing to subdivide the subject parcel. The land use amendment is just for the use of the land for their existing business. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now ask if council has any questions for the development officer at this time. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. If I remember correctly, in the draft land use bylaw, light industrial doesn't permit outside storage. How would we reconcile that?
We're we're currently working on the current land use bylaw, so
Yes.
that's, anything that's approved under that would still be approved with the new land use bylaw.
Ms. Gillum?
Sorry, did you say, did you say that, under the new bylaw, that outside storage wouldn't be allowed? No, we're combining all the industrial districts into industrial, but I would say that that is incorrect, that outside storage would be allowed on any industrial parcel. Yeah.
Any other further questions for the development officer at this time? Counselor Gibson?
Is there access to this area, other than Gateway Drive?
You can access this proposal on the Range Road adjacent to the east property boundary.
Okay,
There's an approach up here that you can.
right there? That is, okay. I wondered if that was. Thank you.
Counselor Northcott?
Question for staff. On the north side of the proposed redesignated area here, in the quarter section to the north and the northeast of 139-7, west of the 5th, I believe about a year and a half ago there was a rezoning that had taken place. I can't remember the number of acres there, but it was rezoned from agricultural to, I believe, light industrial for a frac sand operation. And that's on the, that would be, I believe, on the north side. I was just wondering if that business is now in operation, and if my memory is correct, that it was rezoned just on the north side of that property line.
On the north side of that property line, it's zoned direct control. I don't think there's been a land use amendment done there for a number of years.
Was there not a frac sand operation that went in there not too long ago, maybe a year and a half ago, 2 years ago?
Ms. Gillum?
Yeah, that was like another quarter up, that they did that. Yeah, and I don't know that they actually, like, it proceeded. I don't think it's continued to go there. There was a temporary operation there, but hasn't proceeded long-term.
Okay, I was quite certain it was on the north side of that Pidherney.
No, it's
Gateway.
not. Yeah, it was like up further on a quarter section at the very end of the road there, across from the wood milling place. My brain, sorry, it's not working.
You know,
Yes.
Okay.
Counselor Ratcliffe? No, go Counselor.
Thank you, sorry. Is this just going to be used for storage, or will it be used for sales? Like, is there any intention to install lighting there?
That is something that the applicant could speak on.
It'll just be storage. No sales will be out of there. We do have operation with OES there, but if it would just be storage that would be in there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Counselor Lougheed, sorry.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. My question kind of relates to its current use. I notice a very large, looks like a pad there, and understanding that this is agricultural land. What is the pad, and what is the balance of the agricultural land used for this moment?
Right now it's used for snow dump. Like when we plow our yard and everything that we currently have now, we just dump the snow and stuff in there. So that's just from us dumping snow in there.
And is the balance of it leased, or is it farmed somehow, or is there another?
It is cut. It is cut every year. It is hayed as well. But like I said, that portion that you can see there on the pad there is just used for snow.
Okay.
But the remaining is cut, just to maintain and clean it up and stuff.
Thank you.
Counselor Cermak?
I'm concerned about this policy 8.6. Is that policy only for this quarter section land? That's what it says. It states here. The remaining part of the north end of this quarter section will be left as agricultural land.
That is part of the outline plan for the southeast 13907. That'll be addressed after the public hearing in the next council item.
So that isn't policy 8.6 that's stated here.
It is policy 8.6, but it's part of the outline plan that we will be amending.
I'm confused.
So currently, the outline plan that was adopted in 2001 for this quarter section outlined all the light industrial lots and the future use of the land. At the time of first reading, we somehow missed that policy. So in order for this land use amendment to go through, policy 8.6 has to be amended, which will potentially be done in this council meeting after the public hearing, before second and third readings are granted.
So therefore, there's a caveat on this quarter line stating that?
There's no caveat.
It's just a public plan.
Okay.
Okay. Good,
So it's it's a structural plan.
yeah. Counselor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve.
They have to.
Okay. Yeah.
What has changed from 2001 that, you know, would make this now acceptable from the outline plan, or would justify that change?
I would say that the business has grown significantly since the original outline plan was created.
Okay, an outline plan that says there would be no overflow storage.
But the need has arose because the business has grown.
Yes, I see machinery in every little corner out there, so yes, I recognize the need. All right, thank you.
Did you want to offer any more explanation for Counselor Cermak's question? No?
Do you,
Ms. Gillum?
Just clarification on the outline plan change, that's,
That's coming up.
yeah. So that, I mean, we'll clarify that in the next item, but basically, the outline plan was developed, in order for them to do this subdivision, because there was multiple parcels, so we generally require an outline plan or an ASP or something, and so they created that prior to doing the subdivision, and it had the one policy in it that said this would remain agriculture, so we're proposing in the next item to change the outline plan to allow for further land use amendment of the quarter section for further development. That makes sense?
Yep.
Okay. Right, seeing no further lights, Mr. Conley, were there any comments received from referral agencies?
Clearwater Regional Fire stated that the applicant should be aware of the following National Fire Code 2023 Alberta Edition, NFC Section 2.8 Emergency Planning, NFC Part 3 Indoor and Outdoor Storage. Also note that this property is not serviced with a municipal or pressurized water supply for firefighting. Prior to future development plans, the applicant should also be aware of National Building Code 2023 Alberta Edition requirements for water supply, NBC Article 3.2.5.7 Water Supply. Clearwater County Public Works Infrastructure has no concerns with the application. Public Works Operations has no concerns. The existing approach meets county standards. Alberta Transportation stated that the department expects that the municipality will comply with any applicable items related to provincial highways in an ALSA plan if applicable. The department expects that the municipality will mitigate the impacts of traffic generated by developments approved on the local road connections to the highway system in accordance with Policy 7 of the Provincial Land Use Policy. The applicant is advised that any development within the highway right-of-way or within 3 meters beyond the limit of a controlled highway or within 800 meters from the center point of an intersection of the highway would require a permit from Transportation and Economic Corridors. The subject property is within the noted permit area, and as such, any development would require the said permit. TELUS Communications has no concerns. The Town of Rocky Mountain House has no concerns. The Municipal Planning Commission recommends that Council favorably consider granting second and third readings to the application once it has been determined that the second detention pond is not needed and once the outline plan has been amended. No comments were received from AltaLink Management, Blue Mountain Power Co-op, Fortis Alberta, Red Deer Catholic School Division, TransAlta Utilities Corporation, and Wild Rose School District. And I got last minute comments from AHS. They reviewed the subject application. Upon reviewing this, AHS has concerns and provides the following comments for consideration. AHS recommends consideration of the following items be made in order to ensure the development does not create nuisances as defined in the Public Health Act. The setback of septic shall be met, weeping tile field, leaching cesspool, sewage effluent, or a sewage lagoon. As per the Alberta Water Well Information Database, there are several water wells located in Southeast 139 of 7. Mapping of all neighboring wells and sewage systems shall be done in order to ensure compliance with Section 15 of the NGS regulations. According to the Environmental Site Assessment Repository, several documents have been issued for Southeast 139 of 7. Please consult with the Environment and Protected Areas and all other applicable agencies for appropriate setback distances and assessments as required. According to the AER authorization viewer, several documents have been issued under the Water Act and EPEA for Southeast 139. Please consult with the AER, Alberta Environment and Protected Areas, and all other applicable agencies for appropriate setbacks. According to the AER one-stop website, Southeast 139 of 7 includes a high-risk watershed and multiple pipelines. Please consult with the Alberta Energy Regulator and other applicable agencies for appropriate setback distances. And that is all I've received.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I'll now invite the applicant to speak to your proposal and add any comments in support of your request or respond to any of the agency comments.
Good morning. Yeah, I was just listening there, and I know it was brought up originally in 2001. Obviously, we are a growing company. We're employing more and more people in the community. We have used that south part of the outlined area there for a snow dump, but it could certainly be used as more laydown. It's not intended to be, like I said, a sales laydown and to be having a whole bunch of machinery in there. It's more so little stuff, light traffic parts, sea cans, just minor stuff in there. So yeah, we're running out of room and we'd like to be able to use it.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I'll invite any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application. Any member of the public that would like to speak in favor of the application? Seeing none, Mr. Connolly, were there any written submissions in favor of the request?
No comments were received.
Thank you. Now at this time, I invite any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition of the application. Any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition of the application, if you could please come to the mic and state your name. Let you just press the mic on. Please state your name. Can you hear me now? No, light's got to go on there. Maybe perhaps can. Sure. Good morning.
There
you
we go. That's,
Ready to
oh,
go.
there, you can hear. Lovely.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah. First of all, well, I'm Chris Carborn, and my husband Bob, I'm speaking on behalf of myself and Bob. Bob's not able to attend this morning. And I wasn't aware at the time that we were preparing for this, that there was a potential 8.6, whatever you call that, what its technical term is, the land use bylaws being amended, right, to make it, pardon me?
It's the outline plan.
It's, so it's being, to accommodate long-term storage, is it? Okay. Is stuff coming from off-site or is it just from Pidherney's?
If you want to go through your presentation, we'll make note of those questions and we'll ask Clayton to
Okay.
answer them for you,
All right.
absolutely.
Okay, thanks. Okay, now I get going. So Bob and I are the owners of Northeast 139.7, which is immediately north of the quarter section that contains the Pidherney subdivision. And Bob has owned this property since 1968. It's been used strictly in its agricultural capacity. There is a house located on that property, which is 113 feet north of our common property line. Along with the house, there are 2 water wells associated with that, one at the house and one approximately 200 feet north of the house. They service the house and cattle. Upon receiving notification of this hearing, we had a brief discussion with Dawson. The purpose was to answer a few questions, and I asked Dawson if he was familiar with the minutes of the meeting of the Pidherney Outline Plan, which was conducted in 2001. And he wasn't, but he said he would pull the minutes and read them and familiarize himself. And then I asked him if he would be able to include these minutes so that the councillors could read it and they would be familiar with what occurred. Thank you, Dawson. So I'm here to express our concerns regarding the application before council, which, as you know, is the request to expand for storage for the current operation and access to this site off of Range Road 7-0. First of all, I would like to ask, I believe you would, being very thorough people, would have familiarized yourselves with the minutes of the meeting so you knew what went on and what assurances were given to us at the time of that previous hearing. There are some important statements that were made in that public hearing, and I'm going to quote a couple. The first one states, in the hearing, the original application called for the redesignation of the 155 acres held in title, but it was amended. There was an amended proposal for the redesignation of approximately 100 acres, with the balance remaining in agricultural use. It states those words are there in the minutes. The amended version is a direct result of the outline plan process. When you quote again from the original minutes, the original site plan denoted the creation of 19 lots, and after discussion regarding lot size, the number of lots would be created. 2 guidelines were established, Firstly, the minimal parcel size would be 2.5 acres, and secondly, the number of parcels created shall not be greater than 22. That is in page 3 of your minutes. And upon discussion with Dawson, it appears that the parcels stand at 25. And whether that's totally correct or not, I'm not too sure. But, okay, now quoting from the minutes of the meeting again, Merv Pidherney also met 2 times with the Bournes and has agreed to leave a 3-acre parcel in the northeast corner of the quarter section with no construction or storage. This will be caveated onto the title. When asked if a caveat on a 3-acre parcel in the northeast corner exists, Dawson Connolly stated that it does not. In addition, on page 4 of the minutes, it was stated that the remaining lands in title would be kept in an agricultural capacity and would not be used for storage. These are specific and important statements that were made at the public hearing here in the county chambers. The statements were not honored or acted upon. No verification process seems to have been put in place. There is no caveat on the title, and this application is for long-term storage. What are the guarantees that this redesignation to light industrial would only be for storage and remain as storage? Since with the information I've just given you, how can council proceed to a second and third reading for redesignation of that 10 acres from ag to light industrial? Prior to your decisions, we request that council review the amended minutes of the public hearing for bylaw, and I'm sorry, that was a typo error. I'm referring to bylaw 658/00. And we're requesting that council agree to stipulate that the reference caveat of 3 acres be put onto the title of the southeast of 139-7 west of the 5th. And that council honor the statements made specifically that the remaining lands in the title be kept in an agricultural capacity and not used for storage. Other factors the council should consider are the impacts to the area. The resulting increase in the industrial-related traffic onto the road and any potential damage to Range Road 70. Will there be an increase in excessive noise? Will it be necessary to state specific hours of operation during the week and the weekend for that particular area? Weed control, but they do harvest their hay every year, and weeds really haven't been a problem to that area. And we've got good weed inspectors too. But it's not to be overlooked. It's quite an area. And we're concerned about adverse effects related to any installation of increased lighting to the area. It just seems to increase all the time. I understand why it's there, but if increased lighting is considered, as with the frac sand application, I submitted a letter. There are certain types of lights that can be installed. They can be installed in a certain fashion. So they're not up and glaring, they're tilted low. But the principal concern here is the obstruction of the flow of the waters coming from the lands to the south and the east. There's a potential of the potential damage to the berms which were constructed as part of this outline plan. Berms were put in place into the field, and they're documented by Alberta Environment under file 82024, and there's a plan number 00158-022-P007, and that was issued under the Water Act. And I left a copy of the plan with Dawson. He has it. It shows the location of the berm and also water flow in the area. I also sent to Dawson at the time a copy of a letter that we sent to Clearwater County in the year 2003, September 8th. And we expressed our concerns in regards to the importance of the berms and the flow of the water through the property. Now, this is a dry year, and it's very deceiving. But in the past, water has flowed through there in a north, if you take that little corner, the northeast corner, and you cut her at an angle, the water will flow and go over an oil well road and into, you can see a stream, and that's a registered stream with Alberta Environment. Some years that water is so intense, it goes over the oil well road. It hasn't for a few years, but it has the potential of doing that. So the berms are very important. So it would be prudent of council to request an inspection of the existing culverts within the area at the entrance off of Range Road 70 going into the area which is now under consideration. The original culvert had been damaged in the past, and I'm not too sure, it may have been replaced or covered, but it should be inspected. Of note, the waters coming from the south and the east flow into our property and constitute what Alberta Environment refers to as a registered stream, which I just mentioned, and it's referenced with a priority number. The water comes from the south, collects within the Bowman property on the east side of Range Road 7, and is channeled under the road, heads north a short distance, and finally flows into the agricultural area that's under discussion. The berms also should be inspected. It's been a while, but they look nice. Everything's trimmed up, so it's very visible there right now. Okay, I hope I'm not diddling too much.
Okay.
The berms were constructed to divert the water coming from the lands, which were south and east. And the berms were also constructed to prevent contaminants from the industrial park coming onto our land. So they are very important. And how you define contaminants, which seems to be a hot term, I'm not too sure. Oils, fuel residues, hydrocarbons, hazardous materials, and unknowns from stored products. So if council now will allow storage into the area under consideration and north of the berms, it is possible for contaminants to be carried through and onto our property. What happens if there's a leak or a spill? What about leaching into the soils and washing of the waters with the products that leach in there? As I mentioned, not only is there a house there, there's 2 water wells and cattle are on the property. So, and what are the downstream implications? That's about it. In all, I can't deny Pidherneys have been good neighbors, but we have concerns as adjacent landowners. We are not in favor of the redesignation from A to light industrial. I guess we oppose the redesignation. What council really should consider or do, in our opinion, is stick to the original intent at the time that the industrial park was formed. Keep it in an agricultural capacity and not be used for storage. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone else, any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition of this application? See none. Mr. Connolly, were there any written submissions opposing this request?
I only received one which Chris was here to present on her own, so.
Thank you. And now at this time, I would like to invite the applicant to present your final remarks and answer any questions or concerns that you had from before. Go ahead.
Yeah, so obviously we were expecting maybe a little concerns from, I'm sorry, I can't remember her name, but the landowner there. We are certainly willing to work with putting up everything we need to do to make sure that they're comfortable with us being there. If it needs to be dirt work to, you know, reshape the berms, get them packed, you know, ensure that the lighting would not, like if we were to put lighting in, we wouldn't shine it towards them. We're open to all options, drainage solutions. We are willing to work with the landowner to make them comfortable with us being there. So yeah, that's what we'll do.
Okay, thank you. I have a question, where that says the little sticky or whatever, it says redesignate 10.8 acres to the west, like underneath that, is that wet area there? It's, or is that hayland there as well? To the west?
Just to the west of that.
Yeah, if it was underneath the writing, yeah.
Yeah, so it should be dry, like it is a little bit wet, I guess if you wanna call it the west end of that box.
Yeah.
But there is more drier land, I guess, directly west of the snow dump.
Okay. I'm just thinking for configuration, instead of going that way, you did a long box
Totally,
instead,
yeah,
so.
yeah,
Okay.
there is more room to go that way to the west.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other further comments, questions? I will now close this hearing at 9:50. No motions will be entertained at this time. Now moving on to item 5.1, which is to amend the Pidherney outline plan. I'll turn that back over to, I believe, Mr. Dawson, Mr. Conley.
Thank you, Reeve. Administration has received an application to amend the land use bylaw to allow for the redesignation of a portion of Southeast 13907 from the Ag District to the Light Industrial District. Upon further review, it has been noted that the current outline plan requires an amendment in order for council to grant second and third readings. A recommendation within the outline plan was for 2 detention ponds, one being in the same area as the land use amendment. However, this was addressed in the development agreement at the time of subdivision and only 1 pond was required. The detention pond is located west of the subject property on a lot that is designated for public utility. 4.2 of the development agreement indicates that all drainage be directed along natural drainage courses or channelized drainage courses to be directed towards the stormwater pond on the public utility lot. The outline plan states that the remaining part of the north end of the quarter section will be left as agricultural land. The intent is to use it for agricultural purposes. The agricultural land will not be used to accommodate overflow storage requirements. Administration has attached the council minutes from the June 26th, 2001 meeting for review. The outline plan was adopted as presented with no motion to restrict for further development other than what was identified in the outline plan at the time. Administration has also attached the original outline plan and a copy that has amended policy 8.6 to allow for the land in the northern portion to be used and for an amendment to allow for more lots, as the outline plan restricted it at 19 and there's now 24. The policy that is being amended can be found on page 32 of the original document. Staff is recommending that council decide on whether or not to pass a resolution to amend the current Pidherney's outline plan pertaining to Southeast 13907. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so with that, now looking for comments, questions, motions. Councilor Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. Our current land use bylaw has multiple discretionary uses under the agricultural district. Some of them might even say things like storage of equipment. So then technically, it may not even need to be redesignated for this particular use in order to achieve the purpose. Is that true?
Because that this was gonna be long-term and the scale of it, it's not just a small company storing a few pieces of equipment. It was recommended that a land use amendment be done.
Okay. So for, sorry if I may.
Go ahead.
Like an example, a discretionary use under the ag district is a highway maintenance yard in the current land use
Yeah.
bylaw. Just as an example, things that need to potentially be changed in the new revisions in the new land use bylaw, but like currently, that is a discretionary use.
A
And
highway maintenance yard would be for municipal.
that's not specified in this. So that's an extrapolation of what this was originally written for. The way it's currently written, discretionary use is a highway maintenance yard. Pidherney's is very much a highway maintenance company.
Councilor,
need to be changed in the land use
Yeah.
bylaw.
Councilor Lai?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. My question mostly relates to an administrative question. And reviewing the background information for this item and the previous item, I noticed extreme detail in the minutes of the public hearing that led to that. And I was just wondering, very curious as to when that practice stopped, because there was pages and pages of information, which is very useful to us at this point in time, that I haven't observed as being a current practice or a practice for some time. I'm just wondering when that changed, and are we relying more on the recorded streamed video to replace that, or do we still keep that level of detail on minutes?
Ms. Haight? approaching. Did you want to approach? Go ahead.
Good morning.
Morning.
So just to recap, your question is regarding when did the minutes stop containing detailed information?
Well, I think, I'm not saying that it contain detailed information now. The amount of detail I see as being very divergent in 2001 to what we have to deal with now. And I was just wondering, I mean, for benefit of future councils when they're looking at similar discussions in the future, that background information could be quite useful for them in upholding the values of the time that led to those decisions. And that's why I'm just kind of questioning
Yep,
the
definitely.
change.
Definitely. It was common practice to include extensive detail in meeting minutes. Now, according to legislation, the minutes are to be recorded without note or comment. And it could be considered that that excessive detail is actual note and comment. Since the regular council meetings and other committee meetings have been live streamed and recorded, all that is required is that the council decisions are recorded, meaning the resolutions, and that if anybody wants to refer to the discussion details, they can do so on the recorded YouTube stream. So since live streaming, that happened, I believe, in 2019, there's definitely a difference in how the minutes are being recorded.
Thank you for that. I was sitting in this chair back even before that period of time and did not notice that level of detail even before our
Right.
live streaming. I know there had been a shift there somewhere. And just my suggestion was that, you know, sometimes the written word does have value, but I understand that it could be onerous to do that. And also the detail could be seemed as somewhat subjective by whoever's taking the minutes.
Exactly, and that is the problem. If, as the minute taker, the recording secretary, it's so very easy to have bias seep into that, that written word. Also, it's called tone. That can seep into that too. And then it's, there's a possibility of skewing the information because the recording secretary may be recording it as that person is interpreting it. And therefore, it's subject to the interpretation of the recording secretary. And that's why in the legislation, it refers to minutes are to be recorded without note or comment.
And thank you for that explanation. And as we move forward and we have those recorded, video recorded and published, it would be up to the individual to hear what they believe was said in there and to transcript that themselves. There is no actual transcript of those verbatim discussions within the recorded thing. It's not readily available. It's up to the beholder to hear what they want to hear out of that. Am I correct in kind of assuming that?
Yes, there is no readily available transcript. However, there, depending on what type of software program that you have on your personal computer, you can, there's a program that can give you a transcript of a recorded video.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Councilor Miller?
Thank you, Eve. When you build an ASP or an outline plan, there's typically public engagement that is done with that. When you're amending it, what percentage of changes triggers public engagement again? I know we don't have any guiding document on what we expect from outline plan development. But typically, public engagement is a part of this. It obviously was a part of it when it originally was done in 2001. What amount of public engagement has been done for these changes?
Mr. Conley?
This amending it is kind of a new process for Clearwater County. I searched and there's really no process for an amendment. However, there's a lengthy process for adopting an outline plan. So whatever council wishes to see done for an amendment would be what administration would do. But at this time, there was really no process.
Okay, am I allowed to ask the applicant the question?
Yes.
Okay. Did you guys do any public consultation with the suggestion amendments to the outline plan? I mean, it's a pretty significant change, not the detention ponds, you're changing a fairly large number of acres. Have you done any public engagement to get public input on this change?
Not that I'm aware of, no. As far as I'm aware of, what's been mentioned here is everything that's been brought forward.
Is that something you'd be willing to accomplish?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, whatever we need to do here to let people a little bit more aware, for sure.
Perfect, thank you.
Any more further comments or questions? Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Just a thought here. I'm looking at from the original presentation, the stormwater management system that says the northeast corner of the site and drainage from other quarter sections located to the east of the Pidherney quarter section continue to drain towards the natural drainage course across the border, the Bourne quarter section. I have to think that the ruling or the decision on 8.6 that would remain agricultural was partly to protect that water course. Do we have any way of referring to that?
Not that I can think of right now, but that's something that we can look into unless Kim would know more.
Okay, that was all I had.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Northcott.
Just a question for staff regarding public consultation. Was there a first reading that was passed on this application previously?
Yeah, in February, the last meeting in February, I believe, or the first meeting in March.
So at that point in time, we've gotten to this point in time now where public consultation has taken place and adjacent landowners have been notified and it was published in the newspapers and so on?
For the land use amendment, however, after referrals were sent out is when we found out that we had to amend the outline plan. So there was no public consultation for that.
For the rezoning to go from agricultural to light industrial?
For to amend the outline plan, but there's public consultation for the rezoning from ag to light industrial.
Okay, but no public consultation for the amendment to the outline plan?
That's correct.
Okay.
Councillor Lowy.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. And in reviewing the outline plan, I noticed it was very detailed. Lots of information there. Does this follow many of our other guiding documents that unless there's a complaint that we would not enforce certain aspects of that outline plan? Is it complaint-based like some of our other guiding documents or land use amendments? The reason I do that, because I think I heard a comment around the number of lots. I see, for example, on there was a 5-foot high fence with vinyl strips. I don't believe I've seen one of those exactly. So unless there was a complaint, we would not be enforcing all the aspects of the outline plan?
Ms. Gill.
Yeah, the outline plan is just kind of the preemptive details for the site with kind of like some of the study information in it and where they intend to have some of the development and provide servicing. But it's not a document that's like like enforceable like the land use bylaw, like it's a plan, so like it just gives you an idea of like how they intend to develop it, what they've done for studies to like show that the development can happen there without you know, maybe some environmental issues and things like that, but then once they go to like the subdivision stage and the development stage, there's additional requirements per our like land use bylaw in there that we enforce. So during the subdivision stage, the additional lots, which they still met the minimum size requirement, they just ended up dividing some of the larger ones they had planned for into smaller lots based on probably what people were hoping for, and that subdivision was approved by the Municipal Planning Commission. Like with those additional lots, obviously seeing that that was what was hoped for. And then there's a development agreement associated with that with some restrictions in it that we could enforce. But yeah, the outline plan doesn't have the same enforceability because it's a plan, like it's kind of like Joe's a general intent, but it doesn't have the same enforceability, if that makes sense.
Well, thank you. I think I'm learning all the time. I knew there was a hierarchy of planning documents and some hold more weight than others.
Yeah.
And I thought outline plan was one of those ones that actually held a little more weight than a development permit. But you're saying that the development permit could pick and choose which ones of the provisions of the outline plan that would be incorporated in that development permit.
It's
So
got a
does
little-
not that mean that the development permit is wagging the dog, so to speak?
It has more detail and it has certain enforceabilities, but like I said, an outline plan or even in like, obviously an outline plan's approved differently than even an area structure plan. But they speak to generalities of like how something's developed. So like this area will be a residential area, but it might not even specifically specify how that quarter, like in an ASP, is to be subdivided. Like I think for the Ferry or Garth one, it identifies certain quarter sections for types of development, but didn't actually show like how many lots would be necessarily in each quarter section. So they're, the higher up you go, they are more general with less specifics and they give you some ideas to consider, but yeah, they're just not quite the same for enforceability of like specifics to that. That's more in the land use bylaw, so like they have intent in there, but it's, yeah, it's not the same for enforceability, because it's just like ASPs and outline plans and even like our Nordic development plan, they kind of just have like general intents for the area, but then you go and do the subdivisions and do the developments, and that's where you get into the more specifics, and sometimes those get adjusted once you do a little bit more in that that part of it, I guess. I don't know if that answers the question specifically, but
And I don't want to belabor this because I understand how our development permit process occurs, and occasionally there is a variance within that. I'm just trying to understand the hierarchy of the plan so that we can do a more repeatable decision process, a transparent decision process as we move forward, because I had an understanding of the hierarchy of plans, but I know that there are some ability to vary the requirements within those plans. So I won't belabor it any longer. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cermak?
When has the outline plan changed from the original 19 to the 25? Because it was originally said that there was 19 lots we're going to, and then they added the other, there's 6, I think, across the one road. Was the outline plan changed then to accommodate for the extra?
no. So yeah, they said in there that their plan was for the number and then to a maximum of, but obviously at the time of when they went to do the subdivision, they ended up putting in more lots because they divided some of the larger ones in the outline plan to 2 lots. So that increased the number. So each lot still meets the minimum requirement of the land use bylaw, and that subdivision was approved. But yeah, they didn't adjust the outline plan, but they said like the intent was that there would be no more than that 22, but they did it did end up getting approved with more than that. So that's what they intended or planned to do based on desirability of the lots, but obviously they found that the smaller lots would be more amiable to purchasers.
So it never was changed to accommodate the
No,
extra lots?
it wasn't.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Mello?
Thank you, Eve. The development permit stage, if it was to get to that, could address some of the concerns from Mrs. Carborn regarding berming, regarding the water courses, regarding lighting. All of the development permit stage can ensure that their concerns are addressed. Yes?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Sorry.
Go ahead.
A lot has changed in 24 years, obviously. I mean, a business that employs, sorry, how many, like, you guys employ a lot?
I would say about 1,000 come summer.
Like locally and then obviously across the province and
Yeah.
other provinces everywhere. And even our delegation today said that they are good neighbors. I think it's just important that we make sure that their concerns are, the berming and the water and all of those things are actually addressed. I think that it's important for us to also understand that our MDP actually reflects making sure that uses like this actually stay together. So like section 7.2.1, retention and expansion of existing ones so that they're not necessarily everywhere is one of the things that our current municipal development plan holds dear, and close to major roads, and obviously Highway 11 is one of those major roads, and that's 7.2.3. I just really want to make sure that the concerns that were expressed are managed if we do go forward, because the existing plan on page, sorry, I'm just trying to find it, it doesn't have a page number. Of our document, it's page 155, but I don't know what page number it is on theirs, because Altera actually shows that water course on that plan. You can see the water course that they're referring to actually in the plan from 2001. So we would want to make sure, I would want to make sure that we protect that. Obviously, to hold an organization to a plan from 2001 is difficult to do. A lot changes, but we still need to take the steps to do the public engagement to ensure the community is still on board with that plan. So I'm hoping that we can find ways to do that while not negatively impacting the business and the surrounding neighbors.
Thank you. And thank you for referencing that photo, because I was looking at the fact, as mentioned earlier, I was asking if an east-west location versus a north-south, but I see that course starts kind of in the middle of that, where that proposed laydown area would be. So it would adjust, yeah, you need to, I don't know, adjust that stream, that natural stream bed. Anyways, looking at any further comments or questions, go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, you're saying that on this piece of property, there is one retention pond? And is that water just allowed to flow out of there, or is it tested? And if there's contaminants, it's hauled away, or what happens with that water in that retention pond?
Yeah, it's tested. We test it, and then if it's clean, then we get the okay to pump it out or flow out. But if it's not to a certain standard, I don't know the exact standard off the top of my head here, but then we do have to haul it away. But I don't think have had to do that.
Okay, so if this development goes ahead, any equipment that goes onto here will be washed prior going on. There would be no washing and no pieces of equipment going onto that property that could have contaminants on it. It would be all safe and washed before it goes on there.
Yeah, certainly if that's what's required to be able to do that, then we can certainly ensure that happens.
Okay, so that could be put into the permit, the development permit.
Yeah.
Thank you. I like the idea that you're testing the pond.
Are there any other comments or questions, Councillor Northcott?
Just looking for, so a motion to move forward here, do we just need a motion to amend the current Pidherney's outline plan? Is that what is needed at this point in time? Is that a motion to amend it?
I believe that's how it's done. This process kind of confused me and Tracy walked me through it several times. But I believe you just need to make a motion to amend it or whatever the results of that motion are, if council wishes to have public consultation or whatever, that could be included.
Okay, just in my opinion, I think the intent, like to do the rezoning from agriculture to light industrial, that was publicly advertised, maybe not the outline plan, but really the intent of what is trying to be accomplished here was publicly advertised. Absolutely understand residents' concerns. However, I think it's appropriate location for additional development, as Clearwater County is largely an industrial and natural resource development region. I would make a motion that we amend the Pidherney outline plan pertaining to the Southeast 139.7 W5.
Okay. Thank you. I would like some clarification because in the page 36 is where you've identified the amendment. I've heard a couple of different numbers and I want to clarify how many lots. There was 22 was scratched, there's 26 in my thing. How many lots are we actually changing that to for clarification, please? Be 84 of 100, page 31 of the document.
I'm just pulling up
Yep.
a recent map so I can.
Yep. It's, I'm just looking at the numbers as where you have the amendment outlined in red, so within the document.
So currently there's 25 light industrial lots plus the lot that is zoned ag. So
Okay.
there would be 26.
Okay,
And the portion that they're rezoning, they aren't intending to subdivide,
Right.
so.
okay. All right, any comments or questions on the motion? Councilor Bylaw?
Just to confirm, this doesn't prevent them from continually work with the public in order to address any of the concerns that have been brought forward, to make sure that in the development permit stage, it is stated in the development permit that their concerns have been addressed and what mitigation is being done for those concerns. Yes?
That is correct, and if council wishes, we could send referrals out before the development permit stage to ensure that we hear any comments from the nearby residents to address them.
I think that would be appropriate, that before the development permit stage, that they have the ability to come forward with concerns so that we can ensure that they are addressed fully in the development permit, should this pass.
Okay, any other comments or questions, Councillor Ratcliffe?
I am pro-development. I do have some major concerns with the water course, that if that gets blocked where the water might actually go, probably down the ditch. But also I think with long-term storage, even if it goes clean, leaks do develop. You know, I think it'd be very difficult to prevent all contamination on that site. Although I do appreciate the comment from Pidherney that they will do whatever it takes to satisfy the neighbors' concerns.
Any other further questions or comments on the motion to amend? I have, just for clarification for myself, in regards to, it was brought up in the public hearing that there was a three acre parcel caveat that was supposed to be on that title. So, will that be looked at the development permit stage at that point in time, or is it something that we should be? I'm looking at the opportunity to correct lost priorities, I guess, so with this, so what would that entail?
That council meeting, there was actually no motion to have that caveat put on title. The landowner, I feel like that's the landowner. I'm not sure if council could request that or not. Yeah.
Okay. Could we request that during second and third reading? No? Okay. Counselor Lougheed?
Thank you. And my understanding of caveats, it would have to be not the developer that put the caveat on. It would have to be the person that would have the interest in that caveat being on place. So they had ability to say how that property was dispersed of or manipulated in the future, I would think.
And whoever would try to put the caveat on would need the landowner signature, so essentially it's up to the landowner.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Counselor Gibson?
Just referring to the water that the counselor beside me has mentioned. Is it a natural waterway or is it an artificially made runoff? There.
I believe it was natural, but then kind of built up to direct drainage through the subdivision.
So then that can't be altered at all? If it's natural?
If it's natural, it shouldn't be able to, no.
Okay, thank you. There's two.
All right. Any other further questions?
No, thank you.
Counselor Cermak?
Can I see that motion on the screens so I know exactly what we're voting on? Am I being too picky?
Nope. The change is right. Just before the minutes.
I'm not sure.
We're voting on that. Those are the changes. Okay, go ahead, Counselor, yep, please, Counselor Northcutt, could you repeat? Yeah.
Already for Councilor Shermack and I guess the balance of council, I'll repeat the motion that I'd made was make the motion to amend the current Pidherney's outline plan pertaining to the southeast 139.7 west of the 5th.
Okay.
So it's just a motion to amend the outline plan.
All right. Are we ready to, I can call the question?
Well, I would like to see maybe public engagement on that.
I believe the question was from Councillor Malhoff that when it comes to a development permit stage, that the MPC could ask for public engagement. Because they still have to go through a development permit stage.
So is that customary that we ask for a public engagement at the development permit stage? Is that customary?
Mr. Conley?
We quite often, if it's going to MPC, we send referrals to adjacent landowners, so that could be considered public engagement prior to issuing a development permit.
Okay.
Okay. All right, see no, okay, go Councillor Lougheed, yeah?
Clarify,
Yeah.
this is a motion to amend, not the amendments, right? We will decide the amendments
Yes,
after that.
yeah. Yeah, motion to amend the outline plan. All right, I'll call the question. Oh, any more?
I'm confused. We're voting to amend?
We're voting to amend
To
the.
give permission to amend,
That's right.
is that correct?
We are to amend the current outline plan. So we're
Okay.
amending the 2001.
All right.
This is the land use amendment, this is the outline plan. Yes. All right. Clear as mud. All those in favor to amend this outline plan? Those opposed? Okay, motion's carried. Now we can move on to, go ahead, or did you have a question? Okay. So with that, I believe this item is complete to amend, or are we now voting on those amendments? I am
Now have to go back to second and third
correct.
readings.
That's what I thought.
Because now that a motion was passed to amend the outline plan,
Yes.
second and third readings could potentially be
Thank you.
passed.
Perfect. So item 6.1. And pass it back to you.
So purpose of bylaw 25/018 is to amend Clearwater County's land use bylaw to redesignate 10.8 acres known as Southeast 13907 from the Ag District to the Light Industrial District. Further information related to bylaw 25/018 can be found in the public hearing item of this agenda. At the regular council meeting held on March 11th, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 25/018. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspaper, on the county website, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and agencies. Upon consideration of the representations made at today's public hearing and the results of the previous amendment to the outline plan, council would consider whether or not to grant second and third readings to bylaw 25/018. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments or questions at this time? If not, looking for a motion for second reading. Councilor Northcott?
Alrighty, I guess, when you, I don't know, I guess myself personally, when I've driven around the county and the region, and I've seen, that, Pidherney's often does put a significant amount of effort into the, landscaping of their, properties, and they often have late model equipment reducing emissions, spills, and things like that, so I would, make the motion for, second reading.
Thank you. Any comments or questions on the second reading, motion for second reading? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Councilor Gibson? In favor? Okay, so that is 5-2. Thank you. That motion is carried. Now looking for a motion for third reading. Councilor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I know it's not typical, but can we direct Municipal Planning Commission? Like in the motion, that Pidherney's work with the surrounding land, like through form of a motion, that they work with the surrounding landowners to minimize the impact and reflect that in the presented development permit.
C. Evans?
Thank you, so council can absolutely make a resolution to recommend that to the Municipal Planning Commission. My experience is the MPC would give that a lot of weight,
Okay.
But direct, no.
Okay. But they can recommend, just like MPC recommends to council, we can recommend right back, because sorry.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Because I think that the community themselves recognizes that clumping industrial together is a positive, rather than having it individual and scattered throughout. And I also think that the community, as already stated today, recognize that Pidherney's has been a good neighbor. However, they do have some very valid concerns that need to be addressed in the development permit. Not necessarily today, but because it is a development permit issue, creating berms and landscaping and water course, et cetera, is all development permit concerns, not land use amendment concerns, but they still need to be addressed. So I think that it's important that we recognize that those things need to be done. So I'll make the motion for a third reading, because I do think it's important that it get rezoned to the appropriate designation. However, I will then make a motion for recommending after that.
Okay, thank you. Motion on the floor. Go ahead, Councilor
I'll
Lahi.
explain why I won't be supporting the motion. Council passed a motion to amend the outline plan, didn't actually say what the amendments were. So I can't leave it open-ended that somebody somewhere will amend it to whatever they want to see, so I can't support this moving forward.
Councilor Mello?
Sorry, I guess now I'm confused, because I thought that the amendments were in red on the outline plan, and then that recognized the amendments that were being made. maybe I was confused then, because I thought that's what I thought we were voting on, was the amendments that were in red within the suggested changes to the outline plan. So perhaps maybe I misunderstood, because I thought that we were changing the ones that were recognized as changes in the outline plan.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Light.
As I recall, there was a broad discussion of many items that weren't necessarily in the red. So I don't know if it includes the things that were part of the broad discussion or only the things that were in the red.
Okay. I took it as the amendments that were in the document.
And that's why I made a question before I voted for the amendment, as if we were going to describe what the amendments were. Didn't happen.
Councillor Northcott?
Just for, I'll add a little bit of clarification, just for on the agenda for item 6.1. The second reading was for, because we are on our agenda on item 6.1.
Yes.
So second reading is to council consider second reading to bylaw 25-018 for the application number 0625 to amend the land use bylaw. So that was second reading for this agenda item. I don't know if that offers any clarity or not for council, or because we are on this agenda item, so that would be second reading for that item.
I believe what Councillor Lougheed was referring to was the previous agenda item, 5.1, was that we made a motion to amend the outline plan without necessarily stating, because there was multiple items discussed, but it was my understanding as council that we were approving the what was outlined in red in the draft. Is that that's what we were approving to amend in the last item, 5.1, but we did not state that for clarity, and so therefore this is where the confusion is lying right now. So it's between the last item and this item. So go ahead, Ms. Gillum.
Yeah, administratively, I think that was our understanding, as well as the recommendation was the council consider passing a resolution to amend the outline plan pertaining to the Southeast 139-7 with our recommended changes within that item. So when that motion was made, that was our understanding that there were amendments were the ones that we proposed in that item. That was our understanding of that motion, but maybe if that is not what was intended, we can clarify. But yep, based on our recommendation, that's what we were understood. So.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Light.
Say that if I'm not clear on that, and I have read the background information to that, I don't necessarily know if the public moving forward with this being the record that we have of this, if that's enough, or should we state specifically which ones within that amendment that we are amending, not that we're just blanket amending. Maybe I'm flogging a dead horse, but that's where I'm at and why I can't support third reading.
Yes, when I look back at the EOEP course in regards to effective meetings, motions should have clarity and detail into what is specifically being done. So yes, we did do a blanket, I agree with you, we did do a blanket motion that probably should have had better, more clarity into what was being amended in that outline plan. Councillor Cermak?
I think I agree with Councillor Lougheed. Yeah, we need a list, an actual list stating what we're amending. So then there is no confusion on what we're doing here, and that our public out there and the landowners adjacent to this is protected. I'm almost positive that Pidherney will do that, but I want it stated that it's going to be done.
Okay.
Because I want the landowners protected.
For sure. All right. Councillor Meloff?
Thank you, Reeve. I don't really know where we're at then. So
I'm gonna call a break.
page 31 shows in red the changes to the outline plan. I don't know if I should be withdrawing my motion or if it stands. Like, I don't.
No, I'm actually gonna call a 5-minute break, and so that way we can, want to go back through the minutes that have just been recorded, and we can maybe go back. So if we can call a 5-10 minute break, we'll come back at 10:45, please. And welcome back from our break. We've just gotten some clarity on meeting procedures and in regards to motions made and et cetera. So because of the discussion before the break, we were not sure of the clarity. I would ask that maybe we table item 6.1, the third reading, if someone would like to make that motion, and we'll go back to item 5.1 for clarity. Counselor Cermak?
I'll make that motion
To table?
to postpone for later.
To table, yes.
I think table isn't recognized anymore.
Okay,
It's postponed.
okay, for sure. Postpone until
Yeah.
after the debt, sure. All those in favor? And it's carried, thank you. All right, going back to item 5.1, was in regards to maybe clarity to the motion. So I'll actually go to Councillor Northcott because he had made the original motion to that.
All right, thank you, Reeve. Yeah, to provide a little additional clarity, I will make an additional motion that section 8.6 of the Pidherney Outline Plan is amended by removing the remaining part of the north end of the quarter section will be left as agricultural land. The intent is to use it for agricultural purposes. The agricultural area will not be used to accommodate overflow storage requirements. That section will be removed, and then add the remaining part of the north end of the quarter section shall remain in its agricultural state unless a land use amendment has been passed by council for additional light industrial use.
Okay. Thank you for the motion. Is there, go ahead, Councillor Lougheed.
Other items outlined in red as well within this?
We also need to address 8.5, which is right above that.
Yeah. Go ahead, Councillor Northcott, would you add to your amendment or your motion?
It starts to get to be a long
Yeah.
motion here, but
Sorry.
I'll also include in that motion the additional red modifications that were made in 8.5. So the 22 to 26 lots.
Okay, thank you for the clarity. Any questions, comments on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion's carried. So I hope that brings clarity now to the amendment of the outline plan, the Pidherney's outline plan. That was item 5.1. Now I'd like to go back to item 6.1 and lift that item from the table. Councillor Northcott, would you make that motion?
I'll make a motion to lift that from the table, yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, all those in favor? It's carried. All right. So before the break too, we had a motion by Councillor Melhoff for third reading. Is there any discussion on third reading? Go ahead, Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Again, as I stated before, clumping industrial uses together makes sense for land use planning considerations. And I think it's appropriate, and I will do a follow-up motion after this, that the affected landowners are considered during the development permit stage because they do have valid concerns. However, 7.2.1 and 7.2.3, the ones that I explained earlier, as in clumping things together and putting them near major roadways, fits with our MDP plans.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions on the motion? Councillor Lougheed.
Be added with the previous item around the outline plan. I can support this. I know that there's a willingness of both the community and the applicant to work towards amicable solutions, and I'm confident in the development authority being able to incorporate those in a development permit at a later date.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions before I call third reading? Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Yes, with the additional clarity and the addition of resolving any issues with the neighbors, I can support this.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any other further comments, questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question for third reading. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Go ahead, Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. And I would move that council recommends that MPC consider public consultation feedback before issuing a development permit on this application.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions on that? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is carried too. Thank you. All right, we are going to move on to item 6.3. I have there's a timeline for that one, so we'll quickly go into that one, and Mr. Bisson will present that, please.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Good morning, council. So Ralph Auto currently holds title to the southeast 41-6 west of the 5th, containing 155.84 acres. The subject land is located approximately 18 miles northwest of the hamlet of Leslieville. The landowner has made application to redesignate approximately 5.38 acres located in the southeast portion of the quarter section from Agriculture District to Country Residence Agriculture District. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicants will then proceed with the subdivision process to create separate title to the 5.3 acre CRA parcel. The proposed partially developed 5.3 acre CRA parcel is described as being flat. The proposed parcel contains an ancillary building, a livestock shelter, and some old corrals. It is the applicant's intent to demolish the corrals and livestock shelter and remove them from the property. There was a manufactured home located on the site, but it has been demolished and hauled away. The applicant has indicated that there are existing services, including a water well and open discharge septic system that will be replaced with a septic field. Vegetation on the proposed parcel is described as tree stands and pasture. Access to the proposed parcel would be obtained from an existing access off Range Road 6-3, the Oris Road, which is adjacent to the east property boundary. The balance of the quarter section is mainly flat, with a mix of both cleared farmland and heavily treed land. There is a developed farm yard located in the west central portion of the quarter. There's also a developed subdivision taken out of the southeast quarter of the quarter section. Access to the remainder of the quarter can be obtained from Range Road 6-3, adjacent to the east property boundary, and Township Road 41-4, adjacent to the south boundary. The applicants are proposing to amend the land use bylaw to allow them to subdivide off the partially developed yard site. This will allow the applicants the ability to sell off the remaining farmland and build a residence on the proposed acreage so that he can retire from farming. Surrounding land uses in the area are predominantly agricultural with a few residential parcels. Pending the results of the land use amendment, the applicant will proceed with subdivision to create separate title to the proposed CRA parcel. The attached package provides more detail, and the applicant is here to speak to the proposal. I'm not going to go into any of the policy. I know you guys are familiar with our county policies when it comes to creating second titles. So when it comes to policy considerations, the proposed redesignation is to allow the creation of a 5.3 acre residential parcel in the southeast portion of the quarter section. Legal and physical access exists to the proposed parcel and the balance of the quarter section. Staff reviewed and considered the impacts on adjacent farming activities and do not anticipate that the proposal would negatively impact existing farming operations in the area, as the proposed parcel will continue to be used for residential purposes. Should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel would be considered the third title out of the quarter section and would align with policy 10.2.2 of the MDP. So it is staff's recommendation that council consider granting first reading to bylaw 25-034 and proceed to a public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. there any comments or questions in regards to this application? Not looking for a motion. Counselor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. With the fact that the services are being altered anyway, why the extra 0.38 and not just 5 to meet policy? Like, we're changing the services anyway.
Sure, so, the existing, property, or the proposed property boundary, borders an existing pipeline right-of-way. So the applicant is trying to follow that, and he's trying to follow the existing fence line that exists on the north end of the proposed parcel. And that's why he's proposing 5.38.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Not looking for a motion to grant first reading and go to a public hearing. Councilor Gibson. Any other comments? Call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll see you at the public hearing. All right, so with that, we have a delegation. We're a little bit late, but we'll pull it up. 10:30 and delegation, and that is in regards to the Egg Society Board for the Caroline and District Athletic and Egg Society, sorry, the Caroline and District Egg Society. So please join us. Welcome. Good morning, Ms. Graham. Take it away when you're ready. Or maybe we'll do quick introductions.
Good to see you again. Jenny Melhoff, Councillor for Ward 1.
Good morning, Daryl Lougheed, Councillor Ward 3.
Welcome, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Ward 7 and Reef.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Ward 4, Councillor.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, Ward 5 Councillor.
Good morning, Barbara Gibson, Councillor.
Good morning, Rhonda Serhan, Manager Financial Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CO.
Good morning, Sydney Graham, Community Services Supervisor.
Morning, Renee Fosier, Manager of the Caroline Community Hub.
Morning, Kelly Tubbs, President of Caroline Ag Society.
Thank you. So with that, Ms. Graham, if you can outline the background, please.
All right, thank you, Reeve Swanson. Good morning, Council. So our staff recommendation is that Council receives the Caroline District Athletic and Agricultural Association request for funding in the amount of up to $1,000 for replacing the Caroline Arena Ice Plant as information. The Caroline and District Athletic and Agricultural Society is a group of volunteers who manage the Caroline Community Complex, the baseball diamonds in Caroline, and they also operate the Cowboy Trail Campground on behalf of Clearwater County. They have encountered some significant problems with their ice plant, and they are here to request to Council to funding. They're here to request that Council assist with funding its replacement. The Carolina District Athletic and Agricultural Society is here with a request that Clearwater County Council consider a commitment to fund 50% of the cost up to a maximum contribution of $1 million to replace the Caroline Arena Ice Plant. According to an estimate received, it is expected to cost $890,000 to $1,190,000 plus or minus 30%, plus an additional $260,000 if the option chosen were to be placed in a standalone machine room, and I'm sure that these guys will touch on those numbers a little more in their presentation. For consideration of this request, as per Council Procedures Bylaw 1177/23, Section 19.2, if a public presentation presents a request to administration and administration has not presented background report and recommendation, the matter will be referred back to administration to review preparation of a background report and staff recommendation. The administrative report and recommendation shall be included in the next council meeting agenda.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I will turn the floor over to you for your presentation, please.
Thank you. So as Sydney said, we're requesting funding assistance from the county towards the replacement of our aging ice plant at the Caroline Arena. This facility plays quite a critical role in the social, recreational, and economic life of our region. Several hundred users from around the county use that place. It's constantly busy. Our current ice plant, now over 40 years old, has significantly exceeded its expected operational lifespan. Experts, including Simcoe, which we got a quote from, and who does a lot of our work for the refrigeration system, they estimate the typical lifespan of an ice plant to be between 30 to 35 years, so we are over that. We are continuing to rely on this aging system, and it puts the facility, our user groups, and the community at risk. Replacement is not only necessary, it's kind of urgent. Over the past 5 years, we have invested approximately $130,000 in repairs. 20,000 of that, or 20,000 additionally this year alone. Pump 1 was repaired here not long ago, and now pump 3 is currently non-operational, awaiting repairs. According to current standards, which includes assessments from ABSA, we are now operating on what has been described as borrowed time. The equipment is significantly outdated and susceptible to unexpected failure. We could end up seeing a result like the one recently experienced in Didsbury, which, as everybody knows, was not very good for that community. In 2021, the Pinoka News cited Simcoe Refrigeration in their decision to replace their ice plant after 35 years, recognizing the growing safety and operational risks. We're in the same position now, except our plant is older. I'm not sure if everybody got the attachments, but if you had a look at it, you could see our 3 pumps. They're in pretty rough shape. All that is from leaks. It's deteriorating our floors. It's causing lots of havoc. The chiller, you can see the stamp plate on there. It was installed in 2007. The expected life expectancy is 20 years, so it's coming due to be replaced as well. The arena is a vital hub of activity, recreation, and health for residents of all ages. We host youth and adult hockey programs. We have 8 minor hockey teams, 3 hub teams, 6 men teams. We got figure skating, can skate, curling, 18 curling teams, 2 youth teams, and with the uprise in Sterling, we have 6 Sterling curling teams as of now. The school is constantly using our arena. Everything from kindergarten to grade 12 is there. We have free public skating, sticks and pucks every week, hockey camps, ref clinics, multiple community events, light up, New Year's Eve, farmer's market, family day, all that stuff uses access to the skating rink. We're booked nearly 215 days of the 240 operation days for the 24-25 season, which shows a strong demand for the ice surface. Surrounding communities like Sylvan Lake, their hub teams, their AA teams come and use our arena constantly. Yeah, our ice surface, due to the lack of availability, like communities don't have the availability, so they're coming to use our ice rink constantly. Without an arena in Caroline, they have nowhere to go, which neighboring rinks are already over capacity, and there's a shortage of ice time everywhere. The ice plant it's essential to the financial sustainability of the Ag Society. A failure would result in the loss of critical revenue, and this in turn could severely limit our ability to continuing to operate that facility. It supports health, recreation, community connection. It's a major part of the Caroline community. Continuing to operate this outdated system also presents serious health and safety concerns. Back in 2017, 3 men in Fernie, BC died due to an ammonia leak from the aging plant. And like you've seen with them pictures, we have had our fair amount of leaks. Same thing, that incident was caused by a failure in the system during a repair. So bringing the ice plant up to code for short-term use is neither sustainable nor a safe solution. After already investing over $130,000 in repairs, the prudent and fiscally responsible course of action is to fully replace the system. It is important to note that planning, procurement, and installation of this process could take over a year to complete. So we are here to respectfully request that Clearwater County consider committing to fund 50% of the cost, up to a maximum of $1 million, towards the replacement of the ice plant. The Caroline Ag Society will contribute the remaining 50% through fundraising efforts. We got grant applications. This investment is, we're here to protect the health and safety of the community, ensure long-term recreational access for Caroline surrounding areas, prevent economic loss for the Ag Society, and support youth and adult programming. We're just committed to making this work with, we're trying to find multiple funding partners and pursuing additional sources. In conclusion, that arena and that hub it's a pretty important cornerstone of Caroline's community. It's busy, like you say, all the time. There's always something going on there. And it's community driven. It's led by dedicated volunteers who just want to share their passion for bettering the community. And we're hoping that we can work with the county in a partnership for securing the future of the Caroline Arena. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Does council have any other questions or comments in regards to the delegation presentation? Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I think you're in a room full of people dedicated to making their community better. You mentioned that, the potential loss of revenue if the ice plant is down. How much do operating revenues compare, or I guess I'm actually asking how much the arena there is subsidized by the county and how much comes from user fees?
Not really sure.
Maybe that's an unfair question.
Well, the arena alone brings in $113,000. That's what our income was. Now, I don't know if it's really subsidized anywhere, like through our budget, if that makes sense.
No, I thought you got operating grants from the county.
We do.
Yeah.
But
okay.
it's like kind of distributed everywhere, I guess. I'm not really sure what
Okay.
that particular section would go to, if that makes sense.
Ms. Serhan, maybe you have some further clarity?
Yes, so in looking up what the grants were from the county on the last several years, it's just been over 400,000 for operating that facility. Yeah, I'd say in the last 3 or 4 years, it hasn't changed much, about 4 to 425.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? Go ahead, Councillor Lahi.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. I'm just trying to understand part of your request here. It is to fund 50% of the project. The project has, from my perspective, some very broad ranging estimates. So I'm looking at the 890,000 to 1.19, plus or minus 30%. I've never seen plus or minus 30% before. So just doing some basic arithmetic, I'm looking at a request for the total project would be somewhere between 623,000 to 1.9 million. That's quite a bit. And if we're looking at Clearwater County's 50% contribution, one end of that would be 313,000. The high end would be 850 in that 50%. So little concerned if we set an upper limit of $1 million, if that's even above what your allowances or contingency on a project would be. And I know we have some experience lately with projects growing in size, and we want to make sure we put the right emphasis on allocating funds in the future for these projects. So maybe if you can just explain that, or perhaps.
Quote. You guys probably didn't see it. Can I pass it?
Just pass it on to administration, that would be.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be fine, yeah. Yeah. Because we'll have to, yeah. Do you have anything further? Okay. Quick question, Councilor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Who owns the hub and the arena, and like who has the actual ownership of the land there?
Go ahead, Mrs. Graham.
The Clearwater County, the village used to be the owners, and with the amalgamation, Clearwater County are now the owners. We have an agreement with the Agricultural Society to run the facility, to operate it.
Okay.
Yes,
Supplementaries. What type of grants are you hoping to apply for? Because there's many recreation grants, like the Active Communities Grant. Unfortunately, that one's closed for the season now. Most of these grants are due in January. And if this has been a problem for a significant period of time, to try to chase these now might be very difficult.
Excuse me, we are working on one, it's a CEC grant, it's an energy savings grant. But hopefully we can get money towards our grant, or towards our ice plant on that one.
Yeah, thank you. Is that something that our administration is gonna work with the Ag Society on, in, like, not just one, but all, like, there's tons of recreational based grants. Just a quick Google search and I found 12. So, like, through the government of Alberta. So I there's lots of opportunities to get grants for active communities, particularly in a community like the village or the hamlet. Oh, I had to catch it. The hamlet of Caroline, the village of Caroline, the hamlet of Caroline, where that is the recreation hub of that part of the county. So hopefully we can capitalize on some of those, because it is a very important piece of infrastructure for recreation down there.
Ms. Sarah?
Yeah, I just have a couple of questions. So the 50% that the Ag Society is proposing paying for, do they have those funds available, or?
We do have a reserve account.
And that's come from excess, when the county forwards the funds for operations, if there's money left over, that's where it goes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
As far as I know.
Yes, we do have some reserves.
Councilor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. What's the benefit of the standalone machine room?
So, they won't be, the ice plants they don't tend to install them in your building anymore. They actually build them outside of your building, so that if you do have an ammonia leak or anything like that, it doesn't seep into your building. So it'll be a little portable building outside the back of your building.
It's a less health and safety risk. Everything is contained outside in a separate building, so that's part of the benefit of standalone.
And the cost for that is not included.
Yeah, it's an extra $250,000.
Yeah.
I do believe it's on the back page. I think
Yeah,
it's on
I
the
was just
very
looking
back
at that.
page.
Yeah.
Okay, 15 by 40.
Further questions?
Okay. Nope, just a comment that I now see the building size. All right, thank you for that.
Councilor Cermak?
Yeah, I do sit on this board as a representative of this council. I'm pretty impressed what that volunteer group does out there. They have got together and they have done some fundraising, plus with the county's money. They have extended the life of that building with a brand new roof this year. That extended that life expectancy of that building probably 30 years plus. So we know that the building's in good shape. We are now just in the process of doing some, I shouldn't say we, I should say the board is in the process of updating our ice surface to accommodate all the new fire regulations and safety regulations that has to happen in that building. So it's not that they're not a progressive board looking to, that area out there services about 3,500 people just in the county of Clearwater. And so it's a pretty important hub in the southeast part of this county. And I can't express enough how much volunteers are willing to put their money where their mouth is. It is amazing, the turnout, and we are having volunteer day here coming up soon. I think there's just about 200 volunteers that turn out to that. So hats off to the board.
Thank you. Councillor Meloff?
Thank you, Reeve. I agree. In fact, I got to MC the last 2 years of your guys' volunteer awards, and it is astounding the number of volunteers that Caroline has down there. With the new plant, this one being 40 years old, I'm assuming there'll be operational savings to upgrading the ice plant. Do we have any estimate of what that looks like yet?
With the CEC grant that we were looking into, I think it was 30% savings right off the bat with utilities.
And so what does that equate to in the operational cost to run it now?
Sorry?
So how much does it cost to run the ice plant now, every year?
Per year? I don't even have that number, but I know, like on an average month, our utilities can be anywhere from $16,000 to $20,000 to run that plant.
So potentially 30% savings for that.
Yeah, per month.
Because like efficiency, 30% efficiency value doesn't necessarily equate to operational cost savings value. That's trying to get to a cost saving value, because then over time that can come back to capital benefit in the end.
Yes.
But that stuff you guys can potentially dig into, I guess. Supplementary, Reeve?
Yes.
With the amalgamation with the village, now hamlet of Caroline, lots of our agreements, lots of our previous signed agreements needed to be reviewed. Is the Caroline Ag Agreement one that is due to be renewed? And are we looking at doing that?
Go ahead, Mr.
Yes, it expires. It actually expired last year or the year before, but there's an extension to December 31st, 2025, so that we could get through amalgamation, and I guess the next council will get to decide what to do with that.
Okay, so we're doing that, we're currently working on that agreement now then, so it can be ready for December of 2025, or?
We have not started that process yet. I'm not sure how that works, if we have to receive direction from council first and then start working on it, or I don't know how that works.
So typically, if council is interested in renegotiating, that would be a negotiating committee of the new council going forward, or it would just default down into like any other Clearwater County facility and be managed accordingly, depending where council decided.
Okay, is that something that can be brought to a future strategic planning meeting? So that we can have a more wholesome conversation about that, because if it was due 2 years ago and an extension was given, it's probably ready to be fulsomely reviewed, and probably don't have time to do that today.
Councillor Light?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson, and thanks to the delegation for providing the background information around your quotes and understanding that there are 3 different options there, of some of them using the more traditional ammonia base as opposed to some more ecological base. So I maybe would just, where do you think you would prefer to be in that process? Having looked at the numbers, and I'm sure you have, I'm just kind of curious as to what your recommendation is going to be when the project comes to fruition.
Well, basically, yeah, there is there's the traditional with the ammonia that you can go that route. But with the CEC grant, we're trying to go more greener, more updated equipment and probably try and go with the better. It's gonna cost a little bit more upfront, but like I say, in the long run, hoping to regain them costs, on the back end with the greener initiatives and stuff like that.
So thank you for that. So I'm anticipating then that's on the higher end of the scale, and I noticed that they had used a 10% plus or minus factor as opposed to a 30. So I'm just envisioning kind of a $1.5 million project with a 10% plus factor. So, okay, is that realistic?
It is from June of 2024, so it is quite outdated, but.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. You mentioned the time, the ordering time or the delivery time. What are you asking of us as far as funding over what time frame?
Well, we're kind of asking for commitment from, like, guaranteed commitment from the county. Like say the time frame with the shape that our existing ice plant is in and the time frame to get quotes, order a new one, have it built, like that's at least a year out. So we're hoping the sooner we can start that process, the better for the arena and the hub. So kind of what we're looking at is like a guaranteed commitment from the county.
Would you see that being in this calendar year or next calendar year? Like, I imagine deposits are required?
Yes, preferably this calendar year if possible.
Okay.
Like say, like by the time we get quotes, order, and it gets built, like it'll be next year install by the earliest.
Yes. With a significant amount of payment up front, or?
Yes.
Okay, this year. Okay, thank you for clearing that up.
Councillor Northcott?
Yeah, so it appears to me that there's been a good historical operational maintenance policy and there's been good maintenance of the equipment to extend it past its shelf life, I think by 5 years. I did only sit on the Egg Society there for a year as the alternate member, but always was presented in a clear manner. Was the financials were always very clear. I think this is a really proactive, well, actually left it till sort of the last minute, but a proactive attempt rather than letting the equipment fail and then coming for a request. The building is still operational at this point, so I think this is a proactive measure. And there's, you know, if there are finances and you have some financial reserves in place, that it appears there's been good historical efforts in financial accountability and on that front. So I would be willing to make a motion if I may. I'll make a motion that council receives Caroline. I guess one other note, the funds that are being sort of presented to council would be more of a starting point. Things can always change a little bit here and there, but I do believe that these are fairly close to being accurate. So with that, I'll make the motion that council receives the Caroline District Athletic and Agricultural Society request for funding in the amount of up to $1 million for replacing the Caroline Arena ice plant.
Thank you for the motion. Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. Just confirming this is receiving for information and then it will come back with information from our administration at a later date. Just confirming, that's
Councillor
the
Northcott?
motion.
I purposely left out the as information part.
Okay, so you are not, then this motion is to not be receiving for information. Your motion does not say where in our budget is actually being allocated from. That's not clear, and your motion does not actually set up an MOU or anything with the current Ag Society. So then if your motion is simply to grant the million, I would not be able to support that. If it was to actually receive for information and an agenda item to come later with all of the information required in which to do that, I could support that. But I can't support it if it doesn't have all the other information in it.
Councillor Northcott?
No, I just wanted to show that this does have a level of, in my opinion, priority over other projects. And I think some of the funding discussions could happen at future strategic planning meetings and so on, so.
So I will just remind council that we did go back on another motion because of clarity, so understanding the intent, but in regards to your motion, Councillor Northcott, you're basically what I'm interpreting is that let's just sign the check for $1 million and hand it over and go from there. So as mentioned by Councillor Melhoff, more information should be coming forward, where those funds are coming from and balancing where they come. So I guess I won't be supporting your motion either. I would request more information, as usually what our administration does. They bring it back to a future strategic planning. So I'll go to Sirhan, and then I'll go to Councillor Lahid.
Yes, thank you. I just want to remind council that there's several requests in today's agenda and also the tax rate bylaw. So we would ask that all of the requests that come forward before the end of the meeting, that those be either tabled or just received as information, and then those requests can be debated and given direction to administration on how to move forward on all of the requests at the same time, so that the priorities can be chosen by council as to how things would be funded. And in this case specifically, typically it would come back to the next council meeting as noted in the background information that administration would provide options for council. And so this one in particular would likely come back on its own, or could be debated and discussed during the end of the meeting once all of the funding requests have been received by council.
Councillor Lahid?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson, and I appreciate the comments before. Definitely a worthwhile and well-deserved project. Want to find ways to move that forward. I also value the feedback from administration as they give background information on these projects and form a recommendation to council. I find it very useful in that and helping find a space within our budget that we can support meaningful, worthwhile projects like this. So I look forward to a background report from and a recommendation from administration on this item. So it's very difficult for me to agree with a motion that is just to fund it at this moment. I want to have that background information and due diligence and a process that has served us well up to this point.
Thank you. Councillor Northcott?
I don't know, I guess the way I see it is the information is presented, there's an aging, the ice plant is near end of life, needs to be replaced. So that's the information. You could have more information, but at the end of the day, the ice plant's still at the end of shelf life. So you could have information and more information and more information, and then, but that does burn up time, and that time does cost money. So yeah, I think the motion is very clear. You know, it offers, there's not a time on the motion, so there's still opportunity to discuss funding this request. But it is a piece of infrastructure that does need to be really seriously looked at being replaced.
Councillor, or Ms. Sirhan?
Yes, so the information that would come back as part of the background in the next case would be that administration doesn't necessarily look at the merits of the project, but the funding options and the priorities of council. So council would need to decide if this project went forward over other projects.
Thank you. Councillor Lai?
And in no way would I underestimate the importance of this project or the work that's been done by your group to keep this facility open and so well used by the community. That's not what I'm saying here. It's just that I don't think we have room within our budget at this moment to allocate kind of an unspecified amount somewhere between, I've calculated numbers somewhere between, you know, a low estimate of 300,000 to a high estimate of almost 2 million. We need to know what that number is going to be so that we can define that within the budget and find those funding sources to be able to do that. We don't have a funding source for this directly right now, so we will have to have that strategic vision set or strategic planning session that allocates more funding to this particular area, I believe. So that's, again, why I can't support this motion as stated at this moment.
Okay, thank you. All right, motion on the floor that council approves the funding request of up to $1 million to replace the Caroline Arena ice plant. Any more comments or questions? Councillor Meloff?
Motion to amend the motion on the floor.
Motion to amend the floor. Ms. Graham?
I wanted to say has nothing to do with that motion. Is it okay?
Okay.
I just wanted to address Councillor Law. He asked at the start about the budget and everything, and you've obviously seen the 3 different levels for the estimates, but the plus or minus 30% is just because it's a budgetary estimate, and so I believe you have to add the plus or minus 30% because we could only receive 1 estimate. So that's me that added that, so I apologize for any confusion, but yeah.
I did the simple math to get the numbers that we could be asked to support. So, and none of them actually add up to the 50%. None of them actually add up to $1 million. We're a little shy of that, but.
Okay. So Councillor Melhoff has made a motion to amend the motion. Councillor Cermak?
Oh, well, I was going to just add to what Sydney had said there with these bids that we got. If we go with the really good one, the heat savings alone will pay off the initial in less than 10 years. And the life expectancy of that plant is 25 years. So just the savings alone can do this on the high end level. That is changing shower heads and heat exchangers and all of that, and the hot water that's used in the kitchen. There's a whole more that we get heat from this plant that can do a whole lot more to the rest of the building. It's not just the heat, the plant for the ice itself. I just wanted to add that because there's a lot more aspects to it than just the ice plant.
Sure, thank you. Councillor Melhoff?
Oh, I just had made the motion to amend.
Yes, yep. So motion on the floor to amend the motion. Councillor Northcott?
Just clarity for legislative services. There was a motion that was on the floor, and now there's a secondary motion. Which one of those motions would take precedence?
A motion to amend can be made on a motion that's currently on the floor.
Yeah. CO Emmons, did you want to make the comment?
So yes, Councillor Northcott made a motion to amend, so you vote on the amendment, and if it's defeated, it goes back to the original motion.
Correct. Okay. So motion on the floor to amend the motion. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's carried. Go ahead, Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you. I would like to add the as information, because it's my understanding you did council receives the Caroline District and the main part of it, and then left out the as information, or did you say council approve? Was it council receives or council approves? Which one was captured in his motion? Because you said council receives, right? So then I only have to add the as information. I don't have to change it to receives as well. I just want to make sure that it wasn't council approves, it was council receives. Okay, then I just have to add the add information at the end of that motion. So my amendment would be to add the as information at the end of Councilor Northcott's motion.
Okay, Councilor Northcott?
I'd like to make a motion to amend the motion.
Okay. CO amendments?
I think, clarification to what?
Sorry? You want a clarification? So, Councillor Melhoff made the motion to add as information to the original motion. So we haven't voted on that. So, and then Councillor Northcott made the motion to amend. We're not quite there yet, so go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
My apologies, I jumped the gun there a little bit. I'll let this vote take place and then I'll make a motion to
Thank you.
maybe amend.
Okay. All right, any other comments or questions on the addition as information? To add those two words. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Yes, I think it's the great volunteers we have in our community that are doing most of the heavy lifting to build strong, vibrant communities, and we need to support them. So I will be supporting this motion.
Okay. And it is my understanding that should this motion pass at the next meeting, there could be an opportunity to have these extra information in regards to where these funds come from, and we can go from there. Recreation is huge for a community, so I totally acknowledge how well you guys are running and how busy you are. It's not a facility that council takes lightly because you know, the uses of it that you've listed is just paramount. So I am more concerned about where that funding is going to come from. So I don't disagree with the repairs, just how things, you know, and also as the information comes forward, there's some multiple grants I would like to be identified in that information as it comes forward of what can be applied for. That would be great for me coming back in 2 weeks or 3 weeks, whenever that next meeting is, because there are lots of opportunity. I've heard of a few different ice plants being down in the last few months and over the winter, and so other smaller communities like are actually getting, between volunteer donations and applications for grants, they're getting fully funded within a short period of time. Councillor Cermak.
Yes, I just wanted to add, will administration bring back the grants that are available
That's what
to
I've
us?
asked. That's what I've asked.
And administration will bring that back to our council?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to clarify.
Yeah. Okay,
I
so,
think Ms. Sirhan would like to.
yeah, go ahead, Ms. Saran.
Yes, and that would, and even there could be some discussion at the end of this meeting, not, of course, even at bringing it back to the next council meeting, there would be time for administration to go through all of the different kind of scenarios and bring some options back. But I think the main thing that council would like to discuss is where the funding is going to come from. And once we get through all of the agenda items today, in the other requests for funding, there's a bigger picture that needs to be kind of talked about, and then council can decide what their priorities are.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Motions on the floor. We'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's carried. So that concludes this one, I believe. So the original, oh, sorry, that's right.
That was my amendment, and then now the motion.
That's right.
Amendment is on the floor.
That's right. Thank
Sorry,
you.
Reeve.
No, that's okay. Thank you for the clarification. So the original motion is that council receives the Ag Society request for funding to replace the ice plant as information. Councillor Northcott.
It's evident that this is only going to be received for information, so I won't make the motion to amend again. But I do think that this agenda item does have a sense of urgency for the community. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Councillor Malhoff.
Thank you, Eve, and I agree with you, and I look forward to the agenda item coming back, because it is extremely important, that it needs to be replaced, it needs to be dealt with. We just need to figure out how we're gonna do it. So I absolutely agree, Councillor Northcott. Looking forward to the next agenda item on it.
Okay. Any other further comments? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Are we in favor? Okay, that motion is carried. Thank you. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Okay, so with that, we are going to go back to the tax rate bylaw for the Leslieville recreation rental permit fees. So that's item 6.4. Caught you before we left, Ms. Graham, so. When you're ready, you can. Go ahead.
Hello again, council. You guys are getting to see me a lot today, so I'm sure you all miss me greatly. So I'll start with the staff recommendation, and it is that council reviews the Leslieville Recreation Area Rental Permit Fee Bylaw 25/036 and recommends any amendments, and then to go through the readings, which you guys understand that, so I'm not going to read those. So in 2019, Clearwater County purchased the land behind the Leslieville Elementary School in the hamlet of Leslieville for the construction of a new fire hall. David Thompson High School was built in this location, and the playground that used to be there was removed. During the 2021 budget process, council allocated funding to consult key stakeholders as well as the general community to identify what amenities and features should be included in the development of the recreation lands purchased in 2019 in conjunction with the development of the Leslieville Fire Hall. Administration consulted the David Thompson Recreation Board, Leslieville Elks, as well as Wildrose School Division. A community meeting was publicly advertised and hosted by the David Thompson Recreation Board and Clearwater County. With this information, administration engaged a consultant to develop a concept plan, including a drawing of the potential site containing the features and amenities identified during consultation. The concept plan was submitted to the David Thompson Rec Board for final comment, at which point small changes to the location and orientation of certain features and amenities were made based on the feedback received from the David Thompson Recreation Board. In 2023, work started on the baseball diamond, soccer pitch, and a new playground was added. In 2024, paving of the access road, parking lot, and trail system occurred. This year, it will be the first season for the baseball diamond and soccer nets, which will be installed in the fall, grass permitting, because the grass is not caught well enough in the soccer area. Staff have been receiving inquiries about the Leslieville recreation, the ball diamonds in particular. We have been informed that there are many groups planning on using the ball diamonds this season, groups as far away as Red Deer. To ensure consistency and to receive direction from council on what they envision for the area, staff have created a bylaw for the use of this area. Many groups start their baseball/softball seasons on May 1st, so administration is hoping to have this ready to allow for booking of the diamond this season.
Perfect, thank you. So as presented, there's the bylaw and the Schedule A in regards to fees. Any comments or questions, or looking for a motion for first reading? Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Eve. The school division has some time booked on these grounds as well.
Go ahead.
Do you mean time to use the diamonds?
Yes.
We haven't been able to, so there's gonna be an entire process to book the diamonds, and so we haven't been able to do that because we have to have the bylaw approved, and then the procedure has to go to the leadership team for approval. So once that's all done, there's gonna be a process, and it's gonna have to be advertised for all the groups to book, which will include the school division.
Okay. So just wondering how the school use will be balanced with rentals and how local pickup use, can be allocated to benefit the community.
So it will all be part of the booking process. So it'll be kind of a prioritization, so youth will have first priority, local groups will have priority over non-local groups, things, items like that, and that will all be part of the procedure. Does that answer your question?
I'm thinking also of a few neighborhood kids getting together and say, let's go play ball.
Yes, so if there's no one there, they can use it. My plan is to have a sign up with a QR code, so people, if there's a conflict, they can just use the QR code and we'll have it right on the website. This hasn't all been approved yet, this is just my plan, I should say. And they can just go and look who has it booked. So that would be ideal for me, and then if there's any conflict, that can just be immediately solved.
Okay, yeah, I think that would work well, well thought out.
Thank you.
And I would assume at some point in time too, we have until June of next year to complete the JUPA with the Wild Rose, so that booking process maybe follow in that agreement as well. Could be at some point. Ms. Haight?
I would like to propose a small amendment to the bylaw upon further review, last-minute review by the administration. In section 6, under penalty enforcement, the term violation and fine is being used. I'd like to recommend that 6.1 be amended to read that failure to adhere to any or all terms and conditions as set forth in the rental permit or user groups are subject to either one or all of the following. And 6.2.1, a minimum charge. And the change is due to the fact that there is no ticketing process. There's no, there's nobody that's going to be supervising any of this to ensure that the rules are followed. It's only sort of based on the honor system. So because there's no ticketing process, that means that there is no fine. And just to comment on Councillor Ratcliffe's question, in Schedule A, it does refer to sports field and ball diamond incidental bookings. And incidental bookings, that would cover any group of kids that just want to get together and have a ball game. They can call ahead and follow the booking procedures as Ms. Graham outlined.
Councillor Meloff, then I'll go to Councillor Lloyd.
Thank you, Reeve. Do we do this anywhere else? Like, are we following something already in existence? Because I went through our bylaws this weekend trying to find where else we do this, because I know, like, now we have the hamlet of Caroline, they have ball diamonds, like, where else do we do this?
That's great.
So these will be the first ball diamonds that we are operating. The Hamlet of Caroline ball diamonds are operated by the Caroline and District Athletic and Agricultural Society. So it will be the first place that we're doing it. It hadn't really been thought about until we started getting calls, and there's gonna be, from the sounds of it, a lot of people who want to use it, and that's why we had to come up with the process so that we can, otherwise I envision there being lots of conflict of someone showed up but the other team wanted to play a game, and so that's how this kind of came about.
Supplementary?
Yes.
How are we including the rest of the Leslieville ball diamonds in this? Because this isn't the only ball diamonds in Leslieville, there's a whole other section of ball diamonds.
We do not own other ball diamonds. There's a group that runs it.
Okay.
So we can't decide what they're gonna do.
Okay, should we not be including all of them in a booking process? Because I would think what a tournament wants to be in the community, they'll want all of the diamonds, not just the one.
I would agree, they likely will want more than one diamond, but we can't, because it's not our ball diamonds, we can't.
Okay.
They'll have to contact that group and try and coordinate it to all work together.
Sounds complicated.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ms.
And just to add to that, it's municipally owned. That's the difference. The other ball diamonds are not municipally owned.
Councillor Lloyd.
Yeah, thank you, and I was going to point out that many of the other ball diamonds are under an association that manages, that's the scheduling with that. This is something new in that the county is involved in a municipal recreation area that isn't managed by a recreation board. That might be something to look at in the future as well, because there's an active recreation board in that area. Maybe that's something that can be turned over. And I would, as Reeve Swanson said earlier, this would be a great time to align those JUPAs, or the joint use agreements, not only with this facility, but with some of the facilities that are jointly used by community centers and the school division. I think a great chance to align a process that puts clarity out there on who gets to use this at this very moment. And I was wondering, one question around, you talk about maybe putting a UPC or a code up on the sign. That would mean somebody would have to be there to be able to respond to that? Or is it just a business hours kind of designation?
So, and like I say, this hasn't been approved, this is all just my idea, but it would bring you to the calendar that would be posted on the website. So that would have on it who has it booked, and if no one has it booked, it's first come, first serve. So, yeah.
Let the fight begin.
That's what we're trying to avoid.
Councilor Rocca?
Reeve, did I understand you to say that even just to show up and play there, that you would be required to pay this $13 fee? Like, once you get onto the QR code, you'd be expected to pay? Like, it would go to a billing server?
Ms. Graham?
So as Ms. Haight said, it's not policed, so if a group of friends shows up, we're not gonna hunt them down for their $13. I think that's, you know, if someone wanted to have a birthday party and they wanted to secure the field for an hour, then they could pay the $13, or they could risk it and see if there's no one there when they wanna do it, kind of a thing. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, they're close enough.
Okay.
My other question is, do we have a projection on the annual cost to operate that sports field?
Ms. Graham?
I do not have that with me today. We haven't done it yet, so it's hard to guess that, but I could dig into that if that was something you would like.
Always part of what I'm curious about. Thank you.
I believe, because I've sat on the recreation board when it was still involved with the town, and they did the same thing for the tennis courts. So if you wanted to secure them, you paid, but otherwise you chanced to go and play if no one was there. So that was all part of it, of first come, first serve. So I have seen it in other sports, so it's not just for ball diamonds, but it is a very popular sport, so the sign-up rate is high, I understand. Councillor Cermak?
I kind of agree with Mr. Long. He'd let the fight begin, because if somebody goes on there and they haven't booked it, and somebody comes up there and says, hey, I have it booked, halfway through their game, they have to leave, and I can see that being a little bit of an upset. Maybe even fisticuffs.
Ms. Graham?
I would agree. I don't know how we can avoid that happening though,
Yeah.
and this just kind of gives the team who had their due diligence the right to say, hey, look, and then hopefully the other team will be respectful of that.
Yeah. And the second question is this dollar amount, have you reviewed it that we're about the same as everybody else in the area?
Yes, so I did some comparators and I tried to, it would be less expensive than a lot of places locally, but I tried to keep it close with the Rocky Mountain House because we have a recreation agreement with them, so out of respect, I think it's fair that they're similar prices. So, and also keeping in mind that they have more diamonds, they have their concession and everything there, which we don't have, so that's kind of how I came up with the numbers that we proposed.
Super, thanks.
Councillor Lyon?
And I appreciate the thought that went into creating a fee schedule. I think it's important that there is a token fee to use this. It stops people from just clicking a button and reserving that spot without some commitment there. So I think it's a good approach forward, and I think we'll see how it works. And It's a new problem, a good problem to have in the community, that we have a new facility that people want to use. I'm so excited by that. But also always put in a plug, there's a new diamond at the Condor School as well too, that should be able to be used this year as well, so.
Is there a QR code?
No QR code there because that's managed by not only the school division and the rec board there, so we don't have to put a first aid station there yet, so it's good.
Great. Counselor Gibson.
Is there a look at having the recreational group that's in Leslieville now take this upon themselves as well, or partner with them to do this?
So I believe that was looked into before my time, and from my understanding, there wasn't much of an appetite for that. So that's kind of why we've gone down this road.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Counselor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. As a neighbor of Ward 2, I will make the motion that council grants first reading. Am I out of line here?
Nope.
To the rental fee bylaw 25/036.
Okay, thank you for the motion. Yes, go ahead, Ms. Haight.
For clarity, if council accepts the proposed amendments, if the motion could read as amended.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
As amended?
As amended.
Okay. Okay. Any comments or questions on that motion? Go ahead, Counselor Lawton.
Absolutely, no comment.
Counselor Melhoff?
Imagine that.
Thank you, Reeve. I recognize the need to have some type of a booking system so that you hopefully can avoid some of those things. And people can book tournaments and those kinds of things. I just simply don't agree with the value of that for locals to go and play ball. Like, I think it actually will cost more to administer the fee operationally than you're actually benefiting from the fee itself to help with the operational costs of running the ball diamond. I think it actually costs more to administer the fee. But maybe for non-local tournaments, like if you're a group from Red Deer or Sylvan Lake, like out of community, this would make sense. But if a local team wants to go and play ball and they've got it booked through the QR code, which I think is a brilliant idea, because I do think you need some type of a booking system. I think we should coordinate that with all the other ball diamonds in the community so that they can book more than one. But I simply just don't agree with the fee associated with this. So I won't be supporting it today.
I have a question for Counselor Lahi. You sit on the recreation board. You have ball diamonds. How much is the operational cost for ball diamonds?
And I can only speak to the David Thompson Rec Board. It has allocations within its budget for minor ball. So that is allocated to those minor ball groups, and then they in turn help with some of the maintenance issues of those diamonds as well, or, you know, sometimes it just goes to clothing for the teams, uniforms and that kind of thing. But that's the direct part there. Then many of the associations that manage, whether it's a community center association or whether it's an athletic association, they have a budget line that allows them to do some of the maintenance on those facilities as well. So that's the extent of the rec board's involvement in that. It's kind of left up to those minor ball organizations to work out and schedule their games. You know, if it's a minor ball or whether it's more of an adult slow pitch league, they work out their times, and those diamonds are extremely well used, at least within the David Thompson Rec Board's area of jurisdiction.
No, I'm just thinking of a brand new ball diamond, how much, you know, the maintenance for cutting grass and raking and, you know, sending someone out to, you know, continue. So there's, to have some sort of fee, I think anything that I think people would take more pride with, put their money where their mouth is when they have a small fee. Go ahead, Councillor Lyon.
I would just assume that Ag and Community Service is going to do some of the basic maintenance of that recreation area as opposed to some of the other existing ones that fall kind of in those long-standing agreements or understanding of who cuts the grass and who rakes the shale and pounds in the nails and empties the porta potties and all that fun stuff.
For sure. And I guess that's to my point of having a fee schedule, because that goes towards cost recovery of those maintenance operations. So go ahead, Councillor Northcott, then I'll go Councillor Ratcliffe.
I was just curious, maybe I might have missed it in here, but if there was no, if there's no fee attached, would it be possible for a user group to, if there was zero fees, but is there a possibility for a user group to just book the diamonds for the whole year, but yet have nobody actually play baseball on the diamonds, where if there's a user fee? I see Ms. Graham has light on.
Ms. Graham?
Yes, and it's completely up to council if you want to charge for no one, you guys can do whatever you like, but I think that if someone were to book the diamond for the whole season, administration would have to step in and not allow that. So it would be up to administration to ensure that other people can book as well.
I was just wondering if maybe the user fee would help prevent that.
Potentially it could. That would get somewhat costly to book it for the whole season. That'll be a lot of hours.
That's right.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I just wanted to ask Councillor Melhoff if she felt an amendment to the motion to exempt local youth from paying from the fee.
Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Eve. I think that would be a good start, absolutely. Because I think us charging local kids to go play ball is a little, I don't love that. So, and that's why I'm against this in general, just because I think that we definitely need some type of booking system, and charging people from outside our community to book tournaments, et cetera, I get that. But local, I don't like that. But I do get that we need something to book it, because it is an amazing site. You don't want to have the fisticuffs that is being suggested over here.
Councillor Light?
I don't actually see and it was mentioned, or why I mentioned earlier on, that token fee to kind of be able to say who has scheduled this time, and to be able to avoid those conflicts that, you know, the minor ball team shows up to play and somebody's already having a nice practice there, but it's time for that scheduled game. I don't think the $13 an hour is going to be a barrier for those families bringing their kids to those games, but it does give them a reason to say that we are here and we're here for a scheduled game, and we've done our due diligence and booked this time slot up, and you can continue your activities after we're done with what we booked. I think that would avoid the conflicts. And I don't think the intent there is to have this booked 24 hours a day. We don't have lights on these. It's very specific times they get used, unless it's on weekends. And if there was a tournament, I think the success of a tournament kind of relies on you having that access to the field. So I think having a small fee to be able to reserve that space for that period of time maybe is proactive to avoid those conflicts that might occur if it was just open space. And I think it's more, I don't think we're saying that you can't use the playground equipment. It's specific to whether it's maybe if we have a soccer league later on, but right now it's specific to those ball diamonds and those few hours after school in the spring that kids can be out there, and the weekends moving forward. So I think it's a great approach to a new challenge that we're faced with, and be able to find a place for everybody to use that facility.
Thank you. All right, so Councillor Ratcliffe, you had suggested that you were going to amend your friendly amendment, or your... Okay. The count, and the suggestion for local roofs, I'm trying to clarify here.
There's two more readings potentially.
Okay, so it is first reading, then that we are, as outlined in the staff recommendation. Is that to grant first reading to the Leslieville Recreation Area Rental Permit Fee Bylaw. Any more comments, questions? I'll call the question. In favor of first reading, all those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's carried. Looking for a motion to grant second reading. Councillor Cermak.
That council grants second reading to the Leslieville Recreation Area Rental Permit Fee Bylaw 25/036.
Thank you.
As amended,
Yes,
because we did have some amendments.
that's right. Okay, any other comments, questions on that second reading? Go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
No, I just, I think Councillor Lougheed said that really well in his previous statements there, for the reasoning for the user group, for the costs per hour, but one question for administration. Between those bookings, youth, children, family, they're still able to use those diamonds at no cost? They can just use them at their own free will, at no charge?
That's correct. This is to ensure that you have that time slot
Thank you
essentially.
very much.
Okay, any further clarification? Second reading motion is on the floor. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's carried. We have that council grants motion to, for council to have unanimous consent for third reading. Councillor Lloyd? Thank you. Any other comments, questions? We'll call the question. The council grants unanimous consent for third reading. All those in favor? And that motion passes. Then looking at third reading, Councillor Melhoff.
I would make the motion for third reading within this already suggested amendments and the amendments to exclude local youth from the billing schedule, or rather to reduce the local numbers on here to 0.
So that would be on item, so in Schedule A, so it says local youth or local adult?
All the ones that say local.
All the ones that say local to 0, so including the tournament booking? Okay, so regular season and tournament booking to 0, okay, for all locals. Okay, any other comments or questions for clarity? Oh, okay.
Before us then?
Okay, so Councillor Melloff
Third
makes a
reading
motion
that
for
has
third
been
reading.
amended?
Third reading with the amendments that were already proposed and the changes to the Schedule A for all the local numbers on there to be 0.
That is different than the first two readings.
You can amend at any one of the reading levels.
Okay,
You would have to vote for an amendment.
My
The ability
motion has
to,
the amendment included within the motion.
okay,
okay.
okay, go ahead,
My
Councillor Lloyd.
comment, I can't support the amendment before us because it doesn't, much of the discussion has been on how you are able to manage the use of this and who has the ability to move forward and use this facility. This defeats that. That motion defeats that. There is no way to, so local people can fight it out, but non-local people can't. I don't understand your rationale behind it, but I won't support it anyway.
Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. It still allows for the booking process to take place. Still allows for them to have to go through the system, the QR system that's being proposed, isn't in policy yet, but is being proposed to take place. Still have to book it all, just don't have to pay for your booking. They already pay a lot in taxes for the facility it is. Why should they pay for the booking on top of that?
So
Councillor Go ahead.
if my understanding is correct, then you're just removing the fee to 0.
Yep.
For local people.
Yes.
What stops the local people from blocking anybody else from using it then? One local group can block any other local group from using it. There's no fee, so I'll just block the entire year from 6 AM to, or 6 PM to 9 PM. I just don't want to jump right into a problem where we don't need to make a problem.
Counselor Mello?
I don't wanna presume nefarious acts where there isn't been confirmation of that being a complaint already.
Then we don't need bylaws, period, do we?
Perfect,
Everybody's
let's just
gonna
defeat it
act.
entirely, and we don't have a bylaw for this at all, we could do that too.
All right, Counselor Northcutt, and then I'll call the question.
Okay, well, I suppose if there was gonna be no cost for user groups at all, what about other venues that are in the community, such as for hockey, like the Caroline Arena, right? The rec agreements that are with the town of Rocky Mountain House, are all those user costs then now going to go to zero? Because the way I see it, there's local families, kids, teams, like if they want to use the grounds and they're unbooked, they're free to use these ball diamonds at any point in time. It's just when there's a booking that they would pay the fee to have that spot secured, but.
All right, so clear on the motion? Go ahead, Counselor Mello.
No, it's.
Okay, go ahead, Tracy. Now go to Sydney.
Just to add clarity, this is a permit for user groups, and user groups is defined as any sports club, association, team, organization, and the user groups, in order to be a member of a sports team, usually there's fees that they collect to pay for bookings for arenas in the case of hockey and in the case of ball diamonds. Also, to add clarity that, as Ms. Graham referred to earlier, we did do a comparison of several municipalities. I believe there was 3 or 4, and also town of Rocky Mountain House. And the fees that are proposed here are in alignment with all of those municipalities. And they are substantially lower fees because this is just one diamond. And most of the municipalities have, I think, 4 at least. So they, of course, their fees are higher because they're offering 4 diamonds, but this one is just the 1 diamond.
Ms. Graham?
I just wanted to address the concerns with booking and people booking off all of the time slots. It would have to be approved administratively. So the QR code is just to look at the calendar, not to book, so you couldn't go there and book it in. And it would come through administration to be approved, so to avoid that conflict happening among groups.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. All right, so 3rd reading is on the floor. Yeah, go ahead, Counselor Northcutt.
Sorry, I'll stop pushing the button. Just a rereading of the motion that we're voting on,
Sure.
please.
Okay. Ms. Thompson?
That council grants 3rd reading to the Leslieville Recreation Area Rental Permit v. Bylaw 25-36 as amended, and to exclude local booking cost to 0.
Okay. Everyone clear on the motion?
Yeah.
Okay. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's defeated. So I believe, I guess we could ask for another 3rd reading, or once 3rd reading's defeated, then it just, I'm looking for process, legislative process. Yep.
3rd reading again.
That's
The
true.
amendment was defeated.
Yep, the amendment was defeated.
3rd reading was defeated.
So, Ms. Hayden? Just looking.
The motion that was just defeated was to grant 3rd reading to the bylaw as amended to change the wording in section 6.2.1, and also to amend it, to further amend it, to remove the costs for local groups. Now, should there be a motion to made to grant third reading as amended to just amend section 2.1? That would be a new motion.
Okay. Counselor Lyon?
Actually, I didn't press the button. Can you imagine that?
Okay. All right. All right, Counselor Cermak?
I'll make that third reading motion. That council grants third reading to Leslieville Recreation Area Rental Permit Fee Bylaw 25/036 as amended. That one amendment.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Counselor Melhoff?
Third reading's defeated, so wouldn't you need to, like, that's too close to the motion that was just defeated in which to actually do that. Third reading was defeated.
I'm sorry, yes, I'm sorry. There's just been so many changes. Yeah, that defeats the bylaw, so I have to go back to the drawing board.
Okay.
Third reading is defeated, the bylaw is lost.
Okay. All right. So with that, that item is completed, so we will go for our lunch break and come back at 1 o'clock. and welcome back. We just come back from our lunch break. Just for clarity's sake, we're going to go back to item 5.4 in regards to the Leslieville Recreation Rental Permit fees. Just want to look back for clarity with administration in regards to what we could do to bring that back and what information. Go ahead, Ms. Tate.
Thank you. So staff is needing some direction on how council wishes to proceed. And I believe staff is recommending that the first decision that council makes is whether or not they are going to establish fees. And if those fees are going to apply to local groups and non-local groups, or just to non-local groups. That would then provide staff with some direction as to whether, if there are no fees to be charged for both local and non-local, or just one or the other, then staff could bring back a policy. But because policies cannot include fees, if council were to decide to charge user group fees, local or non-local, or both, then a new bylaw could come back to council. So the first item that staff needs direction on is regarding fees.
Okay. What is council feel that they would like to do as far as fees? Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
I would like to see the fees stay exactly like they are here. There is nothing for local. They're charged non-local according to these fees. I like them. They're a little less than most other groups. I know they're less than what Caroline charges. We have 2 diamonds there, and we can camp. So ours is a little more expensive, but I like the fees. I think they're very acceptable. And if you want to reserve it, you pay the price. If you want to take your chance, then you go there for free. But if somebody comes along and says, hey, I have this reserved, and here's my booking, then they get the diamond. I like it. It eliminates a whole lot of problems, is the way I see it.
Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. Councillor Northcott, and then, sorry, Councillor Ratcliffe, and then we'll go Councillor Northcott.
Motion? No? Oh. But you said there be no fee for locals?
No. Guys, a fee is it is right here, fee for everybody.
Okay.
Okay. Did you have a comment to add, or do I go to Councillor Northcott?
I could accept no fees for local youth, but I think there normally will be lots of free time in there for local people anyway.
Okay. Any other comments, Councillor Northcott?
Alrighty, no, I'd agree. I think the fees should stay. It allows confidence in when people do book these baseball diamonds, and it also allows, does give some resistance there for people to not. If it was just free, then there's an opportunity there to book the diamonds for the whole year and consume all of those time slots. And I also think that there was, outside of the bookings, there is lots of free time for youth or families or really anybody to be able to utilize these diamonds. So I think the fee schedule is appropriate and should stay.
Okay. All right, any other comments or questions? So I guess let's bring back the bylaw with
Yes.
fees attached.
If council provide direction in the form of a motion, for example, if council has decided that fees for local and non-local groups are to be charged, then the motion would be to direct administration to bring back a new bylaw, including a fee schedule.
Okay. Right.
For a fee schedule for both local and non-local groups.
Okay, Councillor Cermak?
I will make that motion to how our esteemed Tracy Hayes made it.
All right, motion on the floor, Councillor Melhoff.
So just a question, unless you're changing the whole thing, wouldn't the appropriate motion actually be to reconsider third reading? Like, the prevailing group could do a motion to reconsider the previous motion, an amendment could be made to remove my amendment, and you could get this done today, theoretically. Because unless you're bringing back something that's changed drastically, it's still a defeated third reading. Because unless you're bringing back a drastically changed bylaw, which sounds like you wouldn't be, it would actually just be a motion to reconsider the previous failed motion without my amendments in it. Just a thought.
As was noted prior, before the noon recess, Councillor Malhop noted that the bylaw was defeated because the motion that was made was that council grant third reading to the bylaw as amended and then further amended. So that automatically defeats the bylaw. And in order to have a bylaw in order to reestablish, a new bylaw has to come back. And just for efficiency's purposes, staff needed direction from council as to whether to charge fees or not. So rather than doing a motion to reconsider, it was to first get that council direction regarding fees.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Councillor Malhoff?
Thank you for the clarification. I thought in our meeting procedures bylaw, we had a reconsideration available to us, but I guess not. Thanks.
All right, motion on the floor. Does everybody understand the motion? Yep, I do. Okay, all right, I will call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? That motion's carried. So the bylaw will come back at a future meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. So with us, we have a 1 o'clock delegation, 5 after 1, correction, of the RCMP detachments from Rocky Mountain House, Rimby and Sundry. Please join us. Yep, you betcha. Yep, please join us at the front. You have enough for everybody. Yep, perfect. Okay. There we go. You can all sit here at the table. It's awesome. Well, good afternoon, and before we get started, we're going to do some introductions so that everybody knows who everybody is. So start with Division or Ward 1.
Oh, me. Sorry. I was distracted. Jenny Malhoff, the councillor for Ward 1. That's south of 11A, straddling 752, till you can't go any further.
Good afternoon, Darrell Wahid, councillor for Ward 3. That's east central, straddling Highway 11.
Good afternoon, Brian Cermak. I am in Division 6, which is right down to the James River and right out into the Mount Jasper. So, welcome.
Hello, Michelle Swanson, Ward 7. I am everything north of Highway 12 and east of the North Saskatchewan River.
Good afternoon. Jordan Northcott, Ward 4, councillor.
Good afternoon, Neil Ratcliffe, Ward 5 councillor. I'm not going to tell you where you can find me.
Barbara Gibson, councillor, and I am the interim person for Caroline since the amalgamation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Christine Haggard. I'm Clarendon County's Director of Emergency Services and also Planning.
Good afternoon, Rick Emmons, CAO.
Good afternoon. I'm Courtney Harding, Corporal, Acting Detachment Commander for Sundry RCMP.
Sergeant Drew Abernathy for Rimby RCMP.
Stephanie Lessig, Staff Sergeant here in Rocky.
You're on.
Am I on?
You're on.
Hey, Brandon Humke, I'm Central Alberta District, what's called the District Advisory NCO, so I help Stephanie.
Don't help Drew, sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chief Superintendent Dale Kendall, and I'm the District Officer for Central Alberta District.
Well, welcome. And we're nice to meet you all, and nice to, thank you for coming in on a nice day. And so we've got your presentations with us. So if there's something that you'd like to highlight or share with council, we're all ears.
Perfect, I can lead if you'd like, which is contrary to everything I said walking in. You guys have put me last. I don't know if you remember last year, I let Pierre talk the whole time and then I didn't have to do anything after. Yeah, here we are. Yearly, we'll discuss our annual performance priorities. I think we've a little bit of a rinse and repeat sometimes, but please let's have an open conversation about that. And if I could go to the next slide, please. Of course, a land acknowledgement. I'm sure it was done at the beginning of the meeting, but I always like to put it in there as well. Thank you. Last year's APP, community engagement and enhanced visibility. It's always a priority. I sat here last year and had some great ideas. Not all of them came to fruition, but we'll try again this year. Enhanced road safety, impaired drivers speeding, fatal collisions, seatbelts, distracted driving continue to be something we hear about in our communities when we're out and about. And shockingly enough, prolific offenders, not a new thing, right? Targeting those prolific offenders, holding them accountable for their court-imposed conditions and putting them before the justice system. Thank you. My proposal, if I was to have any input, is the exact same slide with the years changed. I do think that community engagement continues to be a piece that our communities want. We want to see our officers out, and I don't have to, but obviously I'd like to throw that open for discussion to anyone and to my partners here as well, if they have anything further to add on that. Coming to you in hopefully May. I thought it was going to be March, so we're a little bit behind. We do have our body worn cameras coming to Rocky Mountain House, so the officers in Clearwater County and the town of Rocky Mountain House will be wearing them. So there's going to be some public engagement on them. They're live. This is not anything about trying to spy on people. This is accountability, strengthening transparency, as it says. New, that this launched last Monday. It is a line to report non-emergency events, 310 RCMP, used all over Alberta. It goes to our dispatch center, trying to take that burden off of 911. I'm gonna say I haven't spread a ton of information on it yet. It's been a little bit slower coming out than I knew, but new to make it a little bit more efficient when your detachments are closed 24 hours a day. So we'll be putting that out as well. And we're Facebook official. I'm happy to announce it's only taken a year. We're really difficult to find. I can send you all the links, but media releases, good news stories, public alerts if needed. Of course, our reporting system through the Alberta Emergency System will be our primary, but just that piece of engagement with our social engagement as well. Project Summit, you've heard me talk about it for many years, our prolific offender management project, if you will. We continue to do it. 144 checks last year were done on our prolific offenders. Unfortunately, don't have the stats of how many we were able to breach effectively, but it continues to be our focus and will remain a focus of ours. Hopefully launching next month, positive tickets for Clearwater County and the town of Rocky Mountain House, partnered with individual businesses. So if you see a youth doing something positive, they will get a positive ticket from the RCMP, and then they can redeem free ice cream, a slice of pizza, whatever it is from whatever businesses, and we'll be canvassing that and hoping to get that engagement piece just a little bit further with our youth as well.
Our CPO program does that.
Right, yeah, and the town CPOs does, but I wanted our own as well. So we're doing that. And I'm just gonna throw this one out there. We did our charity hockey game this year, and 3 in a row for the RCMP, Clearwater County. I'm not gonna say anything. I was gonna bring the trophy and put it here, but I thought that would be a little much. But again, another really successful event, right? $12,000 raised in the communities, very well attended. Never gonna stop spouting this one, crimecatcher.ca. Register your cameras, helps us be able to contact those people who own cameras and say, was there a crime in your area? Can you check your camera from 1 to 3? That one will always be there, and I've told you this before, I'm always gonna spout this one too. There's an app for that, the RCMP, Alberta RCMP app, keeps you up to date, helps you go in contact with your local detachment. Statistics are on there as well and kept up to date. Online crime reporting, we do continue to promote that, right, to take the burden off those call takers. That one is still the same link from the previous 2 years. Any questions? I think I made it in my 10 minutes.
You did really well. Councillor Miloff.
I think you were under 10 minutes, actually. That leaves more time for me to ask you questions though, so we're good. I've got several, but I know you have lots of people to also go with. So what is, like, in EMS, 911 to actual dispatch time has to be, like, and you actually have to be rolling, it have to be 50 feet from your initial spot, is 90 seconds. What is that for the RCMP?
I don't.
Do we know? Like, do you guys have like a 911 call comes in, you must be attached or responding or anything like that in a certain time frame in which to make sure that we're responding to?
We would be attached to the complaint as soon as it's dispatched. So as soon as the 911 call comes in, it'll be dispatched to us within short order, a couple minutes perhaps, whatever it takes for the dispatcher to type that up, and then it gets dispatched down to a car through the RCMP. So.
But there's no way of knowing how long it takes that car to actually action that 911 call. You don't have any metrics to determine if that's happening?
That metric for you.
You can get it to me later. It's
okay.
not, it's.
I do have it in this one, I believe, but I just don't have it like.
There's a lot of dispatchers that are saying that they are underworked, and it's reflecting in 911 response times and how they actually can action calls. So if we want to get more staff at NAOCC and SIOCC, we need to make sure we're capturing those metrics so that we can actually justify getting you guys some more dispatchers on top of officers. That's why I figured I'd ask the question. This is gonna be a hard one probably. What happens if APPS comes? What happens with our community and how policing is served within our area? And what should we be advocating for as elected officials locally? Other than to keep the RCMP, which we all have done and said that many times. But if we are not lucky enough to have that be the case, then what?
Great question.
Do you want me to take it?
Yes.
Yeah. So thank you very much for your question. Quite frankly, the APPS, AP or Alberta Police Service is not the RCMP. So that would have to be a question you'd have to ask your minister as to how that would unfold. But that is absolutely a provincial endeavor that has, honestly, the RCMP is fiercely proud to be the policing service of this province, and we certainly don't want to see that change in the future. There's been a lot of changes come down from the provincial government on, I'm sure you're all aware, probably in different areas better than I am as the district officer in regard to different initiatives. The sheriffs have taken a much more predominant role as far as enforcement in the province is concerned. There's different funding that's being offered to communities, and I know that Rocky's one of them that has taken advantage of the funding as to what the study would look like for your own police service. We as the RCMP are actually encouraging communities to do that because I think it's a wonderful thing when you are empowered to know the differences between what would our own police service looks like, what does the RCMP service us, what is the provincial government offering us, and then you are empowered to make your decision on what you feel is the service that you would like to have. So what the APP would look like your guess is as good as ours. We don't really want to find that out. We love being here in this province. We have great traditions. There's a long history here. You know, we have huge support from both our urban and rural communities. We work very, very hard to foster those relationships and really work together to have a collaborative police service. As you know, the police are the community, and the community are the policing. It's one of Peel's laws of community policing, and so we feel very strongly about that. So honestly, I can't answer that one because it's certainly outside of our parameters as far as policing is concerned. But I'm very, very glad. I know you've been working very closely with the team here in regards to getting the statistics that's required for your study. And you know, I feel very strongly after we see it all, you're going to be like, you know what, the RCMP is a pretty great police service. But again, that is taking that money and being able to have that study empowers you as a community to be able to see that for yourselves. So, yeah.
Sir, can I do a follow-up just to that?
Sure.
I'm sure you guys have a number of officers here locally that are considered federal officers. So, like, how many officers will be staying then if APPS was to take over? Because federally, you still stay within this province, even if APPS became a reality. How many of the officers here locally are considered federal officers?
Federal officers, I guess I would default to our CTA positions then. That would fall under federal contingency, which is 4.
Okay, thank you.
I would also add to that of course the RCMP has federal policing. They have, you know, obviously municipally funded officers. We have provincially funded police officers. So it's a complex question, honestly, because are we looking at would federal policing remain in this province? Of course, because there's international issues that affect Alberta, of course. So there's that, but here locally, I'm assuming is the crux of that question, and that would fall under, yeah, who is directly related by the federal government, and you're exactly right, that would be our CTA positions.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Cermak.
Yes, I would like to know what's your advancement on the school resource positions that you have, because that has such a great influence on the kids at school. I haven't talked to me about that in Caroline, the resource person that we have there.
Constable Smiths has been filling that role.
Like for years, and I mean, I wish you people could reinforce that more when you do your presentations, because it makes such a big impact. It certainly has on my great-grandchildren that attend the school there. I think you could even, I don't know how you get that out, that is so great a system or a great program that you put out there.
Thank you for that, yeah.
I have a question in regards to your crime catch, the crime catch or the registration of the cameras. What's been the uptake in this area? Because I would assume that it's like anything, people don't know what they don't know, but they're not sure what happens. I think there was a crime that happened a couple of weeks ago, and they said that they managed to get everybody around that business and, you know, they'd be able to, oh, that was the Caroline supply store. That was, you know, in regards to, they talked to everybody else's surveillance cameras. So what's the importance? Is it something that you just sign up once for? Is it something that you have to sign up annually for? What's more details?
You can sign up once for it, and what it does is you register, say you're a business, and you say, I have 4 cameras, and it faces north, east, west, and south. The contact person for that camera is these 2 people and their phone number, and it's I think 10 blanks. And then as officers, we have the ability to go into that system and say, oh, look, I've got that business, and that business who's registered for it. I'm gonna give Michelle a call and say, hey, did you see anything between 1 and 3? And that expedites the process of that neighborhood inquiries or knocking on that saying, do you have a camera? Oh, the person who can access it isn't available, can you? And it expedites that process.
Okay, instead of having to phone the business, track them down, blah, blah, blah. Okay. And should a business decide that they no longer have cameras, you can go online and remove yourself? Or is that a phone call to work?
No, and you could even call us as well.
Okay.
We do have admins for it.
Okay, perfect. Any other questions for the Councillor Gibson?
Is that for personal cameras as well, like?
Absolutely,
Okay.
yes. So I do have some print media coming out with how to register with it and some posters as well for communities, which I'm hoping I can put up at some chambers offices. But yes, it is for your personal camera as well. We cannot go in and look at your footage. It is simply to facilitate us calling you, saying, I know you have a camera, can you see if this red car drove by between 1 and 2? And we'll come and get the footage if we need it through the appropriate channels.
Okay, and I must say that, yes, the constable at the school makes a big difference to all the kids. They're very appreciative of that.
Thank you.
Counselor Mello?
Thank you, Eve, and agreed, the the SRO program is amazing. Hopefully you guys, I believe you have an opening. Hopefully you guys will fill the other SRO, or are they both full now?
Both full.
Our last update said one was empty, so.
Good.
Good news.
Yes, and I'm leaving.
Leaving on a good note. I'm sure it'll still be a good note. A few months ago, search and rescue deployment liaisons were instituted at I believe the dispatch centers, where they're like helping to coordinate sending of search and rescue resources and working with you guys. How is that going? Is that working really well? I know that Rocky already has a fairly good relationship with the Rocky search and rescue teams. It was more of the other detachments that might have needed that 1-888 number to help coordinate search and rescue efforts. How is that going? Is that something that we should still be advocating for, or a different model? Maybe a deployment model that allows every emergency service to dispatch and deploy SAR, but you can let me know.
Yeah, I haven't had, in my short time of being in Rimbey, I haven't had the opportunity to use SAR for our area. Obviously approaching the summer and camping season, that portion of Clearwater County that we police, I'm sure will be utilized.
And I can speak to sundry detachments. Within the last year, we've had a number of call-outs with search and rescue. As you know, the county covers a lot of our west country down there, so we've had a number of operations, but it's been seamless, truly. We're just calling the 1-800 number. It's dispatched almost immediately. I think in all of our cases, we've had sundry search and rescue dispatched right from where we're at. So it's worked with no issues at all. And I know that they're pulling from resources across the province. So if they can only get so many responders from sundry coming out, they can pull from other jurisdictions as well. So it's working really well.
I have one other question, and that's in regards, I know Councillor Cermak goes to the West Central stakeholders, and so we usually have an industry crime meeting before that. And I believe Rimbey Detachment is usually quite busy with industry crime.
That's kind of our main focus for the portion of
Right.
Clearwater County.
Yeah.
So I can speak to that.
Please.
So just to reiterate with the APP, our portion on, obviously, community engagement, our focus, as it speaks to Clearwater County, is our energy resource companies and Obsidian Energy and Repsol and their subsidiaries is usually who we're chatting with. And I did up property crime as for our second portion. I have one constable, he's leading that right now. And we've made Rimbey pre-me as well. They made real good inroads with all our oil companies. They've got their security teams are ex-members, a lot of Calgary members quite switched on, so they kind of know what we're looking for as well as, and we've kind of made it optional with the membership, but they're using an app, and it's kind of upping our response time. So they're basically, when they get something tripping, an alarm, the members, they still call it in regardless, because we need to document that, but they're actually asking my guys who are on and sending them information. So some of my guys are rolling before actually dispatched from OCC. I don't make it, obviously I can't make that mandatory, but the guys are invested in that property theft. So they want to get going and get out there. There's a little travel time from the Rimbey office to Clearwater County. Right now, and then our usual prolific offenders, and I won't name them all, but we have about 16 that are kind of the usual suspects travel between Rocky into Rimby's area and up to Breton. 2 are actually in custody, so we have that going for us right now. But we are getting an uptick with oil field theft and people making visits to our oil and gas industry. So it is definitely a priority for us. I'm a resident in Clearwater County, if that matters to you, so I do care that people aren't, skulking around and I see it all the time, suspicious vehicles and stuff like that. Copper wire theft is our main thing. Ultimately, our calls for service between Pinoka, Lacombe, and Rimby itself, we're getting about 120 calls for service compared to Rimby, Lacombe we're around 850. So that just to give you an idea, but like I said, moving forward with EPP, the property crime, I want the guys out there. So if there's some downtime, they're patrolling, I want to document how many patrols we're making out there, and then kind of what we're doing. But the inroads with the security teams is really helping us go a long way. Copper wire thefts, stealing tools, break in, but just the presence. I was out there the other day and met a young gentleman working on it, and he was just happy that I even rolled in there, right? So it goes a long way for us. They had their big meeting. I was supposed to be involved in the on Teams, MS Teams, but nobody let me into the meeting, so I was not part of it. So no fault of mine. So I did email them and ask them next time, maybe I'm the new guy, just to let you know. You did invite me, so.
Fair enough.
So, but I sat there for a half hour and nobody was letting me in. So that's why I missed that meeting. But yeah, so basically, long story short, we're getting a lot of, CAD crew has spent a ton of time out there. They've really helped our guys, as you know, Rimby's, our numbers are pretty low, and manpower wise, that's just what we got to work with, and they're doing a phenomenal job helping us out with that area and helping focus on our prolific offenders and keeping us safe out there. We're gonna look at probably trying to do some big projects in the summer. We'll see how things work out from there. So that is that aspect of it.
Perfect, thank you. That's usually my area, and it's with the oil activity increasing, absolutely. That's it's that time of year. So well, mind you, snow doesn't deter very much from it sometimes. But anyway, Councillor Meloff and Councillor Cermak.
Thank you, Reeve. You already alluded to my next question, and that was going to be regarding staff. And are you fully staffed? I mean, you've already said that you're not. I'm pretty sure Rocky hasn't gotten a whole bunch of extra people in the last little bit, other than an SRO, I hear, which is great.
SRO.
What can we do to help with that? Is there development restrictions, housing restrictions? What as a municipality can we help you guys be able to attract more people? Recreation amenities, like what can we do municipally to help you guys say Clearwater County is the place to be? I mean, we're doing our tax rate bylaw later, so maybe that'll help. But seeing as though you're a Clearwater County resident, but what can we do to help?
That's great. That's a really good question, because we've all become recruiters. It's really a saying, right? That we're looking everywhere for people who want to join this career and who are a good fit for this career, and we're continuing to do that. Objectively, I would say our rental market in and around Rocky Mountain House is limited, which can be challenging for young people and starting families on a limited income. We continue that. We've been successful in Rocky to have 5 new members from Depot transferred in the last year, so that's really positive. So we are getting a few coming in, and there's people who are picking Rocky Mountain House as their detachment of choice. Clearwater County, Rocky Mountain House in general has very diverse policing needs, and if you want to build your resume, this is the area to do it. And staffing recruiting is going out selling that idea, and it's working.
Now how do we stay?
We just don't let them leave.
I think you're pretty successful with people staying here, like, yeah, I did transfer, but I spent 8 years here in Rocky. The one member that, it wasn't for a lack of dislike, for Rocky Mountains, it's just a new adventure. One of the members working for me in Rimby did 10, if I can speak on behalf of Steph. Her and I worked together in Rocky as constables, and then she's boomerang back as the commander, so there's a lot of, the people are here, like, you know, everybody knows Harold, and he's been here since, for a very, very long time. Yeah, so, but yeah, like, it's not, and I've maintained my residence here, yeah, I bounced around and went up north and then back down here, but like, I've made it my home. My home's in the Reeves area, been for 13 years, right? So, you know, the agency and the job has taken me elsewhere, but at least I can say I've made the county my home, so.
I can say just on a provincial level and actually national level, policing is not a career that people are choosing right now. Law enforcement in itself is really, numbers are low. And that is not only nationwide, that's globally. I was just looking as I'm doing work for another project, and right now in Canada, 12% vacancy rate across Canada in law enforcement. We are certainly not a police service that is hit uniquely. It is everywhere. CBS's numbers are comparable to ours. EPS's vacancies are actually worse than ours are right now. So no matter where you look, whether it's a municipal police force, whether it's a provincial police force, whether it is a national police force, this simply is not a career that people are turning to right now. And that's for a lot of different reasons. Of course, there's a huge influence right now from everything that happened in the US. And whether we want to agree with it or not, it influences how people look at law enforcement here in this country. Even though it's very, very different, we're still kind of painted with the same brush, unfortunately, a lot of the time. So we are really, as a national police service, really looking outside the box on how we can attract folks into not only this occupation, but then certainly choosing the RCMP as their service of choice. So we are looking at, you know, all kinds of different initiatives. We are looking at, I know we're having success right now with experienced police officers, because a lot of folks, we were just talking about one that came to Sundre, who left Victoria PD and has joined the RCMP. And that certainly has to do, I believe, with the member wellness. It has to do with the economy. It has to do with housing and the cost of housing. As we know, there's a little bit of difference between, we'll say, Southern Alberta and Victoria. Little bit of a difference as far as the housing market is concerned. I don't know why, because I choose Southern Alberta in a heartbeat myself, but so there's so many different ways that we're looking at trying to attract folks to law enforcement and then getting them to want to don that red surge above other police services. So we're really, really trying our very best on looking at different initiatives. Is there a market we haven't tapped into? Is there folks that maybe, you know, you all look like fit as fiddles. You might want to consider a job in the RCMP. We're recruiting. I don't know if you knew that or not, but I think you'd all look pretty good with the red surge. Just throwing that out there. Oh, yeah. So we're doing everything we can to fill those vacancies. And we're also, you know, we're even looking at different, like, is there incentives we can give folks? Is there, we also have to, you know, live within the realm of integrity, and we need to ensure that we're doing everything by the rules, of course, and when we do that recruiting. So we're certainly doing everything we can, and we're accepting any ideas on what you can think of for any other ways that we can. Didn't you say you have great grandchildren? How old are they? You might want to send them our way. That's right.
No, sounds good. Okay, I'll go to Councillor Cermak and then, oh, sorry, did you want to?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that there's something to be said too for the RCMP's recruiting initiatives as far as placement of recruits back home. So I know for myself, I'm an Alberta girl. I was born here, raised here. Actually, I grew up just outside of Spruceview, graduated out of Spruceview School. So I'm pretty much as close to home as it gets. My entire service, almost 20 years now, has been in Alberta. So I think, you know, it's little things like that with the RCMP's willingness and ability to keep those of us who want to be here home. And I think that, you know, an added benefit of that as well is, you know, You get your local knowledge of the community, partners in the community, and of course, a vested interest in the community as well. So I just wanted to add that is, I think, really beneficial.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you for that. Counselor Cermak, and then I'll end, and we'll keep on going with the rest of our meeting. So go ahead.
I want to touch base on the copper wire situation. That has to be put to a stop. How do we do that? Because the people are still buying copper from thieves. How do we stop that? What do we have to do to get that into control? Because now the oil field, and I worked in the oil field most of my life, they are changing from copper to aluminum. It's not as efficient, it's not as good. They don't want to go to aluminum, but they've been forced to it. What are we doing with all these people that are buying all this copper? Can't we put them in jail too?
Yeah, no. Anyway, so part of the detachments that I look after includes our Central Alberta District Crime Reduction Unit. So we have a unit that's based out of Nisku, and they work all over Central Alberta. They're specialized in surveillance and other investigative techniques. As Drew had mentioned, they work a lot around Rimbey's area there for copper wire, and that's our huge focus for that team here right now is copper wire theft. So we have built some relationships with the industry leaders and with the local energy fields and stuff like Drew had mentioned, where they get phone calls, you know, like our team can't be there right away, but his team phones our team, and then they get down there and go after them. We ran a project in December where we actually used aircraft. So we used high altitude surveillance planes. And so the plane's way up in the air, they can't see them, and it's got very sophisticated cameras on board, and we're able to track them with the camera system, and then we can safely take them into custody. So actually, two of the guys was a theft from your area, but out in Rimbey's detachment area. And we were able to take them all the way into Red Deer, and then we got them in Red Deer. But so that's our focus in doing more projects like that. So that is happening, and we're working on doing some things right now. As for the guys buying the copper, you're absolutely right. And that's, you know, talking to your MLAs and getting the legislation for it, right? Copper, once they melt it down, it doesn't have a serial number on it. So proving where it came from, that's the difficult part for us, right? So having some sort of registration program, there is a registration program, but it doesn't seem to work great because unfortunately there's a lot of people out there that are middlemaning them, you know, through the system there. So keeping on lobbying and we'll hopefully get that to a stop, because you're right, copper wire, it's affecting us huge. You look at the millions of dollars that it's costing in production and in the actual equipment itself, it's huge.
Yeah, we need to stop people buying it.
Correct, yeah.
Because, man, if you got no buyers, they're not gonna be stealing.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Miller?
Thank you, Reeve. Our area was on track to get another one of those rapid response teams or the mental health liaison teams. I can't remember their name now.
RPACT.
Thank you. That one. We were on track to get a second team here locally because of how well that was going. It's my understanding that that has been shifted away from our area. I want to say they said Black Falls at our last meeting, but how do we get it back? Because it's extremely important team, very well utilized as far as I know. Definitely could use another one. So what do we need to do to advocate for us to get the second team that we originally were supposed to be slotted for? How do we do it?
Question, and I honestly don't know the answer to that. I, like you, would advocate to have a second one. We're very, very lucky that they're based out of the Rocky Mountain House detachment, so we get an increased service delivery. I don't have that knowledge piece on the Blackfeld side. I don't know if either of these lovely people on this side have that, but I can look into it further.
Or how we can get another one, like they're great.
I wasn't aware that there was a second one slated for here. I know that the one, and I will say, any community that I go to, they are, that is one of the units that's always brought up because it has such a positive benefit and influence in any community, right? For lots of different reasons, we're helping a vulnerable sector of the population of each community. It's taken the burden off police officers, so they're not sitting in the emergency room for 4, 5, 6 hours, however long it takes. It's helping these individuals so they're not below their baselines. It is such a hugely beneficial unit. And we work very closely, of course, with AHS because they have the nurses and we have the police officers, and they go together like peanut butter and jelly because they're just fantastic, right? So I'm not sure when one was taken away. I wasn't aware that one was even, the second team was slated for here. I know that they tried to have teams all across the province, so they are very easily able to access everybody in the province. So we certainly can look into that, but I didn't know there was a second team for here.
Well, when we were meeting with them, was it not this last RMA, the RMA before that, they had said that there was supposed to be another team, and this last RMA, they said that they had done some shifting and some strategic placement, and we aren't getting a second one. But with the Compassionate Care Act legislation coming down, I really think it's gonna be even more prudent to have these teams available in order to execute the vision of that legislation. So I think we'll be having to work hard to make sure that we get those teams, whether it's Rimbey or Sundre or Rocky, wherever, but we need them. They're great.
They're
They also
excellent.
take the burden off of our emergency services system.
100%, 100%, yeah.
Well, with that, thank you very much for coming in and bringing this and your reports. It's very much nice to meet you all face to face, and thank you for taking part of your day to come and meet us and share some interesting statistics. Glad to hear that we're on Facebook and there's now a non-emergency number, so all those kind of things. And we do have a newsletter, so if there's something that you'd like to actually put into the newsletter to share that information, that's please pass it on to our comms team or through the CAO, and that would be Christine, and that'd be great.
Yeah, Facebook and newsletter.
You bet.
We'll help you get it out.
Yeah, perfect.
Thank you very much.
You bet. So with that, I'll look for a motion to accept the information, accept the presentation for information. Okay, thank you, Councillor Meloff. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. And thank you for coming again today.
Thank you all so very much.
Thanks for making the drive.
Oh, it was wonderful, thank you.
There we go. Nice meeting you. Oh, sure, Cam. Appreciate that.
Probably should leave mine, not somebody else.
Prank call? Thank you for doing that. Thank you, nice meeting you. Thank you. There we go. All right, so we're now at item 8.1.1, which is the Ferry Community Association Hall Rebuild Funding Request.
Oh, yes.
And so I will turn it over to Ms. Graham, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I guess I will just ask, this item is basically a repeat of last time. Did you guys want me to read right through it again, or just the additions on the end?
Just if whatever you want to highlight, just unless council has some more specifics that they were. Is the request is part. Maybe for the fact of the meeting, just maybe highlight just one or two things, or just how we can get the conversation going, I guess.
Okay, so basically you guys are aware that there was a funding request from Ferrier Hall last year. The motion from strategic planning was to proceed, I'm just gonna find it so that I read it correctly here. That the committee recommends that council consider funding for the Ferrier Community Hall, I apologize, in the amount of $200,000 for the 2025 budget deliberations, and that the engineer can confirm that the additional funds would be enough to complete the hall build in compliance with the building and fire codes, and that was carried. We got the estimates done, and there's not enough funding to complete the build, so it was brought back to council for direction. You guys discussed a number of things last time, and and wanted some more information, and so we've gotten what we can here, and we are back. One correction I did want to make in the agenda item is, well, I'll just read this since the last council meeting part. So after the last council meeting on April 8th, 2025, staff requests the following from the Ferrier Hall Community Association based on what was discussed during the meeting, and it was not copied from the email. I did make some adjustments to the wording, so that is a typo on my part. Detailed financial records, minutes from the Ferrier Community Association meeting where the motion was made to demolish the old hall. Documentation from prior to demolition that demonstrates support for the new hall build, such as surveys or letters, all stamped engineer drawings, engineer inspections, any other inspection reports, quotes from contractors or an engineer to estimate for all the remaining work, estimated volunteer labor in lieu of contractors to complete the project, updated volunteer hours, past, current, and future fundraising plans, and evidence of insurance. So we received some of these things prior to the last meeting as well. So we received stamped engineer drawings, an engineer inspection from June 20th, 2023, which was a pre-concrete pour, and permits for sewage, electrical, and gas, a building post inspection report from a safety codes officer, which outlines the status where the status of the build is and mentions that it is okay to proceed as discussed. Staff reviewed the annual return for the October 1st, 2023 to July 31st, 2024, which is part of the annual hall grant application. It said on it, it was an estimate, the estimate return, so that's why it's worded like that. Soil compaction report, an application had been submitted for insurance at the time of writing this, and since then we've received a quote from my understanding, and I'm not sure, that was on Friday, so I'm not sure what's happened since then with that quote. And staff also got another quote for the cost of the build, which was forwarded to council last week. And there was also an electrical inspection report that I missed noting in the agenda here. So you're up to date.
Okay, perfect, thank you. All right, so were discussion last meeting and where we left off, and we've had an opportunity to look at the information since the last meeting. I'll open the floor for discussion or motions. Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
I would like to know on your one that you said here, the building post inspection report, and then it says okay to proceed as discussed. I have never ever seen that in building inspector's report. What was discussed?
We don't know. So that's why I worded it like that, because it didn't have the details, which I was also surprised by, but that's what the safety codes officer wrote in the report, so.
But that's what an inspection's about, is for details.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. First off, the constituents involved, the Fair Hall, made it quite clear that by not participating fully or voting at the last session, that I was not serving them well. So I will be doing that this time. The inspection report you're referring to was for the vapor barrier, which was basically carry on as you're doing it. So that's what that one was about.
But that's not a building inspection. A building inspection is the whole building.
No, they do progress.
They didn't do a progress report?
No, they do it in stages.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, and that
They
was
just
that
don't
stage.
do just the vapor barrier.
Well, the rest has been done.
And you have reports on that?
I believe.
So I listed.
Graham has the reports.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Councillor Radcliffe. So I listed the reports that we have, that we've been supplied with.
The inspection reports?
Yes. So I did miss the electrical inspection report on the list here, but There was an engineer inspection from June 20th, 2023, which was the pre-concrete pour. Building post inspection report, which was the one that said it was okay to proceed as discussed. And then there was also a soil compaction report.
So that was soil compaction report before the cement was done or before the old hull was torn up?
It was before the cement was poured.
Oh.
Yes, from my understanding, they found, I believe, treasures, all sorts of treasures was the terminology used.
Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. They're asking for we want administration, how we want them to proceed. I want the building built. I want it finished. I want us to figure out a way for the 7 of us to get it done. It doesn't serve the community at all, sitting there unfinished. They can't utilize it at all. So how do we get there, team? We all have a different idea of how we get there. I just want us to get there. I want us to figure out how to get it done. So how do we do it? I want to, how many motions were made last week? So we all have a different idea of how to get this done, but we just need to get it done.
I have a question in regards to how many hulls have we inspected already and how many are still on the tablet? And have we ever done, I don't think we have, but maybe correct me if I'm wrong, have we ever done an assessment about what hulls really should be, because I'm looking at this as setting a precedent of what's to come. I can think of a few hulls right now that could be torn down tomorrow and new ones be built. So, but is that the right decision? Is this county willing to support 17 hulls, brand new hulls? I don't know. So how many have been done to date and how many do we have left on the docket to inspect?
So I didn't bring those numbers with me, but I believe that, so Leslieville, Dovercourt, Condor, and I believe Nordeg has also received an inspection. They have been done for sure, off the top of my head. I think I can say this on live stream, but I did approach, we approached CAO Emmons last week about pausing the inspections for this year because we don't have the funding for them. We received an ask for almost $900,000 from a hall that did receive an inspection that will be having to come to council if that's how they choose to proceed. We have another community hall that is gonna be coming to your next council meeting that's looking to rebuild their hall as well. So there are quite a few to go, and yeah, we don't have the funds to do all these projects, to be kind of blunt about it. So does that answer your question?
That answers my question. Yes, thank you. I also was reading the other day that there was a hall up in Fort McMurray and they literally locked it up because they had ran out of funding in 2022. And it's been sitting and they just finally found the funds to continue on. So it sat empty or sat at a standstill with construction for 3 years until the community could figure out a way to proceed with funding. So at the end of the day, we had made a motion to proceed with 200,000 and during our budget for 2024. So for me, that's kind of where I still stand. If the community can rub their pennies to make 2 or 3 more, whatever extra, I think that's great. There's still opportunity, grant opportunity for to fill, but we gotta find a way to let these. We gotta figure out as a council, as an organization, how many we're going to fund and to what degree. Because to me, this has really jumped out of scope for us to be last resort and with everything else. So anyway, that's where I'm standing. Go ahead, Councillor Northcott, and then I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Alrighty, well, this agenda topic, it's a little bit odd. You know, we had a presentation from, say, the Caroline Ag Society earlier today. We had a presentation from the manager and the chair. And I know that organization has financial statements. They have a board that reviews the financial statements. However, in this agenda item, I don't really know if it's, because we have a counselor that's representing the Farrier Hall community funding, so I don't know, is it the Farrier Hall community requesting the funding, or is it the divisional counselor requesting the funding? Like there's, you know what I mean? Like yeah. It's 6 of us here today. But they're, okay, sorry, I don't know who's on the board, if they're public members or not, but like the delegations that are come to council on other matters, they have a delegation that's presented. And those boards and committees often have financials, and they're reviewed by the board. So I haven't seen that. Like it's an odd situation. I really don't know. For funding and building the hall, absolutely for the benefit of the residents. But I think for a sense of responsibility with community funds, I can't honestly, I don't even know who would have a signing authority to release the funds. Like, so Clearwater County, I don't know any of that stuff.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. In the annual return that was supplied with the grant application for the annual community hall grant, was that information included or even requested of the board members, the executive, any of that information?
So the financials are in there. It doesn't have a breakdown of the hall financials. It has the lump sum obviously that was spent. They're not going to break all the spendings down in there. And it did include who the board members were as well. So that's something that every hall has to supply to us to get their $5,000 annually. But we did have that information. It was suggested by the board that I look over that, and I did. Yep.
Okay. Could you bring up the Quantico estimate sheet? I think council could benefit from seeing that.
We will need a moment for me to send that to Jana to bring up.
Okay.
Okay. In the meantime, Ms. Serhan?
Yeah, I was just gonna add to your question about, has there ever been an analysis done of which halls are viable and which halls aren't? And there hasn't. I think there was some discussion about that when council was debating the annual operating dollars that were going to the halls, but at that time, council didn't want to delve into that. I think, which halls are viable and which ones aren't, feeling that the community would decide those things by way of the volunteer and the funds that would be provided on future upgrades and projects. But so just to answer your question, no, there's never been an analysis done of which halls are viable.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. In May 28th of 24, the Farrier Community Association did do a presentation to council, and they broke down the different funding that they've done. In order to get their anything from the county, they do have to send stuff into administration. That is absolutely administrative. It's operational. We don't ask for that from the other community halls that we work with. I think this is just a fact of the Farrier community needs a hall, and they've been working towards it. And we toured it. Was that last week or the week before? My weeks are last week. It's going to be a beautiful amenity to the community, and we just need to find a way to help them do it. Should we be doing this on the very front end? Absolutely. But we have a community that's also trying to get a big dome. We're not on the front end of that. Surely we're going to be on the back end of that. It'd be great if we could be on the front end of all of these things and be a strong community partner right out the bat. But maybe that's our fault. Maybe we need to engage and be the strong community partner right off the front when these communities are wanting recreational amenities and wanting community halls, and be the one out there building the plans to do them, but we weren't. They need our help. They need our help now, or we're going to lose another build season. We suggested 200,000. We did a motion for that last week. It failed, so I don't know what motions to make now that we're even allowed to make anymore. I made a motion that we just finish the project. That failed. So Where do we go from here? The community needs a hall. It serves that entire community, which is bigger than Leslieville and Condor combined. And they don't have a hall, the hub of a community. But we just need to get it done. Now let's do it.
Counselor Gibson?
My question is, yes, do it, but where? Where do we get the funds from? Do we cancel the capital project? Do we go into debt? Or do we raise taxes? So I'd like to know kind of where, Councillor Malhalf, you were thinking of getting the funds from for this.
Counselor Bylaw?
I think later in our agenda, we're gonna be looking at the different priorities of the county. And we can adjust those if we need to. I think that if it's appropriate to adjust, then we adjust. We already had 200,000 in the budget, it means it's already sitting there. Honestly, we could just give them the 200 and they can leverage that to get the rest of their funding that they might need to get. That was already in the budget. We don't need an adjustment for that. I could pull out the binder. It's sitting there.
You already did that.
We didn't give it to them.
Oh, we did?
No, we didn't. We put it in the budget. We never gave it to them.
In the last.
We didn't even write the letter they asked us for to support them to get a CFIP grant.
In the
We
last
never,
motion, it
but
was
we
in there.
never actually gave it to them. We said we would, but we didn't.
The last motion.
Good. No?
Wasn't there a motion made in the last meeting?
2 of them.
Okay. So I'm wrong again.
It's okay.
I have a question. Sure. Who determined that the old hall needed to be tore down? Did CWC, Clearwater County, come out and inspect and do an appraisal? Or who did?
No, Counselor Ratcliffe?
The pictures that were sent out?
Yeah, I've seen the pictures.
Yeah. It was failing.
And who determined that it was failing?
The community did, over years. Ms. Graham, do you have the reports of, because I believe the county contributed funding to both times that the floor was tried to be leveled?
I do not have reports for that. I wasn't aware that I would need those for this meeting. I can, did you send those to me, or you just want the numbers that were given to the community association?
Well, I just wanted proof that, because that would have been 2010, I guess, was the last attempt
Okay, I can,
to fix the floor.
I'm hearing 2014 in my ear, just,
Okay,
I can find those, but I won't be able to find
the
them in this
calendar is
meeting.
more accurate.
I
than
can,
mine.
yeah, I won't be able to find those in this meeting, but I can
Yeah,
get those to
okay.
the council if that would be beneficial.
Well, I'm just trying to point out that this is an ongoing situation with the building getting worse and worse, where there were no rentals coming in, or very few, so it wasn't even covering the utility costs. And it smelled bad. So, anyway, the Quantico numbers, can we zoom in on some of that? Okay, that's the list of materials that was put together. In the upper right-hand corner. Can we go there under that? Okay, this estimate is not extensive. It's simply a square foot price, a cost per square foot times the square footage. So it's not detailed. It's from a service provider, Richard and Engineering, that kind of focuses on North American construction with different costs per square foot for different kinds of buildings. So it's rather random. And so you can see where those numbers came from. And at the very bottom in the notes, thank you, Janet. So cost assumes construction performed by contractor. costs include a 10% contractor profit and includes a 10% contingency. So the way the community has been approaching this build is quite different than that. If you use those numbers, it includes all those extras plus a good part of materials, especially the commercial kitchen and range hood that the community doesn't plan to install. But the community has spent about half of what this program estimates is the value of construction so far. So the best way to continue with this is to fund the community group to carry on with those cost savings, with those cost benefits. So, okay, what about insurance? You wanted insurance? That quote is $25,000 basically.
That was a quote this morning?
No, it
Friday?
came in Friday, mid-afternoon, Thursday. Well, there's two parts to it and it adds up to like 24,600 something, I think. But from the time the community came to council, inflation and these additional costs have run that cost of completion up by another $120,000 at least. And as far as precedents go, you know, the council has funded the Friends of Corridor Schools at 50% to have a better amenity in the community. We've built recreation facilities in Leslieville without any community partner for a couple of $1 million. This isn't out of line.
Well, I would suggest that we were part of that decision right from the get-go, right from the beginning, and we were approached before anything was even taken down or as far as that. So the lines of communication were a little bit different in that regards. And in my opinion, we followed due process and due diligence last year when we did get the presentation, because we said we would look at it at budget. It was not a secret. We said we would look at it at budget. So that's why in December. And so, and we did commit in December to $200,000. So what I'm reading here is that the application, or sorry, I'm going to go back to those motions that we had back in that point in time, because I remember specifically asking about the $200,000 during budget, asking Ag and Community Services about that, if that was included in their budget, and it was. So with everything. All right. So with that, we're still at a stalemate here in regards to how we want to go forward with this. Do we want to table this till after the tax rate bylaw discussion, or are we prepared to make a decision one way or another at this point in time? Councillor Lloyd.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. I'm just going to share a bit of my perspectives. Having toured the building site recently, I can only congratulate that community for getting to the point that they have in that structure, and I'm sure it will serve the community for a long time into the future once it's completed. Problem is getting it to that stage. We don't have a clear path forward. I think Clearwater County or Council has indicated that they would be a strong supporting partner in getting towards that goal, not necessarily in any way to complete it, but being a partner to support the ongoing progress that's being made there. I want to also remind Council that we went from a program of stable, predictable funding basic funding to our community centers to help with some of those costs that come up, operational costs, some minor capital costs, and then leaving capital costs of last resort to still be able to come and approach the county. And from that developed the idea, well, maybe we should have an understanding of what is coming down the road with our, so we undertook a process to evaluate those other community centers that might be in need of funding at some point in the future, and to come up with what has, I believe, served us very well, an asset management plan that takes in all those aspects of knowing where we're gonna be over the next 10, 20 years, and be able to start to address the funding stream that's necessary to support those. It's a huge leap to suddenly come now with an extra, I don't know, up to $389,000. I don't know if that's practical in one budget year without having that. We don't have a restricted surplus that directly approaches this. It's not the process we've used to support community infrastructure in the past. It's been a controlled and planned process. I think we've indicated that there's $200,000 worth of support being able to be forwarded to Farrier in their process. And I mean, some of that relies on that community supporting their own community structures and infrastructure with the help of the public purse, which I think, as we've indicated so far. So I'm hesitant to make a motion that I made in the past that was not necessarily endorsed by this, but if that came from another source, I might certainly support that being revisited again. But I can only hope that Farrier lives a long and prosperous life, and this is one aspect of that community life I think is so important. I think it deserves support from the community's purse at the level we have indicated in budget to this point.
Thank you. All right, any other further comments, questions, or motions? Oh, sorry, did see your light there.
Yep,
Go
no
ahead,
worries.
Councillor Mello.
Thank you, Reeve. At the risk of us going down the rabbit hole of, I want to say there was actually 6 motions here last week, but let's try that again. The council direct administration to release the $200,000 that is in budget to the Ferry Community Association for the Community Hall project.
Okay. Any comments, questions on that motion?
Yes.
You have a comment?
Yes.
Okay, Councillor Cermak.
I would say that we really said 200,000, but the insurance has to come out of that 200,000, whatever that cost is. Or money doesn't get released.
So, go ahead, Councillor Mello.
Thank you, Reeve. That motion by Councillor Lougheed last week was defeated. So in order for that to be the motion on the floor, we'd have to just rehear that, because basically exactly what you're saying right now was defeated last week.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, Councillor Northcott.
As in the agenda package here, it does state here that we are receiving information from a fellow councillor on this topic, and there's a request for funding here. So I don't know what the wording would be, but I do sense a conflict here. So at this point in time, I'm going to step aside and recuse myself, as I believe this may be a conflict. For those reasons stated.
Okay. All right. So, there's a motion on the floor to release the $200,000 to the Ferry Community Hall. Any other further comments or questions on that motion? Although I know we made that motion back 2 weeks ago, I have to trust that the committee will do the right thing They will get some insurance use a part of those proceeds to help ensure that there's no accidents at some point in time, and they protect the asset that they've worked so hard to build in the last 10 years. So, or however many years that they've started this. So anyways, Ms. Surham?
Any other criteria or just release the funds? I just want to make sure that administration is understanding what council's intent is.
I believe that's,
My motion says release the funds, because when I go through all of the motions from last week that had any type of criteria on them whatsoever, they were all defeated. So this is the last one we're left with, because all of the other ones that had conditions and requirements were all defeated. So this is what we're left with.
and I remember there was one motion that was a tie, and that's why it was defeated, so. No, it was a tie, so it was 3-3, so therefore it got defeated, so. Yeah, no, fair enough. Councillor Cermak, then Councillor Lougheed.
I will not be voting in favor of this.
Okay.
I do not want to put taxpayers' money in jeopardy in case that gets burnt down. Then our money's lost with no insurance.
Okay. Councillor Lloyd?
Thank you, and knowing that it seems that insurance is very important for council to be able to support this, is there any way that Clearwater County can create some level of insurance on this property through the building project so the community purse is actually protected in that?
Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Graham.
We could be directed to make an agreement that includes insurance, that the money is released when insurance is proof of insurance is supplied to us, unless Mr. Han has something else to add. Was an agreement and a motion last week?
That insurance was a requirement.
So
We could have one to have an agreement.
if you want to go technical, how much is a deviation from that? If you pay 75% or if you pay 90% of the insurance, is that a different motion? And that would be a question for, but I think the intent is clear that we want to see insurance on this property because that, I believe, it protects everybody involved. I know it's a barrier for a community hall project that is trying to extend the value in every cent they have into the building, and they're keeping their fingers crossed that nothing bad happens in the way. I think Clearwater County has had a strong policy of managing liability in all the things it does because that does come forward from time to time. I think it's very forward thinking to know that you are covered for many eventualities, not all, but the ones that you can foresee. And I can foresee in a building project that bad things happen. I know a certain Pioneer School, for instance, in a rebuilding project had some minor difficulties, and that went with a complete loss of that structure. If you didn't have insurance on that, there probably wouldn't be a school sitting there today. So I think it's important when we're doing a major reconstruction or a new construction project that we ensure those community entities that we are providing a partnership level support to, that maybe that's one part of the partnership is we ensure that the community purse and the community is protected for some of the liabilities that is difficult for that community center to do. So I'm just putting things out there, or is there a simple way we change the wording of a previously made motion that failed to something distinctly different and then bring that back?
Ms. Sarah?
Because the Farrier Association is an additional named insured on the Clearwater County policy, Clearwater County could initiate that policy and pay for that policy and deduct the premium amount from the funds that are released to the Farrier Community Association, and that way it's still technically coming out of that funding amount, but Clearwater County would be responsible for ensuring that policy is in place and actually cutting the check to the RMA insurance.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe?
The costs to complete the building have gone up that much since the community first came to council to demand insurance and then take that out of the shrunken money that's left. It doesn't seem reasonable to move ahead. It would cripple the community. Yes, we would carry on, but there would still be that shortfall that would probably leave us with a building that has no occupancy permit.
Councillor Lahi?
Thank you, and I appreciate your perspective. I would have to ask the question, when this hall is completed, is there intent to insure this building then? Or are you going to try to save the insurance money at that point?
The insurance would be much less at that point.
I understand that, but the reason your insurance is high now is because the risk is extremely high too. Construction, I mean, just look to the city of Edmonton, huge subdivisions lost in construction phases, and that's the reason that insurance rates on construction are much higher than steady state completed rates.
Even our old building was always insured.
And I would suggest too that construction insurance is based on short time periods in that construction phase, and you probably have different phases in that. If you were reached a completion, that your insurance might be much different than it would be if you're only, you know, if you're open framing is much different than if you are sheeted in and moving forward from there. If you're in a lockup stage, you're at a much better, lower rate than you would be at a less than lockup stage.
Yes. And that is the annual rate. So if we don't get to completion, then we're facing renewal. Just like we're going to have to renew the building permit. But it expires in June.
Mr. Hunt?
I would also want to kind of look into what happens if there's no construction insurance, what happens to the premiums on that building after construction, because if there's no insurance, I think there's things that are insured in that construction policy for after construction that, you know, may not necessarily be insured in a normal policy, so the premiums may go up if construction insurance is never taken out on a facility.
All right. So there's a motion on the floor to release the funds to the Fair Community Hall. Your light is on? No?
Oh, sorry,
Okay. All right. So I will call the question. All those, oh, sorry, before I call the question, just for clarity. So this is, motion does not involve any insurance. This is just release the funds. So anyway, just so we're clear. Go ahead. Yes, go for clarity.
Just to clarify with Mr. Ratcliffe, that there will not be insurance forthcoming even with the, an advancement of $200,000 that this motion is proposing?
That is a difficult question because I'm here wearing two hats.
Well, that's why I said Mr. Ratcliffe, representing the project lead on.
That decision would be up to the community. But on my other hat, I would want to protect public funds.
As would I, so that's why without that assurance, I can't support the motion.
All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's defeated. We do have a 2:30 delegation, so we may have to table this item. So go ahead, Councillor Lloyd. Okay, motion to table, thank you. All those in favor to table? Okay, we'll come back. We have a 2:30 delegation with Matrix, and we'll have that.
First item
Sorry.
that we need to go forward is the 2024 transfers for the restricted surplus.
Okay,
No, he can be on.
he can be on for that? Okay, perfect. Someone wanna go, grab Councillor Northcott, please?
I need to know if this one is being tabled.
It's being tabled till the end, we'll be coming back to that.
At
To
this meeting.
This meeting, yes.
I'm sure of that. So we're going
Okay. So we'll be going to item then 8.2.1.
8.2.1 is the
Yep,
restricted surplus transfers for the 2024 financial statements.
okay. 8.2.1, microphone, yeah, perfect, thank you.
Thank you. So,
Yeah.
the restricted surplus, schedule has been broke out into two different agenda items. The first agenda item is that council reviews the updated restricted surplus transfers and approves with any noted amendments. And this is only for 2024 transactions. Oh, sorry.
Oh, they're coming, sorry.
I just wanted to be able to vote.
No, sorry. Okay, sorry, they're on to start again.
Oh, no problem. My fault.
No, no worries.
Administration has before you the restricted surplus transfers for the year 2024 to ensure the financial statements have the updated restricted surplus balances to December 31st, 2024. And the staff recommendation is that council reviews the updated restricted surplus transfers and approves with any noted amendments. The attached summary spreadsheet just goes through those 3 times that council looked at the restricted surplus numbers just for the 2024 year. So the first column is the balances at the end of the, that were included in the financial statements for 2023. And then the second column, which is a white column, 2 restricted surplus, those are the restricted surplus transfers that were identified during budget for 2024, which was December 2023. So then you have a subtotal column. Then the reallocations column, and that was when, for a strategic planning session, I believe it was in September, or maybe even a council meeting in September, council went through the restricted surplus balances, and administration had identified a surplus number for 2024 estimate. Once the financial statements were completed, there was actually not as much surplus, additional surplus in 2024 as what had been identified in that meeting. So the restricted surplus transfer that administration adjusted downward was the solid waste facilities transfer. It was at $5 million and it went to $3,863,000. All the other numbers in that, in those transfers are the same as the motion in the council meeting in September. So just to review, this revenue stabilization fund was, the dollars were transferred out of there. There was some dollars identified in work in progress that those projects had been completed. And so there was $1.1 million coming out of there. There was a fencing project that had been completed at the landfill for $75,000. And the public works capital restricted surplus was taken to zero at $5,050,000. And then the additional surplus for 2024 is $5,356,000, and it was identified, I think, at $7 million. So you can see that the projects that the funding went into was broadband, the sewer restricted surplus, West Country roads, solid waste facilities, and Nordic development through tax revenue. And then again, there is a balance after those transactions happened. And then the next white column is the revenue and expenditure actuals in 2024. So these are the ones that were identified in budget in 2024 as transfers to and from at their budgeted amounts. So if, for example, if there was the fleet projects, the budgeted amount would have been identified as coming out of the fleet and equipment restricted surplus. And then at the end of 2024, administration goes through and calculates what was actually spent on those expenditures. So these were adjusted to actuals. So you can see the fleet then was adjusted to $2,849,000. And I'd have to look up what the budgeted amount was, but I think it was over $3 million. And any transfers to restricted surplus are also included in these, and some of those are deployment revenues for the fire training facilities, rental revenue into the facilities, restricted surplus, and some of those legislated dollars for municipal reserve funds through development, that also gets transferred into restricted surplus. And then transfers for gravel reclamation, future gravel reclamation, are charged out to the projects in each year. So those numbers are all included in that net number in that revenue and expenditures column for 2024. And then you can see what the balances are in those restricted surplus accounts for December 31st, 2024. And then this will be where we start our discussion in the item after the financial statements for where the restricted surpluses are, what's budgeted to come out in the next 4 years, and where we're sitting before we talk about the tax rate bylaw.
Okay. So you would just accept this as amended?
Just approve as amended.
As amended.
Please.
Yeah. Or any questions? Otherwise, looking for a motion as per staff recommendation. Councillor Ratcliffe?
I just have a question.
Yes.
About the solid waste facilities, there's a reallocation of 3.86 million.
Yeah.
What's the background on that?
Council had identified $5 million to go into that for the central transfer station, future work. However, the surplus didn't allow for that large of a transfer to that restricted surplus. So administration adjusted that to $3,863,274.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? If not, looking for a motion as per staff recommendation. Councillor Gibson makes the motion that the council's reviewed and the updated restricted surplus transfers and approves with any noted amendments.
Yeah, the amendment being that waste transfer facilities.
The waste transfer facilities, yes, with any the noted amendments. Okay. Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. The restricted funds that are here and the different things that they're allotted to kind of triggers the work plan for the next several years, correct?
Yes, and we will look at that in the next item. It looks at the restricted surplus balances to the end of 25, 26, 27, and 28. And in those documents, each specific project has been identified. So you will see actually the projects that council has identified as moving forward. They're in the 10-year capital plan, but specifically in the next 4 years.
Okay, so, sorry, supplementary.
Yep.
So confirming that voting on the motion right now is not accepting that work plan, it's simply accepting the screenshot that this has been taken as a place in time.
Right.
Of where the accounts are sitting.
Yes.
I just want to make sure it's not accepting the work plan for the next several years, it's just
No.
what it looks like this second.
This is what it looks like for the end of December 2024.
Okay.
And then we will have definitely more robust conversation going forward on the projects that are planned to move forward.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, motion on the floor, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Yes, I just have another question about the Nordegg development funded through lot sales. Does that almost 7 million reflect the value of our inventory?
No,
No.
no, it does not.
That's construction.
This is just what it's the cost that it's taken to develop those lots that are available for sale.
Okay.
So far.
So that's the to from account.
Right.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, motion on the floor. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's carried. Moving on now to item 8.2.2. Or can we go straight?
2.3.
Can we go to matrix? Okay.
And then I think Phil has joined us, and I'll let him speak to the audit and
Okay. All right.
his findings.
Hello, can you hear us? Perfect.
Yes, good afternoon.
Great. Can we just do a quick round of introductions again?
Surely.
Okay.
Good to see you again, Jenny Melhoff, Councillor Ward 1.
Good afternoon, Darrell Wahid, Councillor Ward 3.
Good afternoon, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Hi, Michelle Swanson, Reeve, and Councillor for Ward 7.
Good afternoon, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Good afternoon, Neil Ratcliffe, Ward 5 Councillor.
Afternoon, Barbara Gibson, Councillor.
Good afternoon, Phil. Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good afternoon, Rhonda Serhan, Manager of Financial Services.
Good afternoon, Rick Emmons, CAO.
Kurt Magnus, Director of Public Works Operations.
There we go. So take it away. And I believe we've got we can see your presentation on the screen. So if you'd like to take it away, Phil, please do.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Reeve, and good afternoon, members of council and administration. Thank you for having me on. My name's Phil Dirks. Nice to meet you all again. And I'm a partner with Metrics Group, Chartered Professional Accountants in Edmonton. And happy to say a few words about the audit and mostly about the audit. So I'll try not to take up too much of your time, but happy to discuss whatever needs discussing. So just to get the ball rolling, the audit went very well this year. So thanks to Rhonda, Bonnie, and there's others. I don't have everybody's name here, but thanks to everybody else that helped out over there and getting us information, answering questions, and so on. The county, as Rhonda's going to mention to you here, a report after I'm done, I think, is still in good financial position. So overall, things went very well. So really appreciate that. So I was just going to say a few words about our auditor's report and some of the areas that are, a little more important to us. You probably have heard a little bit of the same from me in the past, but we'll go over it again. And hopefully if you have questions, by all means, just let me know. the county hired our firm to conduct an audit. And so, you know, our job at the end of the day is to provide an auditor's report on the financial statements. Just so you know, well, just backing up a minute there, we did provide you with an audit plan back in January, I believe, that discussed some of the matters such as how we approach an audit, you know, timing and those types of things. But I was just going to note that auditors in Canada are required to follow Canadian auditing standards when we complete an audit of financial statements. So those rules apply to all auditors auditing all different sorts of organizations. So that's the rules that we're bound by. And just so you know, we also get audited by the Alberta Institute of, well, now it's Chartered Professional Accountants, but they come to our office every 3 years to make sure that we're, you know, following these rules. So anyways, probably the most important part of the auditor's report is the opinion. So we're indicating in that paragraph that the financial statements are in accordance with Canadian Public Sector Accounting Standards, PSAS. So those are the standards that municipalities, hospitals, governments, those types of organizations use in doing their financial reporting. If you looked at a public company's financial statements, it would be a different framework, but that's what municipalities use. So that's what we call a clean opinion. Management is responsible for the statements. You know, with many of our clients, we do prepare the financial statements, but that doesn't relieve management of their responsibilities for fair presentation and internal controls. One of the key areas in the auditor's report, and you know, it goes on for 2 pages, so I kind of broke it down here a little bit. But what are our responsibilities? You know, there's a paragraph in there that states that our objective is to provide reasonable assurance that the financial statements are not materially misstated. So, you know, what is reasonable assurance? It would be approaching a high level of assurance, but it would never be a guarantee. People could lie to us. You know, that doesn't really happen very often with our clients, but it's a possibility. There's sometimes estimates that are more subjective in nature. You know, for instance, you know, your gravel quantities in the case of the county, those types of things, they're not like a bank account balance. So estimates are areas where, you know, management could, you know, bias the results and so on. What does not materially misstated mean? So materiality is a concept where there can be some misstatements in a set of financial statements, and the auditor would still sign the financial or the auditor's report with a clean report. So, you know, if we had no materiality, we would never stop auditing, and audits would cost way more than they cost now even. So, you know, generally speaking, there's, you know, standard amounts that are percentages of various factors such as revenue or assets and so on that most firms follow. So that's quantitative materiality, and then there's also qualitative. So why are misstatements happening and those types of things? So we also have to consider that. But really, materiality is usually only becomes a factor when, you know, a client decides they want to do something in a different manner than we agree with, and then we have to, you know, have a discussion as to whether or not it's large enough to not restate the financial statements. So that's probably the most important part of what we do. You know, like I said, we also have to use our professional judgment in establishing audit procedures. You know, there's, like I said, the auditing standards, but every auditor has to use their judgment in deciding what's important. Generally speaking, the auditing standards require the auditors, and I'm almost done, to, you know, look at where do they think there's more chance of a large misstatement occurring in a client's accounts, and to focus their efforts in that area. And then beyond all that, we also have to be professionally skeptical. You know, show me the money, basically, or trust but verify. You know, we can't just take people's word on everything. We need to follow up and really, you know, just be overly careful. So that's the auditor's report in a nutshell. Where are we focused on? You know, we will look at, you know, every area on the statement of financial position. It doesn't mean we wouldn't look at areas, but there are definitely areas where there's going to be less chance of a misstatement occurring, just based on our experience, with various clients, including municipalities. We audit over 80 municipalities and related organizations. So, just a quick overview here. Receivables, thankfully, most of the time, municipal receivables aren't too risky, other than in the last, number of years, maybe with the rural municipalities, some of the oil companies were, a little bit of a trouble spot, but that's been coming along in recent years again. So what we're concerned about is that you're going to receive the amounts that are receivable. And, the best evidence we can get in that area is seeing the money come in after the end of the year. So that's really what we focus on. The county does have a relatively small allowance for a few slower paying accounts, which is prudent. That doesn't mean, efforts aren't being made to collect those amounts, but from an accounting standpoint, the rules really want to be conservative, right? So if there's a chance that you might not get something, we'd rather err on the side of caution rather than, yeah, we'll probably get that. Well, let's be careful and make sure that we're not counting our chickens or the eggs before they're hatched, so to speak. So, other than that, a lot of receivables are from government grants. So those are not going to be generally a problem collecting. And even a lot of your tax receivables, you have recourse on a lot of those things. Inventory, so the county does have land and gravel inventory. Just really not that risky, but it's, the costs that go into inventory, we're making sure that those costs are being applied that are actually inventory costs, those types of things. Like I mentioned earlier, gravel is, an estimate. We don't go out and count 3 cars there. Somebody did a count, so to speak, using a global positioning system. So that gives us a pretty good feeling about, what's there. It's not precise, but it's better than you can do by eyeballing it. So that's really the issue there. The other thing with inventory is always, is it still worth what is on the books, right? So, you have your lots out in Nordegg. You've spent a certain amount of money on them. Thankfully, they've been moving in recent history, right? So, but if they were just sitting there and never selling any, the question would be, is that actually going to be realized? So that's a valuation question, really, with inventory. Purchases, payables, again, not necessarily overly complicated in any way, but where we typically will find mistakes is the client's cutoff procedures. So what we would do is, examine some bills that got paid after the end of the year, look at the invoice. Hey, this is for last year. Why isn't it in the payables? Oh, we missed that one. So that's an area where there can be some problems sometimes. So we do spend quite a bit of work on that area. But as far as your payables go, there's nothing in there that's unusual for a county of your size. Deferred revenue and government transfers. So this is an area where really what we're concerned about is matching up what you said you're going to use your grant funds for and whether you had expenses. So, for instance, you have grant funding. Let's say it's a local government fiscal framework money. We see an application that says it's for, I don't know, for the sake of argument, a grader. Then we're going to check back into your capital activities, see that the costs were incurred, and an amount of revenue can be recognized when those costs have been incurred. So sometimes, those things don't get matched up properly. And so that's why we're feel like that's an area where we need to be a little more careful. I don't know if you remember, but last year, municipalities adopted asset retirement obligations. So this is where there's a legal obligation for the county to remediate some asset retirement costs. So the biggest part of this is the landfill, and a smaller amount is for some asbestos in buildings. So that got put on the books last year. Really, there wasn't too much to do this year, as it was just updated. The assumptions and so on were updated going forward. But there's again some subjectivity to that balance. So that's why we feel that's a little more important. Tangible capital assets. So the county spends a lot of money on its capital assets, roads, machinery, equipment, those types of things. From time to time, what we find is, the odd client will capitalize something that doesn't meet the definition of an asset, so, you know, it should be an expense. Or maybe they expense an asset that should be an asset, and vice versa. So that's really what we're looking for in that area. Really, I think most of the time, sometimes, you know, when there's lots of money involved, it's easy to feel like it's an asset, and it may not be just because of the quantum. So, again, that's an area where we spend quite a bit of time. And then taxes, you know, it's not overly complicated, thank goodness, but it's a big number. So definitely an important area as far as we're concerned there. So, you know, no real complicated amounts or revenue recognition policies to worry about with the taxes. So that's good news as well. So that's kind of the areas that we feel are more important and what we're focusing on. Again, that doesn't mean we're not looking in other areas as well. And actually, some of our work we're required to, you know, have an element of unpredictability in our work. So, you know, odd time we might be asking questions that, you know, people might be wondering, why are you looking at that for? Well, it's our prerogative to look at anything that kind of tweaks our interest. And it's funny, over the years, I guess you'd call it auditor's intuition, but it's weird. Sometimes you can just feel there's a problem somewhere. So anyways, I guess that's what comes with experience. So just as far as the audit findings report goes, you should have a copy of that letter in your package, I believe, but I'm just gonna summarize a few things here. So we did not find any significant control deficiencies. Significant control deficiency would be if a control wasn't operating or detecting and correcting, you know, large misstatements on a timely basis. That would be what would be significant control deficiency. So overall, the county's accounts are in good shape. Unusual accounting policies, estimates, practices, those types of things. The auditor is just required to report back on anything that they thought was, you know, out of the ordinary. So again, like I said, I think at least once there's nothing in the county's accounts that would be like, wow, nobody else does this. You know, it's pretty standard stuff. Nothing really complicated as far as estimates go. There are a few estimates here, but so, you know, doubtful accounts, like I said earlier, there's an allowance of $925,000 for some accounts that are a little bit slow paying. Again, you're working on those, but prudent to have an allowance. Asset retirement obligations, that's an estimate of $8.6 million. Amortization of the county's assets. So every year the county amortizes its assets, and last year that was $24 million. So that represents the estimated cost of using, you know, things like roads and graders and those types of things for the year. And then on top of that, there's also some gravel inventory, like I said. So none of these things have changed since last year. They were all similar, but different numbers. Unadjusted and adjusted differences. There were a few adjustments during the audit, and I think actually that's probably the fewest there's been since we've been the auditors. So kudos to the finance team over there. And there was no material unadjusted differences. So like I mentioned earlier, there can be some unadjusted differences. In fact, I might have told you this story before, but I used to work at one of the bigger firms, and one of the firm's clients was Cameco. You know, there would be $7-8 million errors that didn't matter. So it's all relative to the size of the organization. So anyways, no concerns there. We didn't have any significant difficulties during the audit. The word significant comes right out of the auditing standards. So I wouldn't say we had any difficulties, significant or otherwise. So again, thanks to everybody over there. You know, what makes the audit successful, I think, for both sides is when, you know, we don't have to nag people. We get things in, you know, answers to questions and requests for information on a timely basis, and it's right the first time we get it. You know, there's definitely clients where, hey, this doesn't make sense. Oh yeah, here, take this. Oh, it's still not right, you know, and then it goes back and forth and everybody gets irritated. So overall, things went very well. We will provide a management letter in a couple in the upcoming weeks here regarding, you know, things that we might have observed during the audit that could be suggestions, but definitely there would be, nothing there that would be too serious. So overall, that's how we approach the audit. Like I said, county, as far as we're concerned, is still in good financial position, and it's looked like some pretty good financial results for 2024. And like I said, the audit went well, and we provided a clean audit report on the statements. So that concludes what I have to say, unless somebody has some questions for me.
Yeah, there is. Counselor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I have a list. First one though is we took on a new community in I guess we start taking them on in January 1st, 2025. What happens to the audit that involves the former village? Because is it captured in here? Because it doesn't seem like it is. But so how do they get audited? Because we need to make sure they get audited too.
Yeah, that's a good question. Thank you. I don't know if you can still see my screen or not.
Yes.
And actually, I was going to mention that there is a note in the financial statements to that effect that this amalgamation or merger, took place. So the Village of Caroline is being audited. They have their own auditors for 2024. And then that will be brought into the counties. Well, technically, if you read the order, there's actually a new municipality formed of the two old ones, but basically those two will come together, and those accounts will be included in the county's 2025 financial statements.
Okay, so that auditor will present to us at some point?
Yeah.
I don't know, it'd be up to Murray, could probably answer that better than I can.
I'll take a shot at that one, thanks, Phil. So we're just finishing up the audit at the former village this coming week and the beginning of next week. And we've let municipal affairs know that the financial statements will just be a week or two after the deadline. Which, I mean, the municipality no longer exists, so it's more for information for municipal affairs anyway. And it's just a matter of timing and trying to get Clearwater County's audit done and financial statements done, and then the financial statements, once the audit is complete, will come back to this council the same way this one does. I haven't talked to the audit team there. They're about presenting. They're at a BDO out of the city of Red Deer, so I'm sure that they typically would come to the village council and present. So I'm assuming that they will either be at the first meeting in May or the second, likely the second meeting in May, to present the financial statements from 2024 from the village.
Thank you. Follow up?
Yes, thank you. With regards to amortization and depreciation, I recognize how it can be used when it's an asset that's saleable. So when it's actually something that you can get the value back out of. So when it's depreciated to a point, like if the depreciation value that's left is hopefully what you can sell it for, hopefully. That's not the case with roads and bridges, and like I can't turn around and sell a bridge. So then how does that work with the depreciation and amortization of assets that we actually cannot get the value back out of ever?
Well, the point of the amortization is really to allocate, the cost of using those roads to their useful life. So, maybe not a road isn't a great example, but if you just think about a piece of equipment that might last 10 years, it costs $100,000 and you're amortizing it at straight line basis. So $10,000 every year, hopefully by the time we get to the end of what we think is its useful life, it's pretty much on its last leg. And the amortization is just a way of allocating those costs to each period as it is an estimate of what it costs the county to use that grader. Because that doesn't go in, as you know, doesn't go into expenses, right? So it's really just a way of allocating the cost over those years of use. Some counties, not many of our clients, they do use a salvage value, which I don't think that makes too much sense in the case of roads and so on, but really, at the end of the day, that's really all amortization is about. So in the case of the grader there, if you got to the end of the useful life, we fully depreciate it, you might still be driving it. And then when you sell it, you would just have a gain on the sale. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Yes and no. Maybe I just need to spend some more time with Ms. Sarhan, because this one the amortization and depreciation is very confusing to me, especially if it's not funded. It just seems like a balancing, moving money around principle rather than an actual making sure that there's assets to work the county. So maybe I just need to work with Ms. Serhan on understanding that a little bit more. I did have another question with regards to liabilities, if I may. Does the liabilities that are recognized within audits recognize liabilities that are not yet seen as a county liability, but could be? Example being community halls. Those community halls go defunct. Are they a liability of the county then?
Well, that's a good question. Yes and no. Generally speaking, no. But the asset retirement obligations may capture some of that. So, in the case of a hall, the asbestos issue, if those halls were built before early 1990s, I believe it was, they may have asbestos in them, and when you go to dismantle them or, remove them from service, there could be a cost to that. So that would have been or may have been captured in the county's estimate of its asset retirement obligations. But that involves only if there's a legal obligation to remediate something. So, if it was a different issue, that may not be captured. The only thing that might happen in that instance is if there was an obligation to do something that we knew about that hasn't happened yet, there may be a note in the financial statements to that effect.
Thank you.
Did you?
No, I appreciate that. I bring that up because actually at one of our zone RMA meetings, it was brought up on liabilities in communities and how you can capture them, because they do end up, not-for-profits can become a liability of the municipality if the not-for-profit group goes defunct or just reneges they walk away. I believe it was a grain elevator that was the example at RMA. They walked away. So I just was curious how that was captured in our audit as well. Thanks.
Ms. Serhan?
No, I'll go through the financial statements unless there's other questions for Phil.
Any other questions for Mr. Dirks? Seeing no red lights.
Okay. The first statement we're going to go through today is the consolidated statement of financial position. And this is the statement that kind of shows where the municipality or the organization is at a specific point in time as far as equity, as far as how much cash does this municipality or is it in a positive position or a negative position, or how is this organization doing financially? So the first section is the financial assets, and cash equivalents have gone up slightly. This is the more liquid cash. So it's the shorter term investments that can be turned into cash quite quickly. Accounts receivable, you'll see that that's gone down a bit, and that directly correlates with the deferred revenue that's gone down. So some of the grant revenue had been recognized as a deferred revenue and as an accounts receivable, in that the province had indicated that we would be eligible for this funding, but we hadn't received the funding yet, and we hadn't identified projects, so it was recognized as deferred revenue, as a liability, because if we didn't put projects in, we would have to pay it back, but then as a receivable on the financial asset side. So you'll see that some of those funds were used in 2024, so the deferred revenue portion has gone down because they were recognized as revenue, and the accounts receivable portion went down because the province has paid out those grants. Land held for resale is the dollars associated with land that's being held for future resale. So the majority of that is in Nordegg. However, there is a one subdivision within the hamlet of Caroline that is also in this number that's currently for sale.
Question on that?
Yeah.
That is our costs put into that, or is that the market value?
No, that's the cost that it has taken to develop.
Okay, thank you.
Those properties. The investments are mostly bonds, so these are your longer term investments that are less easy to maybe turn into cash in the short term. Still very easy to get into cash if was needed. There just may be some penalty involved. So that's your financial asset total. Liabilities are things that the municipality owed money for or could potentially owe money for to the end of December 31st, 2024. And again, it's just a snapshot, a point in time. So it's for the activities that happened in 2024. So anything that we owed money for activities that were done in 2024 or previously that have yet to be paid are in the accounts payable and accrued liabilities. And that number doesn't typically change from year to year. The one thing that affects that sometimes is if the school requisition doesn't come out on December 31st and it moves into January of the next year, then that number will look like quite a variation from year to year. But overall, that number stays pretty steady as far as what we expect to get invoices for after December 31st for activities that were completed in 2024. So and a good example of this is the airport. We don't get a invoice because the town's waiting for confirmation of what the total is before they can invoice for our portion. Do you have a question?
Go ahead, Councilor Miller.
Thank you, Reeve. Just to build on what the Reeve was saying with regards to land sales, then does that add on to the unrealized gain or unrealized loss because of land sales? So if it's based on what it just cost to develop, then does that get added into the unrealized gain or loss columns when we go to sell it? Because we can lose potentially if it's sold below market value or below development value, but we could gain if it's sold above development value. If it cost us less than it did to sell it, does that becomes, can it be, am I making sense?
Yeah,
Okay.
we have the auditor question that every year typically, especially in a year that doesn't have sales.
Right.
Or in 2024, there was actually more buybacks than there were sales. So we're going in the opposite direction. And they want to make sure that we haven't spent more money than what is saleable for that. So as long as the dollar value that we've assigned to the cost to develop that piece of property seems reasonable to them, that we will recoup that cost, we don't recognize any of that until at the time of the sale.
Okay, so it's not like, sorry.
No, go ahead.
So it's not like an investment where you recognize the unrealized gain or loss every year on whatever your investments are in your generally accepted accounting principles. The land sales that we have or not sales, the land development in Nord Egg and Caroline are not used the same as like investment principles.
No, right, okay. That's right.
Thank you.
Unless they're overinflated, like if a parcel of land is, the cost of it was 200,000 and you really are gonna stretch your mark to get 100,000 for it, the auditor would wanna know that and we would look at recognizing some of those losses in that year, but we have never done that. Okay, back to liabilities. Deferred revenue, again, this is mostly grant revenue that's intended to be Clearwater counties that hasn't been spent yet. Long-term debt, 2025 is the last year for long-term debt payment. So June 15th, we make our last payment and that principal will go to zero, 223,335. The asset retirement obligation, Mr. Dirks commented on this, and this is the liability which includes the landfill, but also now includes facilities that there might be a cost to demolish or any other asset that there is an ongoing cost after the use of that asset has expired. So it's an estimate, and again, there's lots of detailed information and formulas that go into calculating that, and we have a different team through Metrics Group that calculates the landfill retirement obligations for us. And yeah, that's what mostly makes up that number, but there are some facility retirement obligations in there as well. So that's financial assets. So you can see that the net of what we owe versus what we have, we're at a positive of $95 million in 2024. So the non-financial assets are those tangible capital assets. These are the things that we've exchanged cash for in order to provide services. So, but we're going to be using them for more than the current 2024 year. We're going to be using them into the future. So we just want to recognize those expenses in the year that we use those assets for. So tangible capital assets, you can see increased by just over $1 million, and that's net. So that doesn't mean that we just spent $1 million on assets in 2024. That means we spent $1 million more than what we used. Inventories for consumption, that is mostly gravel, sorry, I should have looked this up, but I believe there's some broadband inventory in that as well. Prepaid expenses, these are things that are a timing issue mostly. Some of them are a 3-year contract that you pay ahead of time, and you might keep those a record of that and use that prepaid contract over the 3 years. Or in the example of insurance, which is the majority of this, our insurance comes due November 1st, so we pay it in November. But we've paid it till November of the following year. But that's every year. So we always have prepaid amount of insurance on our statement of financial position. So you can see here that overall the non-financial assets grew just under $1 million, and our accumulated surplus grew because of our increased cash and decreased liabilities to $494 million overall. Is there any questions?
Councillor Northcott?
Yeah.
Just for the, where it's investments, it's, I don't know what note 4 is, but in 2023, it showed just shy of 52 million, and then in 2024, it's just a hair over 50 million. I was just wondering.
Yeah, so some of the bonds matured and got moved into a shorter term, just happened right at December 31st. Like, this is just a snapshot of where we're at December 31st. So in December of 2024, there just happened to be more in the shorter term than there was in the longer term. It was probably just a transition period of maturing bonds, or Murray does our cash flow, so he looks at how much are we going to use in the next few months. Like, do we need to keep more in a shorter term than in the longer term? And if a bond matures, do we look at reinvesting in another bond in another longer term, or is the 90 days performing well? And there's there's more that goes into it than I'll maybe let him add.
Sure. Director Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve. And in addition to that, as Councilor Milhoff referred to, we record them at market value. So as interest rates were increasing over the last couple of years, our market value of our bonds was actually decreasing, because somebody could go buy a new bond for more than what the interest rate is on our current bonds that we're holding. But at the same time, it doesn't make sense for us to sell them and go buy a new bond, because we'd incur a loss on that. So we rode that out. Interest rates are turning around now, coming up. So what you're seeing here is some of that recovery towards where we were at the end of 2023, and continuing to recover further each time the Bank of Canada decides to make an adjustment downward on the interest rates. So as interest rates are going down, the bonds we're carrying are worth more on the market. So part of that is the market fluctuation, in addition to transferring from long-term investments into shorter-term investments, as Ms. Sarin has said, in order to manage cash flow and upcoming obligations.
Okay. Please, no more lights? Okay.
The next statement is the consolidated statement of operations and accumulated surplus. So the bottom of this statement balances to the previous statement that you'll see. The net accumulated surplus at the end of the year is the same amount on this statement. Now this statement is the revenues that we receive and the expenses that we incur or the use of the tangible capital asset for that year. Government transfers for operating, you'll see, are quite a bit higher, and that's because Public Works had was approached by Alberta Transportation to do some work on some culverts for them, and so then the dollars flowed through. The government transfers for operating are up, but also the expenses to Public Works also up. Road, streets, walks and lighting, you can see down below, but we'll get to that as we get there. The investment income, again, budgeted for 2.4 million, we did very well, 3.8. This budget is conservative for the reason that, you know, municipalities aren't in risky investments. They have to have a certain type of investment they can go in. It's a class of investment that is approved by the Municipal Government Act. But there are some, when the interest rates fluctuate, there is some gains to be had, and there were some gains in 2024 for Clearwater County. But we will continue to budget conservatively even if we do realize some additional investment income, and these dollars just flow through into the additional surplus that is transferred to restricted surplus at the end of each year to fund future capital assets. Most of the other revenues are where we would expect them to be. I'm not sure why there wasn't a budget for developer levies. I'll have a look at that, but overall there was just business as usual in 2024. Expenses, the administration expenses are up due to the broadband program expanding, and you'll see that it is lower than budget for 2024. The other one is the road, streets, walks, and lighting, which is Public Works operations for the most part. Budget was at 13.4 and actuals was at 14.4. They were actually under budget when the grant from the and the expenses for the grant for the work done in the culverts for Alberta Transportation is taken out of there. Wastewater treatment and disposal, there is the additional $1 million to the town of Rocky that's noted in there. And that was funded through a transfer from restricted surplus. So transfers from restricted surplus would go up by that amount. Waste management, there is additional accretion expense, and this is that landfill liability that changes over time. And so there was some accretion expense in there. And the rest of the lines were where we would expect them to be. There was some shuffling within ag services, community services, and culture. There's, I think, some of the, there was some, just maybe some confusion about where things were supposed to be put as far as expenses. So you'll see a little bit of difference in the actual versus budget, but then you would see it the other way in one of those other items. So again, where we would expect it to be, but maybe not in the right area there. Amortization. So amortization, $23 million budget. the actual amortization expense, recognized in 2024, 24,140,000. So that's the amount that is, used of the TCA that's actually been, purchased, in the past. And, what some municipalities do is fund that entire amount, and then put those dollars away for future funding. This municipality takes that apart and does it in two separate pieces because the funding amount doesn't quite equal the $24 million. So instead of putting the full $24 million away, it's been around that $18 to $20 million that has gone into restricted surplus for future tangible capital assets. And as you can see, if that continues, all of the assets would never be replaced at that amount because it's not even covering what is being used in that year, let alone the inflation to replace that asset. The other revenues and expenses, the government transfers for capital, budgeted 10.8, recognized 8.9. That's about where, projects, we have a short project window in Alberta, so whatever we can get done, we get done. We hope for lots, and actually in 2024, it looks like we did pretty good. Loss on disposal of tangible capital assets is the, when a road fails and you expect 40 years and you only get 35, you don't have an asset to sell. You demolish that asset and the amount that's still on the books, the net book value of that road has to get expensed. So this is the loss that happens on disposal of TCA. So it's not like we sold something and we expected to get 500,000 and only got 100. This is like roads that didn't live as long as we wanted them to or hoped they would. Some of them are bridges that maybe only fall short 5 years, but it's still a big amount when it gets to the end of its useful life, 5 years or 7 years before we expect it to. And then again, the annual surplus. So the, including amortization, because that amortization number is in there, in budget and in actual, the expected deficit was $1.3 million. And how that gets balanced to zero is through transfers to and from restricted surplus. What actually happened was a surplus of 4.4. So that's a difference of about $5.8 million. Again, the accumulated surplus at the end of the year was $494,576,000. The following page just goes through consolidated statement of changes in net financial assets. So it shows how the purchase of those assets affects your cash and the use of inventory or the use or acquisition of prepaid expenses affects your cash. So it's just showing how we get to those numbers for net financial assets. What did we use the dollars for? Where did those dollars go, and how did we change them for different assets within that statement of surplus? Is there any questions?
Seeing none? Oh, Councillor Gibson.
I just have one. Can you go back through the wastewater treatment and disposal and the waste management? Those two figures. The one is 1,669 and
yes,
the actual is 2 million?
Yes. So in 2024, there was budgeted for $1 million to go to the town of Rocky Mountain House for their lagoon. And there was an additional 1 million budgeted in 2023. However, they didn't invoice us until 2024 for both amounts. So even though the dollars were sitting in restricted surplus from 2023, those amounts didn't get paid until 2024. Okay. So even though, you can see 2.3 as our actual, because of that $2 million that were paid to the town of Rocky.
And then the next line, the waste management, it's.
Yeah, waste management, that's our solid waste.
It went way down.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the accretion expense changed for a positive in 2024. I was gonna look at that a little more closely too, but, so the liability sometimes changes, so that there's more liability at the landfill, and sometimes based on calculations, the life is extended, or something happens to the cells that they find more room, or the way that the engineers look at the airspace within each cell at the landfill determines, and interest rates play a part in that. So that liability will fluctuate from year to year. Typically, the liability increases, but in 2024, that liability decreased slightly.
Which is good for us. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. So one more, just before we get into the restricted surplus item for 2025, I just want to kind of walk through schedule number 1. So that is page 7 of the financial statements, but I don't know what page it is in your agenda.
10 of 28.
Pardon me? Schedule 1. So it's up there on the screen there. Yeah. Okay. So this is kind of how those restricted surplus funds are used or transferred into restricted surplus for the year. So you can see at the beginning of the year it was $100,000 in unrestricted surplus and $108 million in restricted surplus. And then, so we add in that $4.4 million surplus that was identified on your statement of financial position. And then we take money out of the restricted surplus on the next line to fund operations. So there was something in operations that got funded through restricted surplus. So typically it's, well, 2 million of that is the wastewater, because it's not our asset, so it's in our operations. 500,000 would be smaller projects that are not our capital, but we contribute to them. And they're in the operating budget in usually community services. If it's in public works, it's usually our infrastructure. If it's in community services, then it's somebody else's usually. So unrestricted funds designated for future use. So this is the amount of dollars identified in 2024 that got put away for future assets. So you can see $20 million, 432,854 is what got transferred in, and what got used, you see it on the operations statement of $24 million. Change in asset retirement obligations, you can read more about that in note 8, $1 million. Current year funds used for tangible capital assets. So in the current year, so current year tax revenue, $13 million got used, plus $15 million of restricted surplus on the next line that had been put away in previous years got used for tangible capital assets. So purchasing and construction of tangible capital assets is the total of those two numbers. So 28, almost $29 million. Net book value of tangible capital assets disposed of, $3.7 million. That's what I was talking about when a road or a bridge gets disposed of, but its useful life isn't used up yet. And then, of course, the amortization. You can see how it affects the different columns. So it's either everything flows through unrestricted surplus in the current year, and then if you have your restricted surplus going in or out to fund the things in that year, then it comes out, goes in or out from that unrestricted surplus account. Or if you're exchanging your cash for equity and tangible capital assets, that's like that current year funds used for tangible capital assets comes out of unrestricted surplus, but goes right into equity. It doesn't go into the restricted surplus. Or restricted surplus used for tangible capital assets goes out of restricted surplus into equity and TCA. Anything you want to add to that?
Director Hagan?
Thank you, and if you'll notice in the restricted surplus at the bottom line there, the balance at the end of the year, 110,904,136 was the number that we saw in the previous agenda item, and your approval of those transfers are what you see reflected in the financial statements here. That's why it was critical that we put that in front of you first, because that information is reflected in the financial statements here. And then as Ms. Serhan said, in the next items, we'll go on to talk about where you want to take that 110 million from here in the future years. And if I could just add one point of clarification further to Councillor Northcott's question about the long-term investments. Although our market value did recover somewhat in 2024, that's not the difference that you're seeing in the balances there. What you're seeing is a guaranteed investment certificate that matured in 2024. And when it matured, we put it directly into short-term investments because we needed that to make the payables runs. Does that help?
Yep.
So that's everything I had for the financial statements.
So, seeing no other questions, all we need then is a motion to, oh, sorry, Councillor Gibson, go ahead.
On Schedule 2, can you please explain less revenue sharing from the County of Wetaskiwin? What does that entail?
Maybe I'll let CAO Emmons, I think he was involved in some of the agreement discussions, chime in if I miss anything, but there are parts of Clearwater County that are only accessible through Wetaskiwin infrastructure, so roads.
Oh, so that's roads and bridges and stuff.
CAO Emmons.
So that was previous to my time as CAO, but I am familiar with the negotiation. So it is a portion of Clearwater County, and there is M&E linear up in that corner of Clearwater County and County of Wetaskiwin that's accessed primarily through Wetaskiwin County. So they see the road damages. That actually goes back to the original agreement was mandated through municipal affairs. So the original revenue sharing came from the province of Alberta and was ordered between Wetaskiwin and Clearwater. Subsequently, it's been renegotiated to reflect what you see in the balance sheets here.
Thank you.
All right, if there's no further questions, we'll go for a motion to, nope. Okay.
What the motion is and why.
Okay.
So the staff recommendation is that council accepts Clearwater County's 2024 consolidated financial statements as presented. Typically, you would see an approval of the financial statements, but because this is a new municipality and this is the old municipality's financial statements, we're just asking for acceptance. And we will be asking the same of the village statements from 2024.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, so who would like to make that motion, Osper? Okay, thank you, Councillor Milhoff. Any other questions on the motion? I'll call a question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. So at this point in time, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break.
Yes, please.
Welcome back. We just had a quick break and we just finished item 8.2.3. So now we are at item 8.2.2, which is the restricted surplus from 2025 to 2028.
Is that what you want to do first?
Yes, please.
Absolutely.
3.3. Okay.
And when you're ready, Mr. Hunt.
Absolutely. So, staff recommendation is that council reviews the updated restricted surplus transfers and makes any necessary amendments. Administration has before you the restricted surplus transfers for the years 2025 through 2028. There's a few stories here that the numbers are telling, and in order to make decisions on priorities, each part is an important piece to understand the whole story, or the story as a whole. So one of the items that the projects identified in the documents that follow are the priorities that this council has identified as priorities over the next 4 years. And these projects are on the current 10-year capital plan in 25, 26, 27, and 28. There are several requests for funding before council at this meeting today alone that are new requests and are not included in these numbers yet because council hasn't identified if these new requests are priorities or where they, on the priority list, they fit. So please bear with us as we go through this step by step in the hopes of council identifying which projects are priorities and what the next steps are to fund these priorities. The first document is the summary and begins with the title of each restricted surplus account. And these accounts have been broken into 4 categories. The categories are as follows: operational allocated funds, annual standard programs and services, non-annualized priorities, and facility and land development priorities. So I'm not sure if you have that, that in front of you, but I'll kind of describe what each of these categories are. So operational allocated funds are those that are allocated to operational projects or gravel reclamation, anything that falls into an operational job, but we're using restricted surplus to fund them, which isn't a lot. Typically, it's mostly the tangible capital assets that are funded through restricted surplus, but there are a few operational ones. The annual standard programs and services, you'll see that these include gravel road rehab, bridge rehab, IT, information technology, surfaced roads, bridge infrastructure, organizational, fleet and vehicle and equipment fleet, including fire services, and finally cell development at the landfill. So these are what I've been describing over the last 18 months or so as annual standard programs and services. So these are the services that are kind of, you know, the bare minimum of the expectation of services provided through Clearwater County. Number 3, non-annualized priorities include projects that are still required to provide the identified service levels, but may not be an annual expenditure of similar amounts. So unlike bridge infrastructure that administration has the capacity to do about $4 million a year of work, and we have enough bridge structures that we could do $4 million a year into perpetuity. Some of these non-annualized priorities are projects that include water, wastewater, broadband, recreation, projects that are funded through school and municipal reserve funds, through development, gravel inventory security, trails, West Country roads, resource roads, and other core infrastructure projects. So again, like broadband, there's a major dollars going out in construction, but we won't see that every year, year over year. And finally, the facility and land development priorities. They include agriculture and recreation, airport, fire, solid waste, operational and administrative facilities, as well as Nordeg development funded both through tax revenue and future lot sales. So you'll see after that title row, is the balance at December 31st, 2024. Now that's where those transfers that were identified in the previous item got us to. So that's where those restricted balances are when we started 2025. Each year has 2 white columns, then a colored column. The 2 white columns are transfers in for the priorities and the transfers out for the expenditures. Jenna, can I just have you bring up that spreadsheet on? I think it's 2 pages down. Yeah, thank you. So for example, 2025, you'll see additions to restricted surplus, then using the use of those restricted surplus funds. And then at the bottom of that page, you'll see on the additions to, in each year, it's pretty standard, like 18,400,000, 20,900,000, 20,100,000. Then in additions in 2028, 26 million, which is maybe unrealistic to go from taxing for 20 million surplus to 26 million. But even with taxing for 26 million, your shortfall in 2028, at the end of 2028, is $61 million. And that's what the projects that are on the 10-year capital plan to the end of 2028. Sorry, going back to my background. So the number at the bottom of the additions column stays pretty steady, close to 20 million. This will become important when we identify how much needs to be secured for funding within the next 4 years. The next 4 pages are the detail for the annual tangible capital asset to support standard services, which are identified above in section 2. And although the detail is important to understand, the underlying confirmation here is that the service levels that these purchases make is the #1 priority of council. If that is the case, the annual funding required on the bottom of the page of the 4th page of detail is 21,205,000. On the top of page 1 is the current funding strategy of council, which is to deplete the restricted surplus that has been allocated to these projects within the 4 years. You can see the projected balance of these allocated funds at the end of 2028 is $342,000. So if we go to that, after that summary is the standard services, programs and services, and these are all the projects on those 4 pages to support those standard services. And the annual amount at the bottom of the 4th page there is 21,205,000, and that is what needs to be taxed, come from the tax base to provide those services for the next 4 years. If we deplete the restricted surpluses that have been identified for those programs and services, then the amount needing to be taxed is 18,204,000 annually. The next 2 pages are the non-annualized priorities. This is broadband, the rec school and municipal reserve fund projects, trails, sewer, core infrastructure, and Nordeg funded through tax revenue. Over the next 4 years, $49 million is being proposed to be spent in those categories. If we deplete the restricted surplus accounts, which is what you would expect for these types of projects, you wouldn't expect to be funding them year over year for into perpetuity. These are projects that you would save money for or fund through debenture or and pay off over time. Still required is $3,224,000, so it's $806,000 a year, because the majority of that broadband is identified within restricted surplus already. The one that is still requiring dollars is the Nordegg funded through tax revenue. $13 million. I don't know why I have, sorry, I thought I went over these spreadsheets 6 million times. It says identified and restricted surplus is $12 million, but that's not the case. The balance of that restricted surplus for funded through tax revenue is $6,433,000. So there's an additional $7 million required to fund all of those projects that don't have a saleable feature. They are to be funded through tax revenue. The next one is the facilities and land development. So this is the ag-rec facility, the airport, fire facilities, fire training, solid waste facilities, Nordegg funded through lot sales, operational and administrative facility. And you will see that the dollars expected to be spent in the next 4 years is $95 million and required an additional $18 million per year of tax revenue, or look at debenture funding or taking projects off. Again, these are purchases that are not year over year, like the standard services like bridges and gravel road rehab and the IT network stuff that needs to happen to run all of our technology. These are things that get built once every 50 to who knows how long the broadband stuff will last, but facilities are typically 50 years. So still required, there's $16 million in restricted surplus. However, the Nordegg funded through lot sales is at a deficit of just about $8 million already, with an additional $13 million worth of projects for lot sales. So $13 million in lot development and $13 million in municipal projects over the next 4 years for $26 million. The detail here shows that, oh, sorry, we already went over that. This analysis indicates no additional projects should be added. In fact, projects should be removed without additional funding, without considering additional funding strategies. Additional funding strategies could be raising tax rates, debenture financing, which is a short-term fix, and it would include small tax rate increases year over year to fund the cost of the financing and paying back the principal that was borrowed. Canceling projects is an option, or a combination of all three, which is likely. Which I would like to just give you a couple of examples of how this would work. So just bear with me, sorry. So I think one of the items hasn't actually come before council yet, but there's an ask for $2.7 million. The Farrier Community Hall, an additional $400,000. Caroline Ice Plant, maybe as much as $1 million. So that's $4.1 million just being asked for today. So funding options could be take money out of the core infrastructure fund, but if you do that, it is identified for projects, so you'd have to raise taxes over the next few years to replenish that so that the Nordegg water projects could move forward when they're identified. Range Road 6-4 erosion repair for the Clearwater River, $1 million. Budget is 1.2. Some work has been completed in 2025 and should complete the permitting. Public Works Infrastructure has identified $1 million that they could potentially cancel that project. But putting it on hold and moving it down doesn't really solve the problem, in that you would have to increase taxes at some point to pay for that into the future. So the total coming from those two would be $4.2 million. Again, short-term solution that would require, you know, an 8% or 7% tax rate increase to accomplish that. And it wouldn't have to be 7% in 1 year. It could be 2 and 3 and 3. Alternatively, the core infrastructure restricted surplus, end of 2025 projected balance is 3.2 million. 1% tax increase is 649, or a 2% increase is 1.29, for a total of $4.5 million that would cover the 3 asks in front of council today. Or core infrastructure 3.2, 1% tax increase of 649,000. And when we get to the tax rate bylaw, you'll see that at 0%, there is an additional 631,000 generated in tax revenue at 0%. So that would need to be allocated to a project. So with that, that could be an option. But likely what it is a combination of steady tax rate increases over the next several years, and, you know, prioritizing which things need to be done in what order.
Good.
Good.
Okay. Thank you for the example. Okay. So looking at the 2025 to 2028 capital plan. Where's everybody sitting as far as projects? With everything that's up. I do have a question for, it would be for Mr. Director Hansen. Where are we at in the Nordegg South Town Site Access Road? Are we getting any closer to permitting, or are we still on the south access?
This is south access.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we are actively working on the permits. We've got most of our DFO permits in place now with the new design. So really, we did have to, it's a restart again with the provincial permitting, because we ended up moving the road and the bridge over a little bit farther east. So that restarted the application process for that. So that is ongoing. So yes, the permitting is well on its way. There was a delay, and I you know, we haven't been 2 years trying to get permits on there, but what happened was that the original estimate for $3 million, we brought that to council, the project was postponed, everything was stopped, full stop. And then when we put in the grant application, which we were successful in, that's when we restarted with the new design, so we did have to start at 0 again. So we're about 6 months in, 6 to 8 months in, I guess, into the permitting process, which is normally a year for the permitting, you know, so we are hoping that by summer, early fall, that we'd have all our permits in place for that project.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I was just wondering, because I know with everything that's going on, and I don't want to lose that grant that was there. So, and I know it's an important access road for the community. So, the quarry. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Oh, I've forgotten what my question was. Yeah.
Okay, come back. Councillor Meloff?
I just want clarity on what you're asking us to do today. Are you asking us to come up with any of the 3, because you said it's gonna take a combination of all 3 things in your agenda item in order to accomplish this, because Is that what you're wanting us to come up with some of those right now, or is that a strategic planning question?
It will depend on whether council wants to fund the projects that are in front of them today. If council wants to fund the requests that are over and above budget in 2025, then there will need to be some decisions as to how those dollars will be funded.
Okay, so at that point, we can say where the funds for that particular project are coming from, but we can then figure out what we're doing about projects in 2020, like the years
Yes,
later, where is it? Okay,
yes.
cause I'm like sitting here going, okay, which projects are we cutting? And I was about to tell you which they were, so, or what I would be okay with them being cut, so I thought that's what you were expecting, so that's not what you want?
Not necessarily today. I wanted to make sure that council is aware of the position that the county's in over the next 4 years, especially considering that we have the tax rate bylaw coming, and many priorities on the project list, and then an additional 3 asks today.
Okay, so the actual decision or the motion that you need today is to accept this for information?
Yes, unless you're funding one of the asks today. And then we can do that in those specific items. Does that make sense? This is just information to help you.
So this is accepting for information your item right now?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll make the motion to accept this for information.
Okay, Director Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve. Yeah, I agree with what Ms. Zern has described, and our objective here was we are sensitive to the fact that council, particularly recently, has been inundated with one-off requests, and it's easy to focus on those specifically in isolation, but we wanted to give you the opportunity to see that big picture and how it all fits together. Further to what Mr. Dirks was saying during his presentation on the audited statements, I agree with him. The county is in good financial position. But, and I'll speak very bluntly, the county is not putting enough money away to replace assets in the future for standard programs, those things that are in your strategic plan going ahead. The county is not putting enough away for any new projects on the horizon, and the county is not putting money away to allow for any of these one-off requests that come along. So that's the fact of the matter. Yes, we're in good financial condition today, but as Ms. Serhan's spreadsheet clearly shows here, it's committed. And in some cases, it's been committed more than once. So keep that in mind, please, and we're providing this as a resource when you're considering those requests, when you're considering tax rate bylaw, when you're considering next year's budget and the budget after that. So hopefully it helps.
Yep, thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
No.
You bet, and then I'll go to Councillor Northcutt after.
Is there anything in here for Caroline infrastructure that we know is coming as well? Or is that one more part of the nightmare?
Exactly. Yeah, there's no dollar set aside for infrastructure upgrades, and we already know some of the estimates are coming in very high, so those will have to be prioritized as well. Like which projects do you want to do first?
Follow-up?
No.
Okay, Councillor Northcutt?
I guess just a comment, regarding Mr. Hagan's remarks there. Some of these comments and requests for funding actually weren't, they are not truly that I see as one-off isolated requests for funding, such as Farrier Hall and many other halls in the region and the community. The Caroline Ice Plant, we've known for quite some time that these buildings and structures are old, and historically I've advocated heavily that they should be considered as priorities for funding. There's also water and sanitary, light industrial. There's just many priorities, and as access to the internet is important, there's already current forms of access to the internet, but there's been significant commitment to the broadband project, which has now committed a large amount of So I just see other priorities that would benefit the community and residents rather than the broadband project at this point in time.
Counselor Mill?
Thank you, Reeve. Along with this, do we need to then also allocate or put in the surplus from the 2024 that was just presented as well? Do we need to pick a box for that? And I can't figure it out. Is it 5.3 or 4.4?
No, it's 5.3 and council already did that.
Oh, we did?
Yep.
When did we do that?
September, the second meeting in September, or the first meeting in September. One of the meetings in September, we went through and estimated what the surplus would be.
Okay.
And we were actually short, like we had estimated at 7 million, and it was actually 5.3.
Oh, okay, so we like opened the present before we got the present?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So, because I'm like, normally once we receive the financials, that's when we have historically been reallocating, but we allocated it when we balanced our budget. Okay.
And, yes, and we're deciding priorities on how we're gonna fund 2025 projects.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so motion on the floor to accept the item for information. Any other comments, questions? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. All right, so I'm wondering, does council want to go into the next item before, because it's another money item, before we go back and lift the item 8.1.1? Do we want to continue with the Farrier Hall discussion or talk about the next money ask? Whatever. Okay. Maybe we'll go back to 8.1.1. Looking for a motion to lift the item from the table. Councillor Lougheed, all those in favor? Items lifted, thank you. Okay. Welcome back. All right. So, yes, Councillor Northcott.
As we're back on this Community Association Hall, I'm also going to recuse myself for the same reasons as I listed prior to.
All right. Okay, so with that, we had a defeated motion the last time, and we're back to how we want to proceed on this item as far as funding. I'm looking for an opportunity. Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
Yeah. Do we have a firm quote to finish this hall to occupancy stage? That is guaranteed, that is the dollars.
So we do have the numbers that we were looking at earlier today, and administration did reach out for another quote, and it came back at $1,225,000 to $1,600,000. And that was made based off of the blueprints for the hall, so.
And that's to finish it from the stage it's at now, or that was
That's
to
complete build, sorry, that's complete build.
Okay.
So it's the same, right in the same area as the numbers that we have been going off of.
So our firm quote to finish it to occupancy stage right now is how much?
I have to look back at my numbers here. I believe it was 589,000. And if I can, Reeve Swanson, Councillor Radcliffe had mentioned receiving funding historically for the floor, and I was able to look back at those numbers. And in 2020, there was $14,792.60, and in 2019, there was $20,000. So it didn't say what it was for specifically, but they were the only numbers that I could find that would really make sense for that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. Yes, the 14,000 was the last attempt to try and stabilize the floor where foam was injected under the slab. And that lasted probably less than 2 years. The 20,000 was in 2019. The community came to council. You should remember this, Reeve, and laid out the problems with the structure and the plan for reconstruction. And we're given that 20,000 as a contribution towards the build. So it's not like this is brand new here today or even a year ago.
Okay, Councillor Lougheed, and then I'll go to Councillor Miller.
Thank you, and just to clarify, the 589,000 was an estimate from a contractor on a square footage base and a typical mid-range completion standard? I'm just trying to establish if we do believe that $589,000 would get the place finished if we hired somebody to do it.
So those numbers the engineer went out and did what the entire build would cost, and then I believe spoke with the community association and they figured out what percentage was left to build, and that's how the numbers came to be. And then the quote that we recently got was from a construction company, and it had the same overall cost. So it's not an exact number for how much is left, but both were the same overall cost.
Thank you. But that would be a contracted amount to do that. Doesn't take into account any donated time, labor, materials, the typical thing that has got this project to that completion level that it is now. This is hiring somebody to do the work.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Miller?
Councillor Lougheed already touched on one of my comments is the engineer saying this is how much it's gonna cost is not taking into account the great value of volunteers. Deputy Reeve Cermak, you talk about the amazing volunteers that are in the hamlet of Caroline. There's amazing volunteers in the community of Ferrier as well. And those quotes do not recognize the sweat equity that community is putting into that build. And I think that they need to make sure that they're recognizing those. And how can you put a price on volunteers? You can't. That's why they don't. So I think we need to recognize the value of that somehow. And further to that, I just want to get us to a way where this is built. I think I've tried every rendition of a motion. So I look to my teammates. What do you want in order to get this done?
Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
I have one other question too. What is the plan of the board out there, or that other fundraising plans from here on? Is there fundraising plans in this or not? Or what is the plan?
Councillor Cermak, or Councillor Ratcliffe?
It was included in the information I sent out last night. It had the other pictures of the rot in the building and walls hanging from the ceiling, sort of. Further down in there, it showed the community's plans for fundraising this year.
I must have missed it.
Councillor Melhoff? And then I'll go to Councillor.
Thank you, Reeve. The community was also very much wanting to get a CFIP grant, which is why they came to us in last May, so they could hit the timeframes for hitting the CFIP applications for January 1st. Did we ever send them the letter that I motioned? I want to say that was back in May. I motioned that we are endorsing them, or we suggest that they're going to be great CFIP. Anyway, I'm going to stop talking and say, did we send them the letter they asked for that I motioned to have sent?
Ms. Graham?
No, I obviously was not there when that decision was made, but I can only speculate that it was not sent because the funding would not be received from the county because of the other motion that was made. So I'm speculating that's why it wasn't sent, because they would not have the funding, but I can't be certain that's why it was not sent.
Right, because to be fair, you were on this side of the table when that decision was made. So you were there on our sides endorsing the amazing work that this community is doing and sending a letter to talk about how amazing this community is. But we didn't send them a letter that they would need in order to do the CFIN. I just don't know if we actually stand behind this community or not. Like, are we gonna yank them around continually? Because that's what I feel like we've done now. So how, again, to my team, how do we get this to a yes?
Counselor Gibson?
Going back to the grant for a second, I understood that we were guaranteed the money, but they had to match it, and they didn't have the matching portion. Now that, I could be wrong on that. The other thing is, where does the money come from to pay for this home?
Okay, at the end of the day, it's, we're gonna be answering a few questions, not just to get this hall built. It's setting a precedent for the multiple other halls that are coming down the pipe. That's more where my trepidation is coming from, because as indicated, we got other halls that are coming down the pipe. So we might as well, if this is the precedent that we're gonna be setting, other community halls are watching, and they are going to be coming to this council as well. Is this something that we wanted? As indicated earlier by Councillor Lougheed, I don't believe that this is what the intent was, how we started. I see here in your email, Councillor Ratcliffe, that there's a casino that you guys are supposed to be receiving this fall, and of course you're gonna do a series of lotteries and a bottle drive, etc. So there is a opportunity to, I know the casinos aren't quite as lucrative as they used to be in the past. We have challenged, the Army has challenged the province on that, especially on a rural basis. So, but at the end of the day, I'm looking at the costs of what you've sent. I'm a little bit more concerned, as I say, but it's not fully funding to have something, and I understand that, yes, the opportunity to rent out is not happening this year, but it won't happen this year anyways, because you don't think you can finish what needs to be happened should the, I believe it's a whole year of construction yet that would probably have to happen before the Farrier Hall would be finished, correct? So at the end of the day, I'm confused. Well, I'm not confused. I'm just, we have many, like Councillor Gibson says, what are we really willing to cut out of the budget in order to make this fully funded and go? Because it's still, to me, at the end of the day, 589,000 is that's the number that's been quoted, but what happens if it's not finished? So anyway, if you can answer some of my questions, Councillor Ratcliffe, that'd be great. When is, well, I asked about in regards to your fundraising and everything else, those, you haven't predicted what those particular fundings would be. So I know they're less than what they typically have been in the past. So I have not done my research to see what the average rural society has been getting for a casino funding. So is it 18,000? Is it 27,000? What does that look like?
It's around 20, so I would suspect that all of that fundraising would be less than 40,000. But if you go back to the Quantico estimate, which is just a square foot thing, if you take out the other components that are listed here, the number is 470,000. I forget what else you said. And really, the community never asked for all of the funds to take us to completion. we had an estimate and asked for 200,000, which is what, less than 30% of the total of our projected costs. And we would continue fundraising. We would apply for the CFIP grant, and we could have continued construction through last year. Pardon me. I think I'm coming down with the virus. But you asked, would we finish this year? And that depends when we start. And what other commitments contractors have. You know, and this was something we brought up back in early February when we started asking, you know, what's happening with this funding is, you know, we want to line up contractors. But what you saw there was the walls were delivered the end of November, I think the 23rd. And the structure has not changed a whole lot since April. So it's simply having the funding to proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Hemp?
Yeah, so one of the things I just had a question about the insurance. I didn't have a question, someone asked me a question, so I just wanted to make sure that we were, builder's risk is the coverage that is going to protect the project's owner, contractors, subcontractors' work, and materials against physical damage or theft during the duration of the project, and wrap-up liability is in place to protect all parties from any legal liability arising out of injury to a third party to the construction project. So I just wanted to be on record on what the insurance coverage was that was being quoted.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Milhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. To answer Councillor Gibson's question, where's the money coming from? On this, it's showing it's coming from surplus, new this year, and its line item main changes to budget include point number 3, 200,000 for Farrier Hall's new build. At the June strategic planning meeting, council agreed to revisit this request during budget deliberations. It was then included in the budget, so it's showing it coming out of surplus. The 200,000 is showing is coming out of surplus. Because already budgeted for, the 200,000. That doesn't mean it's budgeting for the whole thing, but the 200,000 has already been budgeted for and is included in our current operational budget. Because operating, because we don't own that building, it has to be in our operating budget. If we were owning it, it would be coming out of capital. Did I get that one right? 3.5 years and I got I got that much.
There you go. Okay.
Sorry, I just also, the second motion from that June meeting was that if the project was completed using the 200,000. So that is why the letter wasn't supplied.
Okay. So looking at the table, are we at a stalemate again, or are we going to try another motion, or where are we at on this? Councillor Ratcliffe?
I have a motion that we go past 4:30.
Thank you. All those in favor? Thank you, carried. Yeah. Happy anniversary.
I hope you didn't have supper booked.
No. There we go. Okay. So that, go ahead, CO Emmons.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Been trying to think of a way for council to deal with this and yet deal with the other suggestions, the other requests coming forward, because at least my perspective is that's more of the holdup, is this isn't a one-off. This could pave a road down to more asks. Putting Farrier aside and how council may choose to fund or not that. But going forward, what if it became part of the funding strategy and administration bring back some possibilities for policy? For an example, it becomes policy similar to council's resource funding. And you set aside, and I'll just throw in $300,000 a year. I'm just, whatever council decides, of course, is what it would be. And the policy could be framed that the requests don't exceed the reserve. If it goes a couple of years and you have 600,000 in there and a hall comes and asks for 9, the hall has to prove out they have the balance, or they'll come out with a 50-cent matching dollar proposal, however they decide to make up the difference. But it could pave the way to future asks going forward. Would that create some structure going forward and help with the farrier? To be honest, I was a little concerned when Councillor Ratcliffe made the suggestion of cutting the commercial kitchen. I'm not a codes person, but I think that would greatly restrict your hall. All the great work you're putting into that hall, and it would really restrict the use going forward for the downgrade. So when those cuts start happening, that's.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
I'm advised by the experts in that area that that was never the intention, to have a commercial kitchen. So it's not a downgrade.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ms. Surham?
If there is a policy or a structure in place, so that would mean a tax rate increase for that amount, whatever that is.
Yeah, I'm thinking of it's no different than maybe having a 1% a year that goes out to a community fund. It can be a community reserve, and it can be whatever that includes as far as your halls, your recreation, whatever that looks like. But at the end of the day, that's where the nonprofit pot could be as well. But I mean, like I mentioned before, we're going to continually get these asks. So for me, it's got to be very definitive about what that would look like if that policy does look, if we discuss. Go ahead, Rhonda.
I think also council's tried to do this in other areas. They've tried to, make sure they're putting so much away for fleet, so much away for bridges, so much away for paved infrastructure, and have this structure. But then other priorities come along and it gets pulled, right? So really, it just, there needs to be a strong, I don't know how else to describe this, but there needs to be a strong priority list of what is the most important to go forward first. And right now what's happening is operationally projects are getting added and getting added and getting added, and then that the cost of the operational budget is going up, so there's less and less money to fund capital. So it's just, I can split it up a million different ways, but it comes down to needing the funding for the priorities.
Thank you. Councillor Melhoff, then I'll go to Councillor Lawye.
Thank you, Reeve. Great conversation around the table, but that sounds more like a strategic planning conversation. Today we need to decide what we're doing about this particular farrier request, right? Am I wrong? I think that's a great strategic vision, and I look forward to Mrs. Graham building that and bring it back to strategic planning. That's fabulous, but that doesn't solve the ask we have in front of us now. So we have to solve that still.
CLNs?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson, and that was a part of my intent, Councillor Melhoff. What I'm hearing is part of the struggle is the future ask going forward. So in my suggestion was this, to maybe take that off the table today to go to a strategic planning session going forward, but with no suggestion on how to deal with future asks. I felt it would continually be a stigma to this conversation. So
Right.
it was my intent.
Okay. that's just kicking the can for this decision again, like down the road then, right? There's been a year, like if we're taking this decision and saying we're gonna build a policy where we're gonna fund that reserve fund, and asks like, an ice plant, and a community hall have to wait for a reserve fund to be built up a certain amount, that's making it so this decision can't be made for several years potentially. And these communities need these decisions now. Like if we're waiting for the reserve to be built up to a point where we can fund $1 million plus ice plant, it's gonna be a little while. Unless I misunderstood what you were saying, CAO Evans.
CAO Evans?
Yes, I was trying to propose a structure going forward that would allow council to navigate the future asks
Okay,
and deal with today's
today.
was my thought.
Okay.
Otherwise, it could be viewed as precedent setting and
So we still can deal with today's today and do that at a strategic planning meeting for futures. Like it.
Councillor Lai?
I certainly appreciate the discussion and looking forward to future asks. One of the tools we've used in the past and other municipalities use, and hasn't been suggested yet, but I'm going to suggest it. This is very much a localized community improvement. Is there an opportunity for a local improvement tax to form part of a debenture to allow this project to go forward, but yet be recovered through additional taxation for those people getting the greater benefit of it? It is definitely a localized community issue that also looks forward to other communities coming forward with similar asks and a willingness to participate in that kind of funding source. You know, if they believe it's important, I'm sure that a small amount that allows the project to go forward, but yet is recovered through a period of time, through debenture, through whatever the process of localized improvement tax would be. I know it creates more complexity in assessment and taxation, but this may be a work forward moment.
How many localized improvement tax do we have with other communities? We have just one, right? The Crimson Lake? No? Don't they do a?
They did a special levy for drained surface road out there.
Right.
Yeah,
They've
over
also
3
used
years.
it in the past for sewer infrastructure,
A long time ago,
a long time ago.
like 30 years.
Yeah, but we're talking about.
That long ago.
We're talking about a long term. This is
Yeah.
a 50-year infrastructure for that community. And you know, if you had something that was amortized, there's another word for you, over 20 years, it becomes very approachable to that community. Investment now that's amortized over 20 years can, you know, 10 years down the line, it seems very, very small after you've had the benefit of that facility within your community. I mean, it allows for community participation, for a community, an increase in a community service level, which may be what many people are gonna ask for at some point in time. And maybe it's a path forward, maybe it's not. I just thought I'd suggest that as an option, because I don't think I'd seen it as an option before.
Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. I would suggest we didn't do that for the improvements we did at Condor. That including the pavement to that community hall. We didn't do that for the improvements we did in Leslieville. We just did a $1.8 million recreation area in Leslieville, and we didn't do a local community improvement tax there. We didn't do it in Nordegg, and large portions of our budget go to that community specifically. I would argue that the Ferrier community puts a lot of tax base into this with not a ton of recreational amenities to be seen out of that. They get other services, sure. They have the same as everybody else. They get their streets plowed, and they have access to fire services. Albeit it's within the town of Rocky Mountain House, but it does service that area. But they don't have recreation amenities to speak of. But they pay taxes just like Condor and Leslieville do, and yet they have large scale recreation in those communities. So I would not be in favor of it being a local improvement tax. I appreciate us having lots of different tools in which to accomplish a task. I think we have 108 million reasons why we could actually accomplish this for this community. We just have to shift priorities around in order to accomplish something for a community in which they asked us for a year ago. Like, these projects go up in cost because we take forever to make a decision on something. We've spent more time debating this, investigating it, sending engineers out to look at it, probably than the grant would be worth.
Councillor Lai?
I can certainly understand your passion in this. When you reference Condor or Leslieville, there is a distinct difference in there. We've established a service level in those communities just as we've established a service level for fire. We've established a service level for waste. We've established many service levels. This is not an established service level. We don't build community centers in every community. That's not an established service level that we have. That the community has never determined was something we fund or we do not fund. The service level which happens within our hamlets, our growth hamlets, very defined. Unfortunately, Ferrier doesn't fit within that as a identified growth hamlet, even though it is a large community. So if we want to extend that service level, that's a different question. I'm very supportive of the work being done at Ferrier. I applaud them for the effort. We just got to find a path that's fair and equitable for all communities as we move forward.
Also for myself, I would argue that Leslieville and Condor are so much out, they're not within a proximity of a major urban that have the amenities that they use. So Leslieville does have a gas station. Leslieville does have those amenities for that community. So it feels that the service levels that we have supported there are to help, you know, no different than the Wild Rose School Division continuing with the school. And it's not only to, it's a concentrated, Ferry is a concentrated area, I get it, but at the end of the day, Condor and Leslieville are actually, if you want to, they serve a concentrated area of our rules as well. And there's multiple amenities that the Ferry community has access to right in very close proximity. So it's not apples to apples here. It's oranges and apples, unfortunately, to make that comparison. So that's where I stand. But we do need to figure out where we stand with this, and I am going to put a little bit more pressure here, is to, we have gone through a motion to approve the 200,000 that has already been approved, less the insurance, or to use that towards the insurance. That has been defeated, and I have not, I don't, in my notes, I don't have another. Was there not another motion that has been defeated? There's just that one. Just that one. So. Where are we at with a motion? Go ahead, Councillor Melhoff.
I honestly don't know where to go with motions because I think we've tried almost every rendition of one, but I can try we release the $200,000 funding to the Ferrier community, and we have the county take on the insurance requirement and add them as a rider on our insurance to ensure that the tax purse, the public purse, is protected with that funding.
Okay.
We'll try that one.
Okay, thank you. Discussion on that motion. Go ahead, Councillor Gibson.
What is the cost of that insurance? Do we know? Pardon? You said the 25,000?
Yeah, 23 something.
Okay.
Oh, 24,638.
Okay. So in whole numbers, it's 225,000 would be.
Oh, okay.
Any further discussion on that motion? Councillor Gibson, you're like, yes, no, no? Okay, no, it's good. Now, go ahead, Councillor Lyon.
be supporting the motion because I believe that eases some of the concerns that this council has voiced around it being unprotected through liability, and knowing the nature of the work that's being done there by volunteers. I think it is important to have some protection for those volunteers when they're working on that project. And ultimately, I know eyes get turned to the county as being the buck stops here, and I think having liability or having that construction insurance is a good thing to do, and I can support a good thing to do.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Graham.
Just for clarity from our side, would this be insurance until the project is done? So if it takes 3 years, it's the $20,000 all 3 years, or just the first initial $25,000?
Councillor Graham, or Councillor Bylaw?
I think that that's a decision every year at budget. I think that come December every year, that becomes a conversation at budget every year. I would think that if we want our public purse protected, it should be until the project is completed. But I think that's a conversation to come at budget every year. To make us make that decision today, I think would be unfair because it's a budget allocation come December.
Councillor Cermak?
I will not be supporting this.
Is there an opportunity to have a status report? Because if we're funding the insurance, that also be an ask from the community to give us an updated project report, status report is where they are. Because I would imagine that with this insurance premium being paid by us, should anything happen on that, there has to be a report of some sort. Go ahead, Ms. Graham.
Would you want a report in the form of a delegation from the community association or a report from administration?
I'm thinking it can come at the same time as budget, because it could be also an opportunity when we're reviewing insurance at that point in time if we're going to pay for the following year. So they've got 6 months.
Okay.
It's like a half-year check-in in a way.
Okay, and administration?
Administration.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. I will be supporting the motion. So I feel that this needs to get on, and we've already allocated the $200,000 in the 2024 budget. So that's where I'll be. Councillor Milhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Deputy Reeve Cermak, you said you're not supporting it, but you didn't really explain why. So I'd love to get an understanding of why you won't support it. Insurance was a big reason why you hadn't supported many of the other ones. I just want to make sure that I understand, make sure I didn't miss anything.
I was all in favor of giving the 2,000, but the insurance had to come out of that 200,000. This is another expense to the county.
Okay, all right. Any other comments, questions?
And I think before that hall was ever tore down, they should have came to the county and said, can you guys please come out and take a look at this hall? But hindsight is 20/20. That's the first thing that should have ever been done with any hall, is they come to us if they're gonna ask for money.
Okay, all right. All right, so motion's on the table. Any other comments, questions? Seeing no lights. Oh, sorry, Ms. Serhan.
Add in that motion that the 24,638 be funded from contingency.
Okay. Friendly amendment. Okay.
Thank you.
Funded from contingency. Okay. All right. No further lights. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you. So with that, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break and then return to finish the last item, which is item 8.3.1. Okay, welcome back. We're now at item 8.3.1, public infrastructure. It's in regards to the Rocky Gas Co-op Nordic Gasification Grant Funding Request Amendment. So with that, I'll go to Director Hansen, I believe. Oh, sorry, yes, go ahead, Councillor Mello.
Sorry, thank you, me first. I will be recusing as I sit as a director on the gas co-op.
Thank you. Go ahead, when she's done.
Well, good afternoon, council. So this is the third party request you've received today. I know Councillor Graham, my counterpart Sydney there has done such a fantastic job. I'll try to match her energy when it comes to presenting these. So we're here today to discuss a familiar project, the gasification for Nordegg. I think it's well known that natural gas is a critical part for Nordegg's future development. It's been 25 years there between Rocky Gas and the municipality trying to get a natural gas service out there. As council is well aware, during your last tour out to Nordegg, I believe you would have seen the construction. So some of the bores have been completed. The pipe has already been strung out and likely buried in some place. And same with this request. This isn't new to council. It's a request that council's familiar with. I'm here just to formalize this request and to go over some of the scenarios and options for council to consider. So with that, in reference to the letter, on March 27th, 2025, Clearwater County received a letter from Rocky Gas Co-op outlining their request for additional funding for the natural gas supply pipeline from the Tidewater Midstream and Infrastructure Stolberg facility to the Nordegg RMO station for the gasification in Nordegg. So that's, most people are familiar where Stolberg is. It's approximately 11 kilometers from Stolberg to Nordegg. So the request is for $2.7 million in addition to the previous commitment of $1.4 million by the county. The total cost contribution amount requested from Rocky Gas Co-op is now $4.1 million to be paid all in 2025. The reason for the additional funding has been provided in the attached letter and summarized below. I'll just, for the interest of time, I'll just briefly go over this as quoted from the letter. Initially, our cost estimates were based on a collaborative approach with Clearwater County, leveraging a shared corridor with the county's broadband project. However, unforeseen challenges, including timing, as well as regulatory barriers from Alberta Transportation and Alberta Environment Parks, prevented our original plan to construct the natural gas pipeline within the Highway 11 corridor. This required a costly reroute. Compounded by inflationary pressures, complex terrain, and additional permits required, these factors have significantly increased the project total cost to $8 million. So moving on in the agenda, I've outlined the cost contribution formula as laid out in the letter again. So the amended construction cost is now $8 million, previously secured from Clearwater County, 1.4. Financial commitments from Rocky Gas Co-op, 1.4. Rural Gas Co-op Grant Program contribution, 2.5 million. And the current funding shortfall of $2.7 million. So as I carry on the agenda, I just really wanted to outline some of the previous decisions that were made. As a lot of the decisions I've done in our municipality is it starts in strategic planning back in 2022. There was a motion by Councillor Sidney Graham there, that includes the commitment for the 1.4. From there it goes to, and was supported by a council motion, which just basically reconfirmed through a motion there that the 1.4 would be included. Due to the delays and cost increases, that money wasn't released until just recently. There was on April 8th at the regular council meeting, there was a motion by Councillor Ratcliffe that directed administration to release the $1.4 million to the Rocky Gas Co-op. So now we can get into the scenarios and the funding strategy. I guess if we really need to decide what type of scenario we are going to be dealing with before we can really go into some of the options that I've outlined. So scenario A is in the form of a grant, and that is specifically what the request is in the letter. It's for a grant of $2.7 million. So that would be scenario A. Now, scenario B would be a loan. A loan is allowed under the Municipal Government Act to be given by the county. Unfortunately, we don't believe that the Rocky Gas Co-op is in a position to actually receive that loan. So even though it is an option that's been provided, it would likely have complications with the Rocky Gas Co-op. And of course, scenario C is that council denies Rocky Gas Co-op's request. We've already provided the 1.4. They would have to find that funding from another source, or there again, levels of complication with that as well. So I'm gonna go right into the bottom there with, you know, and we've really taken the time to look at different options and conditions that we could put as for council. Really, but we need tonight to know which scenario you'd like to do, and then we can look into conditions or options that we would put onto that scenario, whether it be a grant or a loan, for example. We did identify in the item here that the restricted surplus and the most logical restricted surplus would be the core infrastructure restricted surplus. Looking at this as an individual project, there would be enough money there to fund this project. But because there are other projects that are for future allocations that, you know, during the annual surplus allocation or through tax revenue or something, we'd want to see that reserve get that restricted surplus get replenished so we could still move forward with those other projects or we cancel projects. So yeah, I really wanted to go back to the grant, talking about options and conditions. You know, there's a couple of things. You know, $1.4 million was basically an unconditional grant. There was no conditions that came with the motion, and we discussed kind of in detail today about how important that the devil's in the details and what should be included if we're going to provide that type of funding. The other one would be that, and then I included default security. So if the project wasn't completed, is there an option that the council wants to have either collateral, for example, maybe the pipeline itself as collateral? Don't know exactly what the legalities of that would be. That would have to be something that would be vetted out. I just want to really make sure that that was something for council to consider as you're looking at this from a grant or a loan, that there are other tools and mechanisms. Then the more complicated that we want to make it, we're going to have to come back with more information on those types of scenarios. But really wanted to get, first of all, as council in support of the $2.7 million ask, as well as what would be the mechanism to provide that funding. With that, I'd be happy to turn it over back to the chair for any questions or discussion.
Okay, thank you. I think it's been laid out fairly in detail here. I appreciate that. So I think this is necessary evil, unfortunately, because I think we still want to see that. I think we've all understood that the natural gas in Nordegg would actually inspire some more development out there for bigger projects. So I really feel between a rock and a hard place right now with some of this, but understanding the, like I say, it's a necessary evil. So how are we going to do this? And maybe some of the councillors here have a different idea. So I'll start with Councillor Loughy, then I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you very much, Reeve Swanson. I'll just share some of my perspective. I am eternally grateful for the tremendous administration we have, that when we start on a project, we usually are able to complete that project within the contingencies set out by administration on that project. This one is much outside of that. We're seeing a lot of elevated costs. We've seen this project from its start almost 3 years ago to being sizably more than what it was, 3 or 4 times the cost. Again, I can only congratulate our administration in their management of many projects, even in the similar area, and keeping things in line. Can I maybe if administration could just outline the pathway that got us to here? I see a June 22 motion, I see a July 22 motion, and then there's a gap of 3 years. And somewhere in that gap, this project went really sideways, and I'm confused as to why we haven't been brought in with the challenges that are being faced by that. I think I've heard some background information to support that, but there's really been very little to tell us the whole story and how we got this far off track.
Yeah, and I apologize, actually, we've had this item in front of council a couple of times, and I didn't provide the actual background motions that came with, or the agenda items that we had. There's been a few between the strategic planning and as well as the council motions. I know that at the very beginning, it was discussed that it was going to be basically a typical gas pipeline in the corridor, and there's been an ask to Clearwater County to help fund this from the start. So the request was made back in 2022 when it was going to be in the corridor, and I believe that's when the estimate was somewhere around like $3.5 million, and we were like the 50% funding partner, and Rocky Gas was gonna fund the rest. I might be misquoting some of these numbers, but I'm gonna be pretty close. And so then basically the Rocky Gas wasn't successful in negotiating that. Well, obviously the service and the requirements changed because they had to go from the gas pipeline to the steel pipeline. So which is basically not a utility anymore. It actually went from a gas line utility infrastructure into the pipeline world. So that's where Alberta Transportation said, no longer will you be allowed in the corridor. You'd have to construct outside of the corridor. So I remember that's when it quickly rose from the $3.5 million up to $6 million. And there was a previous ask actually for council to, there was an increase in ask back, I'm gonna say that was a year and a half ago. I brought that item to council, and it was, we agreed to the $1.4 million, or council agreed to only fund the 1.4. So it was in relation to the ask, but it was, council stayed firm to the original ask. Since then, they've started construction, and under the premise that it was gonna be around $6 million, and they were attempting to secure funding from every other source they could, between federal grants. They were lobbying the provincial government. I know our council was lobbying and beside them as well. And they were successful in getting a portion of it, but never all of it, even at the $6 million mark. And then through this construction phase, that's when it really, the inflation of the costs really came to be. And I have had the assurance from them that the $8 million does have contingency, and they'll be continuing to look for other grants, but they're saying that $8 million is the ceiling for this project. So we can confidently say that the $2.7 million is the ask. So I apologize I didn't bring in all the other history from the other previous agenda items, but that does somewhat summarize it.
Okay. Councillor Cermak.
So when the gas co-op came and asked us for more money, and we said, no, you're gonna stick to the 1.4, why would you go ahead with a project that isn't funded and still go ahead with the project when we said we were only gonna go to 1.4, and now they want 2.7 more? Why would they start the job?
Thank you. Respectfully, Councillor Cermak, not our project, and it's difficult for us to answer.
Councillor Lyon?
Thank you. And yet, here we are. It seems like it is our project. I mean, it's not gonna go forward without Clearwater County support, and I can applaud the efforts of the Rocky Gas Co-op. I'm a little puzzled as to their business plan to do this, and I know that they're a great community service organization. They bring gas to families and farms and businesses. That's be commended, and I know it's got them as far as it has, but this is a little puzzling that those decisions were made kind of in a vacuum, and now we're being asked to become a major partner in this endeavor, and that isn't what we've done in the past with their distribution network outside of this project, for sure. So I guess we find a way forward somehow. I'm not sure what that is.
Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, because now they're asking for more than 50%. We're gonna be a major shareholder in this. I mean, it's 8 million, they want 4.1 total from us.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Eve. I recall some time ago that there was some concern about the bores through the rock there and how they would go, or if they could even succeed. So, you know, I think you're committed once you start. You don't say, oh, okay, we've spent 5 million or whatever, and we've got this bit to go. So I don't think they planned to put us in this position. It's just some of these factors you don't know until you get into them. So still not happy with it. What if we used the Nordegg to from account to pay for this? Or is that really just adding more debt? That would just be a different pocket the money's coming from?
Mr. Ham?
Well, there's actually no money in that pocket. There's $8 million deficit.
Short.
So, yeah, and we have not done an analysis to see what the lot inventory is out there at market value right now. But my guess is that it's not at $8 million.
Okay. Possibility to go back to the province for a contribution.
Go ahead, Director Hansen.
Yeah, the gas co-op did commit that they were going to, that this wasn't going to be the end of their attempt to try to secure additional funding. In the letter, I believe it even speaks to that if, you know, if they were successful in getting other grants, that we would become a partner on receiving possibly some of that money back. So there again, it's, one thing that is different about this is that, you know, Clearwater County is the developer in Nordegg. We are the #1 benefactor, I guess, from this. You know, there's other examples where we've actually had to pay 100% of the cost, you know, or been alluded to, you know, even upgrades for Fortis, for example. You know, they weren't prepared to do any upgrades to the lines. That would be something that would be on us. So it's definitely been a joint venture since, you know, say for the last 20-25 years to try to get a solution out there. Cost estimates are cost estimates, you know, when it comes to the bores, you're absolutely right. It's, you don't really know until you get into them. There's a lot of unknowns. What is known as rock was the ability to be able to get through that rock. And, you know, the drilling technology, I'm sure, has improved, but it only has gotten more expensive as from what I've seen. So, yeah, there is, I guess this, I would think that this ask is a little bit different than some that we've seen today, other than, I know, the ice plant, but it is now a county facility. So that's an ice plant in a Clearwater County facility now, even managed by another organization. And this service is now, we are still the #1, the largest landholder in Nordegg. So it's to drive our development, which we are actively working on today. So I'd say those two assets, I guess, were a little bit different.
Councillor Lloyd?
Thank you. I guess since I'm not familiar with the gas co-op's business plan, trying to understand what the $8 million gets us. And I know we've had criticism about some of our other core infrastructure that we create a backbone and maybe even a distribution system without connecting anybody up. And I don't necessarily, I'm not absolutely confident that this $8 million gets anybody hooked up, because I know there are additional fees typically with the gas co-op's distribution, in that they ask for individual hookups to buy into their gas co-op. I forget what the franchise fee or whatever it is that's called, but there is a significant amount that would be borne by each individual hookup in order to connect to this system as well. So is that $8 million creating a distribution network, or is that just getting the pipes to Nordegg?
So It's actually, this is just the pipeline to get it from Stolberg to Nordegg to the MOU. Then I believe you're absolutely right, there is a fee schedule that Rocky Gas would be introducing for, then we, on the other hand, we become the developer. We have the public services building, which is 100% county owned, so we would make application and there would be a fee associated with that. The owners of the manufactured home park, they would be required a hookup fee, whatever that would be. There hasn't been any indication of an additional ask other than the individual servicing fees for the infill, I guess, of the hamlet. And they had also indicated that their plans are to keep going south to even service the industrial area. So it's a big hurdle, and yes, when we have well, there's also the changeovers. You know, every appliance that's propane run in Nordegg would have to be switched over. We actually have started budgeting in our facilities budget there for that changeover, but what we didn't budget for was the actual fee that would be associated with those hookups. So, but that is their business model, is that this fee for the hookup, but this is only partnering on the pipeline to get to the Nordegg boundary, the MOU, I guess. MOU? Is that right? Yeah, RMO, sorry.
So
RMO station.
with this request and Clearwater County being a primary developer within the hamlet of Nordegg, do we have some influence for this with the gas co-op to be able to keep those rates so that they're not so high that they're a barrier? Because I would assume their business plan would probably try to amortize some of those costs, or at least cover some of those costs of that distribution network and those hookups within, because if we're not paying for, if the $8 million doesn't get us a pipe to every house, then the gas co-op is gonna need additional funds to do that work. And I think I've said it before, once you get into Nordegg, you're between Nordegg and a hard place. It is difficult to get many of those buried services exactly where you want them to go because it's a rock in many places. So I just am concerned that this amount might not be the end amount. There might be another ask at some point in time, or do we not anticipate that? I guess that's the question I would have.
No, we definitely anticipate the connection fee to be associated with, and commercial users, I believe they mentioned that it's basically the cost, or, you know, whereas residential, commercial, or perhaps, I can't remember exactly what their model was, they have a flat rate fee for some, but other commercial users have more of a whatever a cost type construction fee. You know, and we are also absorbing a lot of that cost in our developments, you know, as we put the conduit, actually the gas line in, like say for the historic commercial core. Our intention is to put it in if Rocky Gas wishes to actually have that all pre-piped in the industrial area, for example. We put in natural gas lines in the residential areas, so that infrastructure is in, so that there'll be less cost for Rocky Gas, but we've tried to put in as much infrastructure whenever we're building something new, that we're trying to get it preloaded and ready for them.
Thank you. Councilor Northcott?
Alrighty, no, there was just a couple mentions about the unknown cost with boring and stuff like that, but I have maybe a different opinion because of the region that we do live in. There is a ton of industry experience regarding pipelining and so forth in this area. I don't know how many experts and very talented individuals that we have in the region. I'm more concerned about, I know that there's lots of knowledgeable staff that have worked at the gas co-op for quite some time, but the decision-making process to proceed without funding is what sort of baffles me, knowing that there was only the $1.4 million commitment from the county, not 4.1. So that's what I find a little bit bothersome personally, is the decision-making process that got them to this point.
Okay, so there's been some opportunity to look through the suggestions. So we have a couple of different scenarios in front of us. I would like to know what, you have great concerns. I guess for me, it's, if we're gonna put money in, I would love to have a condition, you know, to include a default security. It's no different than our taxes in regards to other oil and gas. I believe we have a right to those assets for unpaid taxes, so I know this is not a tax, this is in regards to a loan or a grant. To do I'm looking at option 2 of scenario B, to do a debenture for the 2.7. It is mentioned that probably not, they can't do that. I would like to know why a nonprofit can not accept a debenture. Mr. Ed or Eric?
So, in regards to the loan, it's been communicated that, you know, they're basically tapped out for their borrowing capability. If I'm misspeaking there, Mr. Emmons is gonna jump in. As for Clearwater County can take out a debenture and still provide that as the funding source in the form of a grant. Like that's still an option. But then, and if council was stuck on the idea, considers the option of giving a loan and then we took out a debenture, then we would create the framework around what that would look like. There again, I know through the communication with them, a loan didn't seem to be a very favorable option, that they could even create a repayment plan to pay that loan back.
Okay, thank you for the information. Councillor Northcott?
I just wanted to go back to my comment that I previously made for the decision-making process, maybe a question for Mr. Hansen. Do you have any background information on how the gas co-op, their decision-making process, how that works at that organization?
I absolutely do not have any background on how they made the decision to move forward. I know that they were actively looking for grants when they started. You know, they had basically some seed money, I guess, to get the project started, and they were hopeful in their applications for the grant. They didn't foresee the cost increase, so I believe they had the original amount of $6 million basically secured. She may be short, just shy, because I don't believe the provincial grant quite met the expectations, but it was a very small shortfall. What they didn't anticipate, of course, was the distance between 6 million and 8 million. So it was, so it wasn't that they started without it being unfunded, but this is definitely an unforeseeable that came up.
Okay, Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. Were we ever advised along that process that they were projecting overruns?
CO Emmons?
Yes. So yes, Rocky Gas did reach out. There was no request for funding at that time, but they did reach out when their estimate went from the original 3 to 6.
Yeah, okay. I don't really see an upside in second guessing how they got where they are. You get so much into something, walking away from it is a pretty difficult option. Where to fund it and how? And if we use a debenture, that would be the first time in our history outside of no?
Mr. Hunt?
No, we currently have a debenture that we funded the Westview Lodge.
Yes,
purchase.
but that would be the only one. And also, because that's a joint thing, isn't it? Westview Lodge?
Well, that was Clearwater County.
Yeah.
He took out a debenture for that, their portion, but.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, Councillor Ratcliffe, the gas co-op knew when it went from the 3 million up to the 6 million, they knew that we weren't gonna fund any more than the 1.4 to get to the 6 million. We told them that. But yet they still went ahead with it. So now we have to get, the only way that I see out of this scenario be option 2. With a debenture, and they pay us interest and at the rate that, or a little bit more for the use of our money.
Councillor Northcott, then I'll go to Councillor Lahey.
I just wanted to respond to Councillor Ratcliffe's comment. I in no way, the second guessing or the comments that have made to the decision-making process is, the reason I asked that is because if you've made one mistake, you don't want to make another mistake. So that's where my questions and thoughts were going with that.
Councillor Lahey.
Thank you. I guess I'll just share that the concern I have with the debenture is that cost will be passed along to the end user. And does that make it unapproachable for people to actually hook up? And then does it really, it almost defeats the whole project, at least what I believe was important in the project moving forward, is to get rid of that fire danger of propane, to take away the barriers to commercial development. Does that debenture drive those prices out of the range that people can afford it? I know some of the numbers I've seen are quite surprisingly high. I don't know what they'll settle on, but if you add another $2.7 million debenture, it could only go up and go up substantially. I just don't know if people can find, I'm sure people will find a price that's twice what the gas co-op would be in other parts of the county as being an approachable. I think it would be a barrier to residential connection to have to come up with a very large number. And does that not defeat kind of why we supported the project for the future development of Nordic?
Ms. Serha?
Yeah, again, I just wanted to clarify the reason that we think that debenture maybe isn't an option for them is that they would have to increase their rate substantially, so I just agree with Councillor Lahey. Thank you.
I know there was an opportunity to, I'm thinking of partnership, and I'm trying to think that there's other co-ops to partner with, but that's, in my little bit of research that I've done, and I can say I did a little bit of research, and that is, it just depends if this is a franchise region, so the co-op has to have another franchise in that same region in order to collaborate. So anyways, that's the unfortunate part there, because I was thinking of another utility provider. But they don't have a franchise area. We'll go with Councillor Gibson, and I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
We're in for a penny or we're in for a pound. I don't like the debenture for the reasons that has been said, but then I also don't like going into restricted surplus. But then if we go into restricted surplus, could we treat it like a loan and get them to pay us back X number of dollars? Because people aren't going to be able to hook up in Nordic for nothing. It's going to cost them to get the line to their house. And, you know, it costs everybody who hooks up to natural gas a fee to get it hooked up. You know, the trench, everything like that. So I'd prefer that we get, I don't like the restricted surplus. That looks like the only way to go for us. But I do think there has to be, I don't think it should be a grant. It should be a loan.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. Is there room in the gas co-op's business plan or in the market for a franchise fee to get for some recovery? No?
Go ahead.
I can't speak to that. I don't know.
Yeah. I was thinking as a partner.
Counselor Cermak?
Is, if we don't fund it, what happens? It sits the way it is, half-built? Or do they go under and somebody takes them up?
As you've seen when you drove out there, the pipe's strung, their process is well underway. I can only imagine, if they weren't successful in getting the balance of this funding, what that scenario is gonna look like. We haven't got that picture painted for us yet, but I can imagine what it is gonna look like. And it's not gonna be, they say they've already, the pipe's been bought, the equipment's been ordered, from what I understand. They're actively out there with a contractor, and, yeah, it wouldn't be good, but Mr. Emmons might be able to.
Well, I kind of understand that the RMO won't be there for probably 6 to 8 months. That has to be maintenance needs, and it has to come up because it's a high pressure regulators that they have put in. I've installed lots of them all over Alberta. It does take a while to get it, but if we don't finance them or fund them, this is just gonna sit there then. Or is Challen doing the pipeline, are they gonna be a shareholder in gas, Rocky Gas? Because they're the ones that's putting all the money into building pipeline. They got the cost right now.
CEO Emmons?
Any answers of what's happening?
Again, Councillor Cermak, it's difficult for us. We're not project lead. But I will share with council, of course, some of the discussions that I've gleaned. A loan is problematic for Rocky Gas. For them to do this project and running natural gas out to Nordegg, they leveraged everything they could. And then they came to Clearwater County. So for them, the loan part is behind them.
They're at their capacity.
Correct.
Kind of same, okay.
Correct. You know, they do have Challen doing project lead, which I've been informed by Rocky Gas that the project is going very well now, which has given them greater confidence in coming forward with the ask today. And if Clearwater didn't, my understanding is the project, of course, as we all witnessed, is in progress and bills need to be paid. I haven't heard of a contingency plan for Rocky Gas if this should fall through, so I don't know. I can't answer that.
Okay. I thought maybe they hadn't given you some insight or anything.
Okay. Counselor Lloyd?
Thank you. So I was looking through the options that are there. There's over 11 options and I don't like one of them. That's rare. That's rare that I can't see something, and I gotta stop looking at that scenario C because I don't really think that's an option. And I think the gas co-op went forward in good faith to provide this service to the community. We indicated that we would be supporting them through a grant, so that makes us a partner at some level. And I see an option moving forward that we grant or fund the balance through, you know, a approval of those funds necessary to complete it. And, but I think we need to have some level of security that that project is completed, and we would, it's not just an outright grant. I think we become, I think there needs to be some securities to us giving that grant, that some of that, we have an interest in that finished product and some control over the destiny of that product in that community. I don't know if that's possible within there. That's something I look to as a conditional agreement with some default security, but that's just where I'm suggesting at the moment.
Okay, CEO Emmons?
Thank you, Ms. Swanson. So Rocky Gas has stated that if council was to consider this additional ask, they would sign an agreement that this would be a completed project, they wouldn't come back for another ask, so it would represent a completed project. In addition to that is what you've added, Councillor Lougheed. If we check with legal and that is not possible, would the first part of the condition be acceptable then? Like, I don't know if that's
We mean,
possible for us to be a shareholder in someone else's, I don't know.
I only speak for 1/6 of council in this case, maybe 1/7 sometimes, but I mean, for me, I think ultimately we want to see the project go forward and be successful. Although we're setting a foundation now, if we have the original vision for Nordegg of a community of 2,500 people, that's 800 services roughly. We're at a very high baseline cost for those services. That's approaching $80,000 per, or more, I guess that's $100,000 per hookup. Man, that's a sizable investment by Clearwater County or by everybody involved, just in the natural gas there, so. And that's with the full build out that we've supported so far, so. It's a tough decision, and I think, we do see the value for supporting that community and reducing the barriers. I don't think that has ever diminished. The numbers become frightening. But I think this is a difficult decision because this will set this community back. It will set the tone for the future of the community back. We want to keep that positive energy around this project moving forward. I don't know if we really have an option other than to fund it. So that's where I'm kind of at the moment, but I'd love to be convinced otherwise.
A question in regards to once natural gas gets out there, is it my understanding because they are on propane, they get a certain rebate right now, and once the gas is there, they lose that rebate? So really, would it be in their favor to even hook up to natural gas as a resident? I know it would be for, for a commercial entity because they would probably like that reliability of natural gas, but as far as a resident, like we've mentioned before, it might be outpriced that they don't have the take-up rate. Because as I've mentioned before, I mean, we're trying to hook up water meters and we're not getting a great uptake on that. So anyway, love to hear your, what the benefits on staying propane or doing that combination.
Yeah, I guess from a Clearwater County perspective, when it comes to our operational costs there for our propane equivalents to other natural gas facilities, it's about 3 times the amount, for a comparable size building in the ongoing annual costs. There's actually, just in the break there, Councillor Melhoff there was indicating that there was actually green energy grants that may be available that the county could apply for, as well as likely the residents as well. That's something that we'll definitely be looking into if there's green energy grants that would be available for this type of hookup, because natural gas is a greener fuel source than propane. When we can't forget, the discussions that we've had with the board about how much safer natural gas is compared to having those little propane tanks all riddled throughout the entire community. In the event of a wildfire, those are potentially bombs. So, we can't lose the fact that about the safety factor, that we know that propane's not near as safe as natural gas, and that we've heard from developers can't confirm, is that large-scale developments do not want to construct with the idea of being supported by propane, that they would need natural gas to become a developer. So that's why, those are some of the reasons why we've always advocated for natural gas. So I think we still think it's important. The individual owners about getting them hooked on, I think that'll come over time. And of course, we're only a fraction of the development is even built out yet. So as we move forward, when these new houses are going to be constructed with natural gas appliances, for example, that'll be, and the infrastructure is in place. Say we've already, in the new commercial core and the residential areas, the natural gas lines are there, so it's a relatively easy hookup, and that'll be, we sell the next residential phase, that's gonna be just a part of it, so. And then eventually maybe in the bylaw that you won't be able to use natural gas, or propane, sorry, right? So you have to use, the natural gas hookup, you can't have your own propane. So we're just, yeah, we do have to work on the people that are existing, but that's very few, actually.
Okay, thank you for that. I would even suggest that, you know, there's an opportunity to maybe instill in some further, you know, not only business, or not only developers, but also, you know, other businesses that could develop even in the green area. So I see this as an advocacy to grow Nordic. Maybe the government can give us some more property to expand in order to make this pay. So, but anyway, so it has been, we have been talking in regards to a few different options here, so kind of looking at, you know, we've said the conditional grant with, include some default security. What does the balance of council feel, or we, scenario A, so it looks like scenario B is kind of a nice to have, but won't work at this point in time. I was sure hoping that there would be some other partnerships in this other than ourselves. I know it would be nice to be able to grow that and take have another opportunity for another utility or something to partner with that, but where's everybody on this? Is scenario A or scenario C? So, Councillor Northcott.
Alrighty. I guess this could be viewed as a phased approach, right, on the gas line. Could be done. There's sections that are now complete and could be left at that as a phased approach. There was discussions about tax increases and so I don't think it's fair to many of the residents of the Clearwater County to raise taxes to fund future projects like this one. It was initially brought to council at 1.4 million and now it's sitting at 4.1. I do see other priorities in the county that need to be funded, so I'd actually, at this point in time, not saying that it would have to stay like this forever, but at this point in time, I would make the motion for scenario C that council denies Rocky Gas Co-op's request for additional funding for the Nordic gasification project.
Right, motion on the floor for scenario C. Okay, any comments or questions on that motion? I won't be supporting the motion. I feel we have to find a way. So saying no is not gonna quit the door knocking. So we got I won't be supporting not funding it at all. So I think we need to figure out a way. Councillor Lougheed?
Swanson, I can understand the emotion behind it because I felt exactly the same way, but I won't be supporting the motion. And truly, the irony is not lost on me that this was a community built on the shoulders of the coal industry, those little black rocks that people pick up and used to burn in their furnaces in order to heat their world. So it's not lost on me, the irony here that we're making a significant investment on the future of this community, trying to get as far away from the past as possible in this aspect of it. So, but I can't support the motion without a solution for this moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cermak?
I think right now the gas co-op to hook up to theirs in the rural setting is $6,500 per hookup. I think that's what it is. So would that probably stay the same? Or would this be different for a hamlet to hook up?
CEO Evans?
So that was part of the discussion. I haven't heard a definitive answer from Rocky Gas Co-op, but the board was strongly encouraging their administration not to create a two-tier system but to make it the same level of affordability for all their clients.
So $6,500 per hookup, or at least that's the last number I heard. I don't know if it's changed or I'm way out to lunch, but that's the one I heard. So that would be a deterring factor for a lot of customers out there, I would think.
Okay. Further discussion on the motion? Any questions? Okay. If there's no other comments, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's defeated. Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Lloyd.
Thank you again, Reeve Swanson. I'll go out on a limb here and put forward motion or option 1B, which is a conditional agreement with default security relating to a grant for this project.
Okay.
What would that look like?
My intent was that the project gets completed without any further commitment or involvement of Clearwater County, and there be some default arrangement for that. And I don't know, perhaps Mr. Emmons had some concept of what could be done through legal terms. This is new ground for all of us, and
yes.
I think we just want to, because it's a sizable investment in one particular, the control sits fully with the gas co-op, and if they defaulted on this project, what security do we have for our community? The sizable investment.
Yeah, that's what I need to know, what it looks like.
Okay.
And a default.
Director Hansen?
So may I suggest that if council is generally in support of scenario A, option 1B, that we would actually come back with what those options would be. We'd actually contact our legal team. We're just, I don't know that we'd want a pipeline as collateral security, for example. I don't know what Clearwater County would do with a pipeline if we actually took the pipeline as collateral, for example. Or that if it's an option, in the world of contract world that I live in, for projects that somebody commits to do a job for us, we actually take a performance bond through a surety company. So that's a performance bond. Labor and materials would be covered. There's those types of scenarios. I don't know how that could be applied, but if we have that direction, that it's scenario A, option 1B with the conditional grant with the default security, we would bring back those default security options for your consideration.
So then the motion could then be maybe amended to direct out administration to bring back those details for that scenario A, 1B?
With the comfort of
Yep.
council,
Would you amend that? A friendly amendment? Okay.
I think it is. I think it's moving forward with the same concept of security around being involved with a deeper dive into this project.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe?
I think that's one of the few workable options here, so I would support the motion. And we'll get some information back before it is actually finally approved. Yes.
The funding source as well, if you don't need the funding source today, if we're just going to bring back what that default security could look like, and then at that time, we could identify better what the funding option, where we're gonna get the money from.
Okay. Councillor Cermak?
Rhonda must have that in her back pocket somewhere. It's only 2.7.
Councillor Lloyd?
And maybe a question I would ask then, because we had already committed that 1.4, that has already been extended as of now? Or is it still being funded out of this year's budget?
It's,
And I know there at the bottom of this item, there is a suggested restricted surplus that could apply for this additional funding on, because we're really funding 2.7 on top of the 1.4, if I'm correct in assuming that. So that restricted surplus of core infrastructure would be able to match at least the amount that is being extended. Well, the additional amount besides the 1.4 that is, that's the only thing I was trying to.
well, if we go to the restricted surplus document in the agenda item and find that restricted surplus, there's all the projects that are coming out of that in the next 4 years. So, I mean, yes, in 2025, it's there, but then you'd have to increase
Yeah,
tax revenue to
I do
put-
understand
yeah,
that, yes.
okay.
It's just if we have to name and identify
Yes,
a
if-
restricted surplus that
yes.
would allow this motion to move
forward today.
towards the light.
Yep.
If you understand my.
Yep.
And then we can look at the other numbers of restricted surpluses or options for funding additional projects. That's whenever that comes up today,
Okay.
tonight, whatever.
All right, so, going back
Yeah,
to
we're
the
already at tonight.
motion on the floor, and that is that, I'm just gonna go back to the top here, that, council agrees to conditionally grant the Rocky Gas Co-op 2.7 million for the Rocky Gasification Project under option 1B, which would be a conditional agreement to include default security, and that administration will bring back options on that default security. Did Councillor Leahy, did I kind of, sounds good to you? Okay.
Unless
Sorry.
you want those conditions, instead of, approving it all in ones, if the request is just that is the intent, that you're looking at the grant, so that way we don't have to look in the loan, so we look at the grant, and we just need to bring back these default securities, so I would suggest that it'd be more focused and just say, bring back the options for the default security. Because you haven't approved it because you haven't looked at any of the conditions of the grant yet, so I don't want to get too far ahead.
Okay, Councillor Cermak?
So is that just for the 2.7 or the total 4.1?
2.7.
For the default security is only for the 2.7? Would,
1.4 was, them after the motion during the last council meeting.
oh, it was already released? Oh, okay.
Okay, so I'm looking at you, Councillor Lougheed, so what has been discussed, and this is the motion that you've brought forth. So do we need, should we shorten that motion then up just to say this is scenario A, option B, 1B, bring back the default security options? That's good enough?
That's okay, my suggestion, whatever council,
Okay.
I don't wanna, I'm not putting words in your guys' mouth there, but, we can bring back, say, now that we've had kind of pinpointed down what you're looking for. That's all the direction we need is to bring back more information about, scenario A, 1B.
Go ahead, Councillor Light.
Okay with that. Really, all I wanted to do is have the deliverables defined in this so that there's no misunderstanding of what the expectation of the community is in this, that we intend this to complete the project.
All right, any other questions or comments? Go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
Just for clarity, this is not a commitment for funding, only for additional information. Correct?
So,
Okay, then I'm glad I asked my question.
so perhaps, I don't know, Janet, do you want to maybe repeat the motion? Please?
The motion that council allocates 2.7 million to the Rocky Gas Co-op for the Nordic gasification project conditional on an agreement that includes default security.
Okay, thank you for the clarity.
All right, any other comments? Go ahead, Councillor Northcott. Yep. Yep.
To bring back.
I just wanted to ask for.
Councillor, just 1 second. Sorry. Councillor Northcott?
No, I just wanted to request a recorded vote is all.
Okay. So, motion is clear. Any other comments or questions on the motion?
I have been between a rock and a hard spot.
All right, so at this point in time, I will call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you, and we will see you with, again, at a future council meeting with those default security options. Okay, thank you. Is there anything else on this item that we need to cover, or I think we've pinned it as far as those contribution requests, right? Okay, perfect. All right, now we're gonna back up into item 6.5, which is consideration of second and third readings to the 2025 tax rate bylaw of 25/033. Ms. Serhan.
Okay, sorry, and now I'm not ready.
No, sorry. And
was working on my
Councillor
email.
Melhoff joins us again. Thank you. 6.5.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Oh, it's up here in bylaws. So the staff recommendation is that council considers granting second and third reading of the tax rate bylaw 25/033 for the purpose of authorizing rates of taxation to be levied against assessable property within Clearwater County for the 2025 taxation year. Again, in the background, I provided information about the 4 different requisitions that may appear on any given tax notice. Again, separating out growth from inflation and understanding that the increase in the tax revenue is from growth in the non-industrial assessment base. Council had budgeted an increase of tax revenue, anticipating the tax holiday being removed from the additional development in the oil and gas industry over the last 3 years. At 0% tax rate increase, this budget is being met with an additional $631,241 of tax revenue. There are also priorities noted by council that are not funded currently, and a 1% rate increase would generate an additional $649,155. The restricted surplus schedule came to council during today's meeting, indicates a deficit within 4 years and does not include projects that have come to council since the 2025 budget was approved. Some of these projects are the Rocky Gas Co-op additional ask, the community hall asks, the infrastructure requiring immediate attention within the hamlet of Caroline, and any additional broadband projects going forward. If tax increases are not considered, no additional projects can be considered, and some projects in the near future must come off the priority list. This bylaw again has a penalty date noted in April of the year following the levy. This is to encourage payment of unpaid taxes before the first penalty date after the new levy in May, with the first penalty date being in September. The expected mail date for this year's tax and assessment notice will be around May 15th. The mail date isn't as critical to know ahead of time due to the assessment notices being mailed out separately. The mail date determines the appeal period for assessment values, and now that they go out on their own, the appeal date doesn't have to be on the tax notices any longer. So we're hoping to get them out around May 15th to kind of get ahead of what I've heard in the news as being talks starting for Canada Post around the 20th of May or 25th of May. So we would like to get the tax notices into the into the post office before that so that they can be delivered before any strike action. If there is any, and I'm just speculating. I think that's it. In the actual bylaw, the balance being raised by tax revenue is $64,915,531, which includes that $631,000 additional tax revenue. So the motion, that we would need a motion to increase tax revenue by that amount and identify a restricted surplus, or if there's a 1%, then we would add that amount in, or however council feels.
Okay. All right, so with all our discussions that we've had to date, looking at the tax rate of 0, or do we change that? So Councillor Ratcliffe?
Okay, what would the municipal tax levy be in that case?
In what case?
Well, in point 1 here on page 3, that the CAO is hereby authorized to levy the following rates of taxation on the excess value of all property. And there's nothing there under municipal that goes to provincial school? Or on mine then?
In the bylaw.
So on number 2,
One.
for the provincial school division?
Up one.
Just above there, what should go in there?
Oh, good point. There should be a, so the chart that's in the, that's right under number 2 should have ended up under number 1. And the chart that says school requisition levy is what's supposed to be under number 2. So when I added the, like, it's just a cut and paste that out of my other document. So it just should have been pasted under number 1 instead of under number 2.
So between municipal and designated industrial property?
Yeah, that's the
be in one?
municipal, yeah, that should be under the number 1 in the bylaw. And the number 2 is the school requisition levy, those 2 residential farmland and non-residential, that's all that should be under number 2. So just in between those 2. Okay. All right. So looking
I
for a motion for
would-
second reading,
I
or,
would make a motion for second reading
okay,
of the tax bylaw as outlaid by administration. At 0%.
okay, motion on the floor by Councillor Ratcliffe. For second reading, any comments or questions? Councillor Cermak?
I think if we're gonna have a deficit in 4 years, I think we need to slowly increase at least 1 or 2% every year so that we get out of that deficit in 4 years, if we wanna keep doing all the projects that we wanna do.
That's the question.
And
that
we're
we need to answer.
gonna have more projects in Caroline gonna come on board. So I don't see how we can stay at a 0% increase. I think we need at least 1 or 2% for the next 4 years to cover it. I don't want to put the next council in terrible shape.
Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson, and thank you, Councillor Cermak. I know that that's looking forward into the next council when they realign their strategic goals, their vision, their priorities, and what they see moving forward. I think we're still leaving that council in a very good position in that we have over $100 million of restricted surplus to identify a lot of those projects. Our strong asset management plan that's supported by that, as well as, forget the actual number, but it's over $10 million in tax stabilization restricted surplus, and I'm sure Ms. Serhan will correct me at what the actual amount is, but it's zero?
That amount is no longer in revenue stabilization, it's in the broadband restricted
Okay,
surplus account.
well, thank you for that then.
Okay. All right. Any other comments or questions in regards to second reading? I agree with Councillor Cermak. I think that we need to have it at least 1 or 2%. I know on my previous term by going with zero for a lot of years. And it's something that at the time sounded good, but it's actually, the faucet is not dripping. The faucet is a quarter or a third turned on, and so we need to be able to, I think we all believe in the growth of this community as far as making an attractive investment in Nordig and in our hamlets, so, and including the infrastructure that needs to be rebuilt in Caroline. So at some point in time, we're gonna have to start, so we can start right now. So I won't be supporting second reading. Go ahead, Councillor Gibson.
I agree with both you and Councillor Cermak that zero is really pretty, but it doesn't end up helping us out any in the long run. And I think if we don't start now, we're going to slide down a slippery slope, and all of a sudden it goes from 0 to 3 or 0 to 5 or something like this. So I think that we have to increase it to some degree.
Any other comments or questions? Councillor Meloff?
Thank you, Reeve. I made the motion for first reading at zero. I made my case that day, and I will be supporting it again, staying at zero for many of the same reasons I stated the last time.
Okay, all right. No other comments or questions? Councillor Northcott?
I'll support the motion at a 0% tax increase. I think there's been areas that there's just been overspending. So with the cost of living and inflation in society that everybody is experiencing, I'm going to support a 0% tax increase.
Okay. I want to request a recorded vote. Okay. All right, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion's carried. Looking for a motion for third reading. Councillor Meloff?
I would make the motion for third reading and actually echo everything that Councillor Northcott said.
Okay. Any other comments or questions before I call the question? All those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion's carried. And then, Ms. Serhan, we do need to make a motion in regards to the, you said that. I'm looking for that number.
Sorry.
That's all right.
I just had it.
64 million?
241, $631,241.
And that is to go to the,
You could either have it go to contingency and reallocate likely at some point this year to one of the projects, or put it in a specific restricted surplus, however you want to allocate that.
Okay. Okay, so we need to make a motion to allocate that amount, either to contingency. Probably be easiest till we go to a strategic plan and we can reallocate it at that point in time if we want to, or restricted surplus. What is the desire? Go ahead, Councillor Mello.
Sorry, Reeve, were you suggesting it went to contingency, the 600 and?
We have.
Is that what you said? Oh, sorry.
That's what Mr. Hannah said. We can.
I said you could either have it just increase the contingency amount that's in the budget until one of the projects that comes forward in 2025 is made a priority, or put it to a specific restricted surplus account.
Oh, okay, thank you.
So what is the desire of council, where to put the 631,000 and change? Contingency or in a restricted surplus account? Councillor Northcott.
Caroline Ice Plant.
Thank you.
There you go. Is that that's not a restricted surplus, but we could put that, go ahead.
We use, typically for rec funding, we use that municipal reserve that's legislated for development levies. So we do add funds into there occasionally so that, it could be funded for recreation projects. So if that is the project that council wishes it to be earmarked for, then I would recommend that restricted surplus, but I mean, it could still stay in contingency also, and that could fund the ice plant also.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe?
I think contingency, do we have a motion?
No,
made
that's
yet?
what we're just talking about, where
Okay.
we'd like to. Would you like to make that motion?
Why not? I would make the motion that 600,000 and change go into contingency. I'm sure we're gonna have lots of opportunities to draw upon it through the year.
Okay.
Whether it's ice plants or anything.
There you go. Very good. Okay, motion on the floor. Any other comments or questions? See no lights. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion's carried. Yeah, go ahead. Yep.
We're doing an insert for the tax notices, and I just wanted to make sure that I had council's wishes for information that goes in there. So I know one of them is that about the provincial school requisition increasing. And it seems to me we talked about something else at the last meeting and I don't remember. Is there something else you wanted information to go out in that insert?
Councillor Milhoff?
Well, thank you, Reeve. I had suggested we do any information on the land use bylaw and the review happening there, but then it was suggested that might not work because of our folding machine or something.
Well, we can put it in like a smaller, like I don't know how much information council wants it to go in, but we have a full page front and back, and I feel like a half of one page would be dedicated to the provincial school requisition. So if you wanted like one full side of an 8.5 by 11, that could work. Land use bylaw stuff.
I think there's value in putting as much information, filling up both sides of the paper as much as possible.
Yeah, and is there anything else that council wanted?
Or do we normally talk about like where we usually do a pie or whatever else, where each of the, where does the dollar of tax come from?
Yes.
I believe we do that as well, so.
Communications has done up a new graphic for that this year, so that can definitely go in.
For sure. Councillor Gibson?
I would say a reminder for business licenses and dog licenses in Caroline as a strong reminder.
Okay. Councillor
How about that bylaws within each previous municipality are still in force until the election?
Yep.
Okay.
Then Councillor Northcott?
Yeah, so just discussion on the mail out for the tax notice, that's right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, is there something that we could put in there that's kind of good news? I mean, we're talking about land use bylaw, we're talking about dog permits and all that stuff. Is there anything happy that we could put in there? Because I mean, it's a tax notice, right?
Yeah.
Like, is there any kind of good news that could go in there? Just wonder. Just saying it. Just saying.
A good news story? Okay, I'll try to come up with something. I'm sure.
I'll try
But I'm a firm believer in the plug of our broadband. It's kind of like look, sign up on the website. So
I also agree that we should be celebrating that success a little more than we have been. I think we could put something in there about you know, that we do have, providers signed up and look for providers coming to your area soon or something.
Thank you. Perfect. All right, so that item now is wrapped up, I believe. So 6.5 is now done. So now we're looking into reports. So reports is 9.1, COM's report. Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead. You're good to go.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson, Council. So the April 22nd, 2025 CAO report, the Rural Affordable Housing Survey from RMA. The Rural Municipalities of Alberta, the RMA, has developed a survey to assist in advocating rural affordable housing. Following resolutions have been proven this as a priority for rural communities as follows. The two-part survey will explore municipally owned and operated affordable housing, working with HMBs, capital maintenance and renewable funding, affordable housing governance and enforcement, and other affordable housing costs. The RMA requests that only one survey be completed per municipality with a deadline of May 9th of this year. Council and administration can work together to complete the survey, or council may direct administration to complete their survey for submission. It's council's discretion, of course.
So the survey wasn't attached, so is that something that's just completed online?
It is.
It would be nice to see those questions ahead of time. I know for myself, sitting on the Rocky Senior Housing Council, I know this is something that we were, discussing as far as having an opportunity to maybe, hire a contractor to be able to gather that information. So, and maybe this is something I know for myself, I would like to maybe complete with administration for myself. Just for valuable information sitting on that committee. So what is the will of the rest of council? Would they want to participate in that, or just anyone that would like to, would express an interest in doing it can do that? I mean, would it have to be at a council meeting, or can that be something that we could just come in for a designated time and complete it here at the office?
Respectfully, I'd suggest the latter. I just find councils fairly full. So,
Okay.
As the guy says that at 6:30 at night. It might be just easier, rather than monopolize this time, to schedule, Janet can schedule a time, whether it be with a council rep or all of council, totally council's discretion.
I'll make the motion that any counselor that's interested in completing or working with administration to complete the survey, send in a question send in an email, or and Jana will figure out a date when we can get together to do that.
I'm sending my email in now.
No, okay. So anyway, so I'll make that motion. Any other comments? All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Continue.
Government of Alberta's Provincial Priorities Act. The Government of Alberta's Provincial Priority Act, Bill 18, now in effect as of April 1st. The Government of Alberta Provincial Priorities Act officially came into effect April 1st of this year. This legislation establishes a new framework for municipalities and designated municipal entities when entering, altering, or renewing agreements with the federal government. The legislation is implemented through the Provincial Priorities Regulation, which outlines the necessary approval process for fulfilling requirements before the provincial entity can enter into an agreement with the federal government, along with specifying any exceptions. Moving forward, agreements over $100,000 require ministerial approval, and agreements over $5 million require approval by the Executive Council. All agreements, regardless of value, must be submitted to Alberta Municipal Affairs along with a completed intake form. This applies to new agreements, renewals, amendments. Even agreements that qualify for exemption under the Act must still be submitted for the exemption to be valid. The Government of Alberta has produced a Provincial Priorities Municipal Sector fact sheet, which provides further information, and this complements the red tape reduction. Oh, sorry, that wasn't on there.
Adds to the red tape.
There you go. If there's no other comments or questions, looking for a motion to accept the CEO report, go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
Just a thought on this, just to go back one little bit on this affordable housing. It's always, you know, the narrative that we need more affordable housing. However, the government's created many actions, like the Alberta's Calling campaign. So there's been, you know, residents across country that have moved to Alberta, maybe even Clearwater County, actually to Clearwater County. They've moved from places that have had very high costs of housing, moved to the region, but have now inflated the housing costs here for local residents. I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity, rather than always advocating for affordable housing, maybe there's an opportunity to advocate to the government to go the other way and actually stop creating housing that is unaffordable for local residents.
As I indicated, we don't know what those questions are on the survey, so maybe that's an opportunity for when we're discussing this with CEO amendments, when we fill out the survey, make those comments. Okay, so looking for a motion to accept the CEO report.
I'll do that.
Nope. Councillor Cermak, all those in favor? It's carried. Looking at item 9.2, the capital project status update report. Any questions or comments on that one? Again, I like the layout. I love the picture of the new Tauntaun Bridge. I think that's, or one, not the Tauntaun Bridge, one of the trestles. The construction that's done there. It's exciting.
The James River people are excited about the bridge.
And the James River bed?
Not being open right now.
Oh, okay.
They have to use the other new one.
There you go. Okay.
But they're appreciative that it's getting redone.
If there's no other comments or questions, we're looking for a motion to accept the capital project status update report. Okay, go ahead,
Before I make
Councillor
that
Ratcliffe.
motion. And that's regarding the Leslieville sanitary and the lift station. How long has this application for the work been with CN to bore under the tracks? That's years now, isn't it?
It's been extensive. They're applying for the two projects at the same time because it's been fairly onerous. I hesitate to put an exact time, but it has been quite a while, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Yeah. Is there hope to actually have that this year?
Yes.
Oh, right, good news. I would make the motion to accept the capital projects report.
Thank you. Call a question then. All those in favor? That's carried. Council remuneration. Any questions or comments on that? If not, looking for motion to accept the council remuneration. Councillor Lougheed makes that motion. All those in favor? That's carried. 9.4 is the verbal council reports. Being as how we missed the last one, we'll quickly go through and start with Division 1.
Sounds good. I'll try to be super quick. North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance, we had a meeting and had a presentation from Ducks Unlimited and the amazing work that they're doing. And actually, a lot of it coincides with some of the work that we do with Caring for My Land. And I actually think that there's some really good opportunities for us to work collaboratively with Ducks in order to do wetland restoration or work with how we do land use bylaw amendments and we do the environmental easements along those. I think that there's some opportunity for us to coordinate the landowner that's getting the easement with Ducks. And I'm looking forward to learning more about that. They're going to bring me back some information on that.
I have like 2 pages of reports on North Saskatchewan watershed, so if you want, I can just forward that on to you rather than spending a whole bunch of time going through that. Have had several health retention team meetings. In particular, with regards to the skills day that we're having on May 1st for the high schools. As I said before, we were lucky enough to get a grant in which to achieve that. Unfortunately, it's the same day, I guess, as Red Deer Polytechnic's open house in Red Deer. So we're having a hard time actually getting the full uptake from all of the students wanting to take that on because they're gonna go to Red Deer Polytech. But hopefully we'll get the full number by the time we get to that day, and they can take advantage of getting to put hands-on, do some of these skills so they can see if that's a job that they would like to do. We look forward to the acting mayor and the Reeve coming to present that day as well. We also are having the town look at pool passes or recreational passes as an option for visiting professionals to take a look at some of the facilities that we have. Because a lot of times recreation is one of the key drivers in bringing people into our community, which is great. Again, I can send out some more information on how our meetings have gone. I also went to the restructuring healthcare meetings to advocate for the changes to some of the issues within healthcare in general. I'm happy to talk offline with how those have gone. I know the Reeve had made it to one of those as well, so they were able to showcase some of the good things that they've done in the restructuring, and then we've given some suggestions on some of the changes. The one in Sundre was very much focused on figuring out a way to prevent these issues in the first place, i.e. vitamins are not covered, but your statin is. Seems a little not healthcare-like, it seems more like sick care-like, so that was a huge thing in Sundre and noted in Rocky as well, with some other issues, particularly because we have a surgical program was showcased in Rocky as well. Was invited to come to the Farrier community meeting with Councillor Ratcliffe. It was great to talk to some of those members with regards to some of their fundraising efforts in which to complete their hall or work towards completing their hall. And I'm also going to help with some different recreational options within that community. Medicine River Watershed, also attended that one. They're doing sampling. They've already done their public outreach days, which when I had the meeting, they hadn't yet, now they have, so skip that part. They're also meeting with Environment to talk about the advocacy with regards to that river, and they're hoping to actually have a stay of pumping from the medicine, because it's still being continually pumped as we speak. So they're hoping that can get paused until they actually do a review of the water level benchmarks. They're also doing an Earth Day project with the grade 6 classes in Eckville to try to showcase some of the work there. And I have been appointed to, they made a joke, but 4-H czar of the watershed to try to get some of the 4-H programs, their actual workbooks to learn about the water cycle more, so we can hopefully be teaching kids at a very early age about how important the water cycle is and get them involved in 4-H or get 4-H involved in that matter. So we'll see how that goes. We've met with Ochees First Nation since our last meeting, and started with the communication channels there and the different work we can do together to advocate as a team, which is going to be hopefully very, very good for the community at large. I also attended the E-Outdoors grand opening, a new business here in town that actually is being owned and operated by Clearwater County residents. So it's fabulous to see the community events that came out of that, and my kids definitely enjoyed watching all of the bikes jump everywhere. And congratulations to that new business, and hopefully they have lots of success. And we've been doing public engagement meetings for the broadband program, so I encourage the community to find out what days they are in your area and make sure they come out there and learn all about that. I've got several others, but I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Carry on, Councillor Lloyd.
Sure, and recognizing the late hour of the day, I'll just touch on a couple of highlights for me, and certainly being able to interact with the town of Rocky Mountain House on really a visioning session. I think it was beneficial to see where we're at as our term draws to the end. Being able to see what the work has been done and where we think we can go with that. Definitely being able to interact with Ochese First Nation and touring Nordegg and listening to the comments around the broadband project as it is going through its public engagement series is great. And I'll just kind of end off by inviting any member of the community that wants to have a moment with a counselor to stop in tomorrow at 9 o'clock. And we can continue chatting about good things and bad things that are happening.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Cermak?
I won't go into too much detail. Way back, I was at the ASHA convention and I took in one of the discussions there on solar panels and the FCM, which is the Federal Municipal Council. They're really advocating to do solar panels in any builds, especially for senior housing and stuff. And they have lots of grants and lots of stuff that they can give you. I have it all on my phone, what his whole, up on the screen and everything, and what he was talking about and everything was very informative anyway, and I thought it was great. And he figures they recover about 30 to 40% of the cost of the power just by having that on the car mount, on the covers over the cars and on the roofs of on the senior housing. Makes a real big difference. And then get to Caroline. They're kind of concerned about the Bunty Top Park. It's getting in pretty bad disarray. Weed control lights are all being broke or kicked out or and everything. The outdoor rink is in bad shape. There's high points in the asphalt that need to be ground off or resurfaced or something. It's really getting in pretty bad shape. I don't believe that the village had the money to look at it much last year. And then over the winter, it's really deteriorated. So if somebody's out there looking around and if you want, I can get a report on everything. I can take a couple hours and go through it and see exactly what all it is. I've just had 3 or 4 phone calls on it that it's kind of a hazard to the kids. It's in.
Email point form to Councilor Cermak and.
Okay, I'll take a look at it and do that, and I'll ship one off to you. It's just getting that we could get liable for it.
That's it?
Yep, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Norska?
Okay, I'll keep this short. I attended the EDA conference with Reeve Swanson. There was a little bit, the one presenter had, he went over the importance of agriculture. That was a good seminar. There also was a lot of discussion on data centers and Wonder Valley. If anybody wants to research that, that's a massive development for data center. I attended a Caroline Library meeting. That meeting mostly consisted of the discussion was mainly merging the Nordegg Library and the Caroline Library. And we're also, we had a nice presentation from Judy Winter, Friends of the Library. She gave us a visit there and told us about the Friends of the Library. So that was nice. I also attended my first Ag Service Board meeting with Councillor Lougheed. Yeah, it was a very good meeting. There was lots of discussion about, oh geez, we talked about bears and equipment and wild boars and all kinds of good stuff there, so that was fun. And I also attended the broadband open house out at Nordegg and also Ochese. So.
Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. I'll try and be quick here. Regional visioning session with the town. It must be getting late.
Thanks, Ron. Go ahead.
Oh, it was continued to surprise me how much our visions for our region are alike between the town and the county. We just differ on where the money should come from. I had a drop-in session only one person dropped by to say that they felt having an elected mayor or elected reeve was a good idea. With the rest of council, went to Ochis, where we again had to say that as good neighbors, we've had the money set aside for some time, and that recently the province has joined in, and let's vote for federal change. Went also to a couple of broadband meetings. The most frequently asked question was, when can I get connected? So that's a good sign for a high uptake rate. Also, we had a LUB steering committee meeting with the PAC. Draft 4 was announced, and we haven't yet had an opportunity to do a page-by-page review on that. That is all my news.
Okay. Councillor Gibson.
Okay, let's see. I attended the visioning session that was here with the Rocky Mountain House. Interesting as always. Caroline Library, it was really good to be able to give our opinion to Sydney, and so she could take it home to try and form what kind of library system we want in Clearwater. I went to Ochis and then First Nations, Nordeg Broadband, and then had a great tour of Nordeg that I had never been through there before. Also, I attended the Caroline broadband meeting as well. And other than that, I'm off to next week, and there's more to come.
Okay. Thank you. We're going back to the end of March, so I attended the Equus AGM in Red Deer. They do 3 AGMs in different portions of the thing. That was very interesting, a very concise, interesting how they are partnering with the County of Red Deer in regards to their broadband infrastructure there. So it was not a whole lot of detail, but they did have an opportunity if you wanted to have a side conversation in that. So I didn't have time that night. I would carpool, but one time I will. Rocky Seniors Housing, we've had a couple of meetings, and we have audited financial statements that have been approved for the lodge and for Rocky Senior Housing. We also did our annual unit inspections. That is always very interesting. We divide up in pairs, and so we go through all the senior independent units. And I will say, the ones that have been there long-term, and I'm going to say the ones that have been there for 10 years or more, they are very thankful. They are very thankful that there's an opportunity for them. I really didn't get a whole lot of pushback. They were very happy to have some place to go. Like, some communities don't have the opportunity to have their senior independence, so they were pretty happy about that. Went to the Paramount Open House when it was here, the McDonald's grand reopening. It was great. We all had a piece of cake, and they treated us to some McBurgers and fries, so that was good. The ASHA conference was celebrating their 60th anniversary, and so we had an opportunity to go through a property called Lendham. It's a mixed market of affordable rents. The new space actually included a daycare, so they were really thinking of the families in that sense. There was 26 breakout sessions, and nothing was recorded, so you were either in the room listening or you had a friend that was in that room that you were interested in. Again, as Councillor Ratcliffe has mentioned, we did have the LUB Council Committee of the Whole with the PAC, the Public Advisory Committee meeting, to review the draft document that was just back from legal. And there again, it was not necessarily perfect, but as we had made a motion prior, we did release it to the public, and so we are having our public open houses here next month. And the EDA conference in Kananaskis was sold out as usual, a packed room, great lineup of speakers again, as Councillor Northcott has mentioned. The O'Leary Venture Group was there. They probably spoke probably 3 hours in different breakout sessions, and then for an hour on the last day. Greenview County invested $70 million into their industrial site for a $70 billion investment for a data center campus. and more to come on that. I can send you the site link with more details. What was interesting to me is that they actually approached the province, did area structure plans for Crown land. So I'd like to learn more about that. Other than that, we've had a couple broadband open houses, which I think has been great. And again, we have those coming up tomorrow night and this Thursday, and then the following week we start the land use bylaw open houses. My drop-in session, I actually had 2 phone calls, so nobody dropped in, and more or less said, hurry up and get things changed because I want to be in compliance. So anyways, in regards to RVs, in regards to CCANs, so those were the 2 issues. So other than that, if there's no other comments or questions on our reports, we'll look for a motion to accept the verbal council reports. Councillor Cermak, all those in favor? That's carried. Moving on to correspondence. Was there anything in correspondence that anybody would like to bring up? There's 2 letters, or so there's 4 letters from different ministries. Minister McIver about Bill 50, Minister Scow about the invitation to Bill to put in a bid for the youth games in 2028. Minister Newdorf about the review and variance request for the AUC, and Minister Dreeshen in regards to our meeting follow-up from RMA. CO Emmons, I believe Town of Rocky Mountain House in their last meeting has expressed an interest to maybe do an invitation for Minister Scow for the youth games. I know that's, maybe that could be an agenda item in our next meeting to bring it forward and maybe get some information, because it is a narrow window, but maybe we should have a better discussion about that at the next meeting. There's no other comments or questions. Looking for a motion to accept the correspondence.
When does that correspondence?
Sorry?
When does that take place, that youth one? I can't remember.
2028, but we have to put in our interest in June of this year.
And you'd like to pair up with Rocky?
I've heard that Town of Rocky Mountain House has expressed an interest, so before we say no, I'd like to have that discussion. So, anyway. Accept the correspondence? Sure. Okay, thank you, Councillor Ratcliffe. All those in favor? It's carried. No notices of motion. And now we're back to the adjournment, and thank you, council, for the marathon today. And we'll rub the pennies. So Councillor Northcott makes the motion for adjournment? Yes. Okay, all those in favor? Thank you.
And then we're back here at 1 o'clock.